There are some people here I'm quite sure that I didn't see yesterday. So I do want to do a little bit of acknowledgments as I did yesterday, and my apologies to those who've heard this before, but they really deserve the credit to help make this event possible. And one of the things I wanted to say as we started to talk about it yesterday, and certainly in the spirit of this event, is that we are on the ancestral land of the Lenape people, as is our folks, as is much of the Northeast, northern Delaware, eastern Pennsylvania, southeastern New York, as well as all of New Jersey. And we say this, we make a note of this, and I think we should, because it is so much in the spirit of what we're doing today, as we have done yesterday and will do for the next couple of days. And that is, we are focusing our attention to historical injustice as well as to contemporary injustices, and recognizing that the past, though it had happened years before, or that we are sometimes seeing its legacy today, is still very much alive with our time and our national trajectories. And so what we are really trying to accomplish is to take a look at the legacies of the past, to understand the behavior that has produced historical injustices, and to see whenever possible we can find a way of altering those behaviors, those ideas, towards a future that's more promising. So as I say, I want to acknowledge a few folks who have made these events possible. I hope you have your folders. As you can see, the agenda is very rich. This program is hosted by and co-organized by the Master of Arts in Holocaust and Genocide Studies. My name is Dennis Klein, and I direct that program. And if any of you have any interest in learning more about that program, there are some brochures about us, as well as you can talk to me at any time, as some of you already have. We have a couple of graduate students who have completed the program. Brandon Moy, who many of you, I believe, already know as one of the individuals behind this conference, is here. And Brandon, you want to raise your hand? And he has graduated recently. You can certainly talk to him about the program. Also co-organizing this program is the Auschwitz Institute for Peace and Reconciliation. And I do again want to acknowledge Tibby Gallis, its executive director, who is here, I believe, in the back of the room, and Rob Scharf, who is the Director of Communications and the New York Programs Coordinator. Also co-organizing this event is the Cardozo Law Institute in Holocaust and Human Rights, and its faculty director, Jocelyn Getgen-Kestenbaum. Jocelyn, are you here in the front? So I want to again acknowledge you, and Susan Braden, who is the program coordinator. Special mention, as I again referred to him yesterday, and I certainly want to do so again today, is Kerry Whigham in the front here, who really has put this whole thing together in a really spectacular way. He is Columbia University's Institute at the Columbia Institute for the Study of Human Rights, and the Academic Program Officer for Online Education at the Auschwitz Institute. And so today, just to note the importance of what we are doing here, I am told by many folks, scholars and others, that it is an unusual event, and ours is therefore that event, in which we are really concentrating a great deal of time on the record of the United States in dealing with its, or not dealing with its record of injustice. We know that there are from time to time, specialized events looking at that record, but we have managed to pull this together. Also, we heard from the keynoter yesterday, Pablo de Greif, in which he noted that just having this type of meeting, and especially as he, I think, made an important note of doing so on a Sunday, yesterday, has really acknowledged that the field of transitional justice has arrived, and we're delighted to be a part of that. So to help make this possible, I also want to acknowledge Jeanette Bellin. I'm not too sure, Jeanette, if you are here, but she has worked with me in the Mahgs program, the Holocaust and Genocide Studies program, as well as Brandon. I want to introduce to you a couple of the deans who have been very much behind this event, and to invite them to say just a few words. And I'd like to begin with Jeffery Beck, Dr. Beck, who's the Dean of the Nathan Wise Graduate College, who will be followed by Jonathan Mercantini, who was my chair in the Department of History, and he has been promoted, if that's what it is, to the Deanship of the College of Liberal Arts. And so, Jeff, do you want to take it from here?
Well, thank you all for being here today. I'm just curious, I know you're attending the Summer Institute. How many of you are high school teachers? Okay. How many of you are in a graduate program right now? Okay. How many of you are just interested members of the public coming to the Summer Institute? Some of you, and I can't figure out what the rest of you are. But, pardon? Oh, you're academics. Oh, right. So you're academics in other institutions around the New York, New Jersey area? Good. Around the world. Where are some of you from? Yeah, where are you from? In the back row. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. That's fantastic. Yes, that's fantastic. So we have people here from around the world. Which says better than I can say how important this is, that we have an international audience coming to a Kean University event about large-scale violence and its aftermaths, and you're pursuing both advocacy and understanding of large-scale violence and its aftermaths. This fits in a very important way with the Kean University mission. As you may know or may not know, our motto, our Latin motto that we've celebrated through the institution since 1855 is Semper Discens, which means always learning. We believe very much in continuing education, and this event, I think, really typifies the kind of continuing education we do at Kean University. The Mahgs program is a very important program in our graduate college, one of our longer standing programs, especially in the liberal arts. And so I want to welcome you all here today. I know that you'll work at continuing to do learning both today and as you continue your academic endeavors, but I'm here to help to hope that you'll have a rich day of learning today. And with that, I'll lend the microphone to Jonathan Mercantini.
Thanks, Jeff, and good morning, everyone. I also wanted to extend my welcome to all of you. I was just doing my quick perusal of the program and noticed that we have a representation from at least 5 continents. I didn't see anyone from Oceania or Australia, Dennis, so maybe you could fix that for next time. For me, and again, I've been in the position of acting dean of the College of Liberal Arts for a little over a month now, which means I get to wear a suit and tie in June, which is terrible. But for me, it's really great to see the interdisciplinary nature of the conference, and for me coming out of the Department of History here and trained as a historian, but one of the things that I've seen and recognized and really am hoping to work on and moving forward with the college is interdisciplinary programs, interdisciplinary courses, interdisciplinary conferences. And so for me to see the rich program that Dennis and Kerry and the other organizers have put together on these notions of transitional justice, on these notions of large-scale violence, and dealing with them from a variety of ways, whether we're looking historically, we're looking legally, we're looking sociologically. To me, that's a really wonderful event, and it certainly has done a great job in drawing such an impressive group of contributors, of speakers, of participants, and of learners to Kean University. And we're in a great location given our proximity to New York, given our proximity in New Jersey, to serve as a center point for these kinds of issues in the world. I know that Dennis's leadership and his own scholarship has really focused on these issues and has brought that world to Kean University through the Jewish Studies program that Dennis runs, through the Masters in Holocaust and Genocide Studies that Dennis runs. So bringing together academics, NGOs, legal institutions, and this great group of people, I think, is really wonderful. So I know that yesterday got off to a great start, and I know that the next few days really promise some great inquiry and great ideas and great exchange and great sharing. So again, welcome to Kean University, welcome to day 2 of the conference, and I will turn it back over to Dennis, and welcome. Thank you.
Well, I'll take things over. We're going to go ahead and get set up for the first panel. So if we can ask those panelists to come up, and we'll get started. All right. So, as you hopefully know by now, my name is Kerry Whigham, and I'm really honored to be chairing this panel on Indigenous populations in the United States and how they relate to the issues of this conference. I want to join Dennis in recognizing and expressing gratitude for being on the ancestral territory of the Lenni Lenape people. Actually, I've learned to say the Lenape people is a little redundant because Lenape actually means people, the people, in the local language. And I also want to acknowledge that we make this acknowledgement because the United States, like Canada, like Australia, like South Africa and Israel, is a settler colonial nation, meaning that the indigenous or native populations in these places are still experiencing the dispossession that comes with settler colonialism. So I want to begin by just reading this one quote from a book by Audra Simpson, a Mohawk scholar. The book is called Mohawk Interruptus: Political Life Across the Borders of Settler States. It's a fantastic book if you're interested in these issues, or even if you're not, she'll make you interested in the issues. And I just want to invoke this one quote to sort of frame how we're moving forward for this panel. She writes, "How to stop a story that is always being told, or how to change a story that is always being told. The story that settler colonial nation states tend to tell about themselves is that they are new, they are beneficent, they have successfully settled all issues prior to their beginning. If, in fact, they acknowledge having complicated beginnings, forceful beginnings, what was there before that process occupies a shadowy space of reflection. Indians or Native people are not imagined to flourish, let alone push or interrupt the stories that are being told. In this book," she writes, "I have documented and theorized an ongoing interruption of the story of settlement. The life that I document and theorize from is not only biological and does not only belong in the statistician and census taker's ledger or the geneticist tableau. This is political life that, in its insistence upon certain things such as nationhood and sovereignty, fundamentally interrupts and casts into question the story that settler states tell about themselves." And I think that that's what we're trying to do with setting up this panel, is to interrupt and contribute to that disruption of the story that settler colonial states, that the United States as a settler colonial state tells about itself. And that's what I think all of these 3 presenters are going to do in some form or other. So we're going to begin with Jeff Benvenuto, who is a PhD candidate in global affairs from Rutgers University, where he's finishing a dissertation entitled "The Genealogy of Cultural Genocide, Indigenous Peoples and the Cooptation of International Norms." He's the co-editor of Colonial Genocides in Indigenous North America, which is a fantastic book. If you haven't read it, I recommend it highly. And Canada and Colonial Genocide. He's also a part-time lecturer at Gratz College and City College of New York. So Jeff is going to get things started.
Thank you. So I want to kind of repeat that ritual of acknowledging the Lenape people as the traditional custodians of this land. And to set up the following discussion, I want to particularly point out the struggle of the Ramapo Lenape Nation up in Mawa, about 40 miles north of here, who are currently fighting for the right to assemble and prey on their own land. And speaking personally, as a non-Native American white man who's made a home on traditional Lenape territories here in North Jersey, I have to critically reflect upon how I'm personally caught up and even advantaged by the colonial world around us. In political and legal terms, the space that we're sharing here today is a product of settler colonialism. This enduring legacy is marked by the Liberty Hall historic site right across the street, which was originally the property of one of this country's founding fathers. So as far as this specific estate is concerned, and you can take any piece of land on this continent, we can trace back the chain of title back to an original act of expropriation that was based on the doctrine of discovery, which is a blatantly colonial and racist legal doctrine that's at the heart of the historical origins of American property law. This problem is really at the heart of a decolonizing approach to genocide studies, which I'll come back to at the end. But I want to begin with the observation that Kerry already set up, that genocide has been largely rendered invisible in the historiography of American Indian policy. So this partly has to do with the key word itself. Genocide wasn't coined that long ago, but it's since become a very potent and even toxic word. It's almost like a rhetorical instrument, really. It's commonly misused for spurious causes, pinned as a slogan to issues like the AIDS epidemic, abortions, and even the imaginary white genocide associated with the alt-right and white supremacist movement. So given such propensity for hyperbole, many scholars avoid using the word too liberally, if at all. This reflects a common underlying fear that the generic labeling of genocide dilutes the word of its presumed moral authority. As such, responsible proponents of the word are expected to adhere to a strict definitional standard, preferably that which is established by international law. Terminological clarity is, of course, a virtue, but the adherence to precise legalistic reasoning can perversely end up becoming an instrument of genocide denial. So genocide, as we know, is widely noted as an essentially contested concept. There's no singularly true meaning of genocide upon which we all agree, although perhaps the closest thing we've got is the 1948 Genocide Convention. Yet this reminds us that definitions are, in fact, matters of convention, not empirical propositions, and thus cannot be true or false, at least not in any essential or universal sense. The inherent subjectivity of conceptual thought is unavoidable, although an evaluative concept like genocide is especially troublesome because it's loaded with ideological baggage and other pre-existing normative values. At this deeper level of meaning and identification, genocide is typically seen as the ultimate crime, or the crime of crimes. And the stereotypical images of genocide connote the absolute worst of humanity, something that's supposedly uncivilized and barbaric, an odious scourge of humanity. And given how much the United States especially invests in the ideal of American exceptionalism, it's certainly not something that we do. This sanitized self-image is deeply embedded in the American conscience. Such denialism is a product of settler colonialism. So settler colonialism is a distinct formation of colonialism, which is generically defined as exogenous or foreign domination. So examples of this more specific type include the US, Canada, and Australia. These are countries where colonizers have come to stay and established new sovereign orders on occupied territories. This necessarily involves the usurpation or the seizure of indigenous territories and of indigenous sovereignty, as well as the massive transfer of indigenous lands into settler colonial property regimes. Moreover, this historical process remains an ongoing phenomenon. Countries like the US are not post-colonial, but rather continue to exist in the settler colonial present. One way this operates today is through the hegemonic reproduction of dominant historical narratives that naturalize the founding violence of settler societies. So rather than upsetting the core ideological belief structure of settler histories, there's been a tendency to hide behind a type of genocide denial known as definitionalism, which involves the pedantic squabbling over semantics. In order to demonstrate this argument about the settler colonial production of denialism, I've identified three popular misconceptions in American historiography. So perhaps the most common mistake is that it was disease, not genocide, which killed the Indians. Mass death in Native America was supposedly caused by microbes, not militias, unintentionally rather than by design. Many more indigenous peoples are said to have died by accident from European diseases than from European swords. According to one proponent here, the decimation of native populations by microbial invaders represented an enormous human tragedy, but in no sense did it constitute a crime. Virgin soil epidemics is typically used here as a metaphor that attends to the fact that pre-contact indigenous populations lacked prior exposure to the new pathogens that were introduced by colonizers from the Eastern Hemisphere. The overall extent and precise etiology, or the set of causes of the post-1492 demographic catastrophe, has long been debated, but the overall historical trend is clear. When they reached an all-time low point in 1900, the indigenous populations of indigenous North America had been reduced by as much as 95% from their pre-contact levels. Yet we can't take virgin soil epidemics for granted as a standalone explanation. A wide range of social factors intersected with disease to precipitate depopulation, including warfare, displacement, slavery, economic dislocation, soil depletion, malnutrition, and lack of health care. These multiple variables were involved with the uneven spread and impact of disease, as well as the local and regional variabilities of indigenous experiences and outcomes. So for example, an empirical reconstruction of the American Southeast demonstrates a nearly 55% decline in indigenous population from 1685 to 1715, when it fell from about 200,000 to about 90,000. A significant portion of this loss was caused by a region-wide smallpox outbreak from 1696 to 1700, but the human geographical diffusion of this epidemic was compounded by accelerating patterns of slave raiding and endemic warfare. These two larger social processes were largely stoked by colonial pressures to integrate the region into the early modern world system. So my point is that in cases such as this, disease wasn't a biological accident or an act of God for which colonizers bore no responsibility. In order to explain the role of epidemics, I argue, we need multi-causal models that account for human agency and political economic structures, not monocausal alibis that gloss over complex historical realities. Nevertheless, this misconception about disease aligns with a conventional axiom that if there's no intent, there's no genocide. However tragic and whatever else might be said about the demographic catastrophe of indigenous North America, some scholars argue that it was not an example of genocide by any reasonable definition because it totally lacked any element of deliberate, centrally directed intentionality. This sticking point is based on an exceptionally narrow reading of the 1948 Convention's intent clause. Also referred to as special intent, this conventional interpretation requires a perpetrator who specifically targets victims on the basis of their group identity with a deliberate desire to inflict destruction upon the group itself. It's worth pointing out that even with this strict definitional standard, we can perhaps find relevant cases from American historiography. Consider this anecdotal evidence from the first American civilian governor of California, who in 1851 promised that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the races until the Indian race becomes extinct. For context here, I highly recommend Ben Madley's recent book, An American Genocide, where he makes a strong empirical case for what is ultimately a normative argument that American officials in California would now be considered guilty of genocide according to the UN Genocide Convention. So although scholars like Madley show that it's possible to live up to the strict conceptual standards of international law, the presumed imperative to locate the special intent of individual perpetrators obscures more deeply embedded structural dynamics. Even in retrospect, it's very hard to objectively determine genocidal intent, and a high definitional benchmark here can be misused as a form of denialism. This problem has obvious implications for contemporary efforts in genocide prevention. As we saw in the 2004-05 debate over the labeling of Darfur, it's easy to use the apparent lack of special intent as an excuse for non-intervention. So given such intellectual shortcomings, legal scholars have turned to the so-called knowledge-based interpretation of genocidal intent. So rather than getting sucked into the Sisyphean task of searching for intentionality, strictly conceived, this alternative understanding directs attention to genocide more as an outcome than as a premeditated series of acts. According to this sociological approach, individual agency is embedded within the structural level of analysis, thereby potentially enabling us to see the broader contingencies and contextual factors that are involved with the production as well as possibly the prevention of genocide. Indeed, the mutual constitution of structure and agency can show how the realization of genocidal moments can be an inherent implication of larger social systems, including such as settler colonialism. So let's move on to the second general misconception, which is that what happened to the Indians was ethnic cleansing, not genocide. So as noted earlier, settler colonialism is all about land. There have been a number of different strategies for indigenous dispossession, such as forced removals, reservation allotments, and the termination of federally recognized tribes. All of these strategies shared the same overriding objective in terms of expropriating indigenous territories. What's happened to indigenous bodies has been of lesser concern. Of course, indigenous peoples have collectively put their individual lives on the line in order to resist settler colonialism, even while facing the dim prospects of detention, murder, and sometimes even massacre. But the disposal of individual indigenous bodies has been a secondary outcome of a larger, seemingly inexorable process geared towards the massive transfer of indigenous lands into settler property regimes. So even in such cases where human disposal turned into mass killings, indigenous peoples were destroyed for ostensibly instrumental reasons. It was because of where and not who they were. So I'm going to come back to this particular part of the misconception in a moment, but the underlying assumption is that indigenous peoples have not been physically annihilated because of their identity, unlike the Jews during the Holocaust, for example. So according to this overly simplistic logic, there was no final solution in indigenous North America, no universal offensive against Indians per se. This misleading premise, which is essentially based on the Holocaust as the defining meta-historical and canonical model of genocide, is typically based on a hierarchy of international crimes that ranks genocide above all. Situations that fall short of the high legal bar of special intent thus get dumped into other seemingly less stigmatizing categories. Historian Gary Clayton Anderson follows this absolutist reasoning as he downgrades what happened in indigenous North America from genocide to ethnic cleansing. So although there's no international legal definition of ethnic cleansing per se, the concept is tacitly included in the 1999 Rome Statute under the definitional rubric of crimes against humanity and war crimes. Anderson rigidly adheres to this narrow classification system in order to categorically distinguish American Indian policy as ethnic cleansing, not genocide. So for example, he looks at the Red River War in Oklahoma and Texas during the mid-1870s, a case in which he says the US Army finally crushed the Comanches and Kiowas and detained over 100 of their warriors. The American government decided that these detainees couldn't be released as enemy combatants, which should probably sound familiar. The solution was thus deportation to a military prison in Florida, not extermination or execution. Anderson suggests that deportation had many advantages, which I guess may be technically true when the option of physical annihilation is presumably still on the table. One such quote-unquote advantage, he notes without any hint of irony, was that the Indians could be placed in assimilation programs. Ultimately, indigenous lands were lost in the long run, but at least the ending would not result in the utter destruction of the Indians. He even says that the Indians' survival had much to do with the choice policy of ethnic cleansing, not genocide. Genocide will never become a widely accepted characterization for what happened in North America, he concludes, because large numbers of Indians survived and because policies of mass murder on a scale similar to events in Central Europe, Cambodia, or Rwanda were never implemented. So there are a number of problems with this argument. First of all, the very terminology of ethnic cleansing is morally questionable and should always be used within scare quotes. As Martin Shaw reminds us, this is a perpetrator's euphemism. Moreover, this doctrinaire commitment to a narrow legalistic conception of genocide based on the Holocaust prototype can slip into definitionalism. Besides, the categorical distinction between genocides and between genocide and other crimes are grossly overstated. What we think of as ethnic cleansing is often just the intersection between the territorial and demographic dimensions to genocide. And if we follow a more generic and sociological conception, then total physical annihilation no longer has to be taken for granted as a primary qualifier. Likewise, a more nuanced historical and anthropological approach to genocide studies does not preclude the reality of indigenous survival and resistance, or what a famous Anishinaabe writer has dubbed survivance, as if that would somehow be another disqualifier of genocide. Finally, I want to come back to that earlier notion that indigenous peoples were targeted because of where and not who they were. This misses a crucial point about the ontological and cultural relativist question of what it is that genocides actually kill. So far as indigenous peoples are concerned, where they are is who they are. According to this more flexible and ethnographic way of thinking, the systematic dispossession of indigenous lands can be seen as a form of genocide in the broader sense of ontological destruction. This reference to ontology, or the philosophical study of existence, as well as the critical question of what it is that genocides actually kill, or what Raphael Lemkin called the genos, raises our third and final misconception, that cultural genocide is not equivalent to quote-unquote real genocide. The term cultural genocide initially appeared in the first draft of the 1948 convention, where it reflected Lemkin's originally broad sociological conception. Yet a provision against the brutal destruction of the specific characteristics of a group was controversially omitted from the final draft, and until recently the scholarly consensus was that cultural genocide is analytically different from the physical extermination of a group. The term cultural genocide is thus often set within inverted commas, as if to suggest a non-literal status, something that's close to but not quite the same as the real thing, i.e. like the Holocaust or Rwanda. The effects of cultural genocide are said to be merely symbolic and thus reversible, whereas what is presumed to be an actual genocide necessarily involves mass killings. This is based on the mistaken idea that genocide is about the biophysical extermination of individual human bodies rather than the social destruction of groups. So when the life of an individual body remains, as in cultural genocide or ethnocide, it is tenuously assumed that there also remains the possibility of individual and then group revival. But this is surely not the case with physical extermination, at least according to this argument. Ending life in the biophysical sense is an irreversible, direct, immediate, and unambiguous mode of annihilation. By contrast, cultural destruction does not necessarily bring about elimination. Once again, we can use a broader and more nuanced approach to deconstruct this typical misconception. In the first place, the semantic formulation of cultural genocide was originally intended to refer to a particular type of genocidal destruction in the generic sense. It was analogous to other categories of the crime, such as physical or biological genocide. So without collapsing the distinctions within this classification system, we can conceive of genocide as a capacious and totalizing social practice. This sociological approach enables us to appreciate the similarities and differences between, say, the Nazi gas chambers and the book burnings as two methods of genocide. Certainly the former involved a more extreme form of lethality compared to the latter. Strictly speaking, acts of cultural genocide, like the destruction of artifacts, or in other cases, the forcible removal of children, are not entirely equivalent to acts of physical genocide, like mass killings. Sociologically, however, these dissimilar methods are different means to the same end. Moreover, anthropologically speaking, we shouldn't be so quick to dismiss cultural genocide. This gets us back to the ontological question of what it is that genocides actually kill. What is the genos? Frankly, the cultural history of the Holocaust would be incomplete without looking at the book burnings, which after all is part of a larger social process aiming to kill European Jewry on an existential level. And finally, there's that pesky misunderstanding once again about genocide and survival. As I said, the former does not preclude the latter. So in sum, I have addressed three popular misconceptions about the historiography of American Indian policy, although they all follow the same rhetorical form of definitionalism. In each case, real genocide is categorically distinguished from other, presumably less stigmatizing conceptual categories, whether it be virgin soil epidemics, ethnic cleansing, or cultural genocide. This alternative vocabulary has a tendency for misuse as genocide denial. In response to the intellectual shortcomings of this overly categorical approach based on narrow legalistic reasoning, I favor a sociological conception of genocide as a totalizing social practice that involves multiple dimensions of group destruction. As well, I follow an ethnographic sensibility that accounts for the different ways that group life and destruction are variously experienced. This more dynamic and flexible approach, I should add, can also shed light on the underappreciated role of land and territory as part of the genos of genocide. So in conclusion, I return to my earlier proposition for a decolonizing turn in genocide studies. I'll talk more about this during the U.S. Atrocities Working Group on Wednesday, but the premise is that we have to break out of the Eurocentric habits that inhere deep within our discourses. And that's just the first step. Given the territorial basis of settler colonialism as a global regime of property law that encompasses various localities, including our own, we are reminded that decolonization is not a metaphor. Meaningful change requires both the material repatriation of lands and waters, as well as a more symbolic rematriation of indigenous lifeways. Shaking free of popular misconceptions about genocide and sanitized versions of American history may be the first step on this potential path. And that, I believe, is the value of decolonizing genocide studies. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jeff, for that really comprehensive overview of the state of this debates over these issues in the field of genocide studies. I think it's going to really help to frame some of the conversations to come. Our next presenter is Caroline LaPorte. She is the Senior Native Affairs Policy Advisor for the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center. Her work focuses on housing, human rights, children and youth, firearms, and criminal justice, all within the gender-based violence framework. She is a Texas bar licensed attorney and previously worked as a family law attorney and at Dallas CA as a court-appointed special advocates, an organization that represents children in foster care. She has been published twice by the American Bar Association's Law Practice magazine and was additionally the co-author of an article that was published in the Domestic Violence Report, which focused on applying the human rights framework to domestic violence in the United States. She also has an ample remainder of this bio that I won't read right now, except to say, interestingly, she worked for the Children and Youth Law Clinic, and during her time with this clinic, she participated in the working group for the U.S. Supreme Court, the very famous U.S. Supreme Court case, Adoptive Couple versus Baby Girl, and the Indian Child Welfare Act, which I want to talk to her more about. Let's give our attention to Caroline.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I work with NIWRC, as stated. We're the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center. It's the National Indian Law Resource Center to end sexual assault and domestic violence. I do also want to start today with acknowledging the Lenape people whose land was stolen, as much of the land that we all enjoy every day in our lives. To take some time, I suppose, to honor and remember, I wanted to break from convention just a little bit and sort of reflect on what Sandy was discussing yesterday. So for those of you who weren't here yesterday, Sandy works with Truth and Reconciliation for the child welfare issues that exist in Indian country. And I just wanted to spend some time to sort of tie a personal anecdote to that and honor my family. So this is my grandfather. His name is Francis. He was in World War II. He was part of the 45th, which took Anzio Beach. He was wounded there and decorated with 2 Purple Hearts. He was also in an Indian boarding school. He was at Holy Childhood, which is probably one of the most egregious institutions for Indian boarding schools. As they're told, there were murders, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and of course the cultural genocide that ensued. As you entered an Indian boarding school, which was a federal policy, a law, a legal doctrine, they cut your hair, they didn't let you speak your language. You weren't allowed to be with your siblings, and you weren't allowed to practice your religion. And most importantly, you were removed from your land, as you said, which is so important to our identity. This is a picture of the school and the boys out front, and you can see that they have been completely stripped of their cultural identity. It's just gone. So I started with that because I wanted to discuss how this isn't really, colonization itself, of course, was genocide, right? But it's perpetuated itself through our modern existence. This is not something that happened only during colonization. It's something that happens every day. And it's important to know that. This is an existing, ongoing issue that Native and Indigenous people have to deal with constantly. So, as I said, our work is in gender-based violence, and we apply an Indigenous framework to this work. A lot of it similarly looks like the human rights framework. So colonization, genocide, and cultural genocide are the root causes for violence in our communities. This is how we look at everything. Our vision is to restore the safety of Native women by upholding the inherent sovereignty of Native nations and by building the capacity of Indigenous communities. The second part is actually very hard to do. The first part is critical. Without it, we aren't people. And just so that you know, and I believe it was said a little bit yesterday too, but sovereignty itself has, of course, been memorialized in the U.S. Constitution and throughout United States Supreme Court cases. But for Indigenous people, the power of it is the people itself. So when we lose our people to these policies, when our women go missing and murdered, we lose our sovereignty. And I think that's a really important thing to understand. So I'm not going to go over all of this, but rape was a tool, a colonization tool. It was a tool of genocide, removal of children. This was happening it still happens, but as a federal policy, it was happening up until 1978. Indian boarding schools, removal and relocation certainly, and then just systemic failure in general of the system to address the violence that we experience. And And Sandy spoke about this too. This is the lens that we see everything through. So historical and intergenerational trauma. My grandfather's trauma is my trauma. I inherited it. It's a collective experience. It's an effect of colonization. It's immutable. There's a direct link between our experience of this and our experience of intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And we don't separate the two ever. They're together all the time. It results in tangible epidemics. So something that I think Sandy touched on a little bit, but I want to go into a little bit more. So historical trauma has been shown to result in type 2 diabetes, PTSD, suicide, and massive depression. So it's important to think about how these policies themselves have sort of affected us on an individual level, but really like across the board. This is ubiquitous in our communities. As Jeff eloquently pointed out, there was a timeline of federal Indian law policy, and I'm not going to go into all of this, but colonization, removal, allocation, assimilation, recognition was a period that was a little bit better, but termination certainly was a genocide in and of itself. And that was really in the 1950s. So this was not long ago. And it's something to think about. It was the destruction of tribal sovereignty on a whole. Okay, so I put this up here. On the DOJ, they have a chart. I made this myself because it's way prettier looking. But if you're a victim in Indian country, this is what you have to contend with. So all of these federal policies and the federal laws that sort of came into place before them, this is what it looks like. When you're assaulted, when you're sexually assaulted, when you experience intimate partner violence, you need a flow chart. I myself, even as a lawyer, would need a flow chart to figure out who would have jurisdiction, who would be responsible, who would have to investigate it, which court I would be in, et cetera. It contributes to the victimization. So gender-based violence in Indigenous communities. So all of what Jeff discussed, and pretty much everything that Sandy discussed yesterday as well with historical trauma, leads into some very real statistics. And these are new statistics, they're not old statistics. This is not something from the 1800s. More than 4 in 5 American women and Alaska Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime. That's a very high prevalence of violence. And you have to ask yourself why this is so endemic. 56.1% have experienced sexual violence. And then I think it's really critical to see that 96% of those women experience sexual violence by the hands of a partner who is non-native. So this truly is colonization kind of happening again every day. There's a predatory nature, people coming onto the reservations or onto tribal communities and taking advantage of a system that they know will not respond. Native women have a greater need for services but less access to them. So this is something that we address in our work constantly, the resource gap. 38% report not being able to access services of any kind. So housing, medical needs, legal services, mental health services, just the various things that you might need as somebody who's experienced sexual violence or intimate partner violence. I'm not going to read this whole page, but I do want to just show how pervasive this is in our society. So, and this is kind of ridiculous, so I apologize. Great book to read, Andrea Smith, Conquest, I loved it. But this quote down here in the box. So did anybody in here have an Atari? All right. Hopefully none of you had this video game. So there was a game, it was actually marketed as Custer's Revenge. And basically the whole purpose of the game was to rape an Indian woman. And this was in 1982. So this isn't something, again, that is just so far removed from us. It's seriously pervasive now. I put this word up here because Kerry hates it, other Kerry. Intersectionality. So in the gender-based violence community, we speak a lot about intersectionality. In the Indigenous community, it's not really the right word to use. So we do not look at things disconnected or, one thing and then kind of cuts another thing. It's more seen as the whole, right? We are experiencing everything all at once. So we are experiencing all of this all at once. Jurisdictional issues, as you saw. For example, if you are in a public law 280 state, the state has jurisdiction over certain crimes, specifically over crimes that affect women and children, and they're often unfunded, which means that there's no policing on a reservation. So it does contribute to those higher crime rates that you see. There are access to justice issues, full faith and credit, and protective orders. So there was a story from a long time ago, you guys probably remember this, but even police officers, tribal police officers experience this. So if you have a checkerboard reservation, for example, which just means that your land is sort of separate. So you've got parcel A over here, parcel B over here, and then there's state law in between. If a tribal police officer needed to go from parcel A to parcel B, there was a chance that they would be arrested on the state land for impersonating a police officer. So it shows kind of the systemic failure of everything coming together. Full faith and credit is another issue. Protective order specifically, if you get a tribal protection order of protection, there is a high possibility that if you leave your reservation, it won't be enforced. Now, that is clearly in violation of the U.S. Constitution, but you know that a state police officer is not likely to, A, either take it seriously, or B, enter it into NCIC, which is the federal database that sort of regulates all of these issues, which leads to other issues such as your abuser being able to purchase a firearm. So it sort of just trickles itself way down. Ineffective law enforcement responses, we already discussed that a little bit. Lack of resources, again. So we launched a Native helpline. That was one of the things that our organization did. And we are currently in the process of building up a database of Native resources. In the states of Kansas, Nebraska, and Oklahoma, which have a high percentage of Native people, there are only 9 shelters. So just illustrates the issue of, A, there aren't very many places to go, and B, even if I did want to go, I'm going to have to leave my tribe. I have to leave my land, which carries certain ramifications with it. There is an invisibility. We talk about marginalization constantly in this room, in this world. Natives feel invisible, and I think there's a difference there. And I never kind of ascribe to the word marginalization for myself because I just don't feel that it is as severe as it needs to be. Objectification, so the sexualization of Native women, Native mascots. This is a racial slur, redskin. Cultural appropriation, so wearing a headdress at Coachella, for example, not okay. Sexualization of Native women. Everyone in this room has seen the movie Pocahontas? Yes, yes. She was arguably the first documented human trafficking victim in this country, and she was a child. And we glorify it. And we retell it in this way that makes it romantic, right? That she had this love, and that wasn't the case. Extreme poverty, so there's a huge housing crisis in Indian country right now, but the poverty issue is also insurmountable. Mental health is a huge problem, and so is substance abuse and alcoholism. And I'm always hesitant to talk about that last issue because I think it stigmatizes our communities just a little bit. But if you see it through the lens of historical trauma and not having access to resources, it becomes very clear why people develop these coping mechanisms. So briefly, I just wanted to discuss our work a little bit. So we are still here. I think this is just a statement. Sandy used it yesterday as well. There is this thought that we're an antiquated people, right? That we don't really exist anymore, that we're just sort of belong in a museum or we're from the past. And so this is something that you'll hear Native people say a lot, that we're still here. One of the key things that I think my organization did, and I was not a part of this work, I was through a clinic, but not through my organization. So the Violence Against Women Act, it was reauthorized in 2013. It restored inherent criminal jurisdiction over non-Native offenders. So if you think about that statistic, right, that 96% of non-Natives are committing the violence on reservations, tribes, via this case, Oliphant, didn't have criminal jurisdiction to prosecute them. So that meant that unless the federal government was going to do it, which they don't, or the state was going to do it, which they also do not, nobody was going to get justice. So huge, huge access to justice issue. And then it becomes part of this narrative that you can kind of do whatever you want on tribal land, which has sort of always been the narrative. You've always been able to do what you want on tribal land. The fix was just a partial fix. It didn't grant the jurisdiction back entirely. It was very limited in its scope. It also had this very big assimilation requirement in it that tribal courts adhere to due process and Sixth Amendment rights of non-Native defendants. And tribes do not have the capacity to do this. So there's only 13 enacting tribes right now. And again, it still is resulting in prosecution rates being super low for these crimes. For example, for rape for the federal government, under the Major Crimes Act, they have jurisdiction to prosecute. They decline those cases 75% of the time. So that means that only 1 out of 4 Native women who are sexually assaulted make it to court. That doesn't mean that they are successful. That doesn't mean that they get justice. That doesn't mean that they aren't re-traumatized throughout the entire process. It just means that they get their day in court. And this is a basic right in this country, to be able to stand before a judge, to be able to seek justice. And these are things that we don't have access to. So we also submit amicus briefs in Supreme Court cases. I put this here not to talk about the Supreme Court cases themselves, but just to show these are recent cases, and they all deal with violence against women. So it's not as if this is an issue that's coming up once in a while to the Supreme Court. This is something that's coming up like very recently in the past 3 years. Some people might be wondering why Standing Rock is up there. And I'm sure most people know about the Dakota Access Pipeline. So there's a strong tie between the extractive industry as sort of a rape of land and the rape of women. It seems sort of attenuated, but it's not. And I'll read a little bit from the brief. So the unconsidered risks that would result from the Army Corps granting the easement without adequately considering the public interest implications of the proposed pipeline. Specifically, the Army Corps was required through a federal trust relationship to consider the increased levels of violence that Native women and children experience in the Bakken region and what they would face if the pipeline was permitted. So during the pipeline's operation and it being built, and this is true really in any community that a pipeline goes into for Native women, there is a spike in sexual assault and domestic violence. We know this because it's a transient, cash-rich workforce that doesn't have a tie to the land like we do. And there's not a lot of people around. Everyone, I'm sure, has heard of man camps. It's just what happens, or it seems to be just what happens. This is part of the narrative, that it's just sort of what happens. So we did file an amicus brief in this case, specifically tying it to the issue. The sexual assault rates went up incredibly, but the domestic violence rates went up as well. The other part of it is that because they're cash-rich, the substance abuse rates tend to go up. And with substance abuse, again, IPV and sexual assaults also sort of go exponentially up. Another piece that we do is educational advocacy of members of Congress. This takes a lot of time and a lot of patience. To talk to somebody about sovereignty who A, doesn't understand it, and B, just, I don't want to say doesn't care, but it sort of flies in the face of their own existence, right? It's hard to do. One thing that we were really successful on was missing and murdered Native women. So on some reservations, the homicide rate is 10 times the national average. Those statistics are old, so we expect for them to be actually much higher. But we were able to get a Senate resolution passed bipartisanly, which was a huge success, to honor missing and murdered Native women and girls. We are constantly addressing the level of resource gap. VAWA 2018 is coming up for reauthorization. I certainly think that people from the human rights space need to be at that table talking about this issue. This is really the only place where we see that there have been some improvements in terms of intersectionality and sort of the acceptance of that. Obviously, we educate on root causes. That doesn't always go so well. The jurisdiction issues, the narrative, changing the narrative, that's a huge part of our work. And then talking about law enforcement. I'm not going to get into this too much, but we do a little bit of international advocacy, primarily with the Indian Law Resource Center. So the UN Commission for the Status of Women, we partnered with them and a few others. And our chairwoman actually spoke at an event. And same thing with the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Women. They did a little advocacy before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. They filed an amicus case in the Lenhand suit. And then again, just kind of to remind or close up, the framework in our approach to our work is sovereignty, self-determination, capacity, and root cause analysis. And all of these things really align very well with the human rights framework. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline, for sharing the important work that you're doing. The final speaker of this panel will be Carrie J. Malloy. He is a lecturer in the Department of Native American Studies at Humboldt State University. Throughout his teaching and research, he interweaves comparative genocide analysis. He is currently engaged in the development of the Northwest Genocide Project, a digital archive which documents the acts of genocide and mass killing in northwestern California.
Ayakui waklau skianakoi. Hello, and thank you for sharing this day with me. I want to step back to yesterday. I want to take a moment to correct something that was said. When the president of Kean University stood here, he referred to this as the lost Lenape land. He was following the settler colonial system of using a word that infers that the indigenous people were incapable of managing, incapable of caring for, and incapable of maintaining the land that the Creator gave them. That is the institutions we work for. That is the institutions that we are a part of. We are each involved in the settler colonial mechanism. And we've used these words to continually reinforce the terminal narrative that we, Indian people, were going to die anyways. I recognize that this is Lenape land. These are my cousins to the east. And as we do on our campus, we start every convocation, commencement, and university event by recognizing that we are on the ancestral land of the Wiyot people. The Wiyot people were placed at the center of the world on Daluat, in the middle of Humboldt Bay. This is where they come from. This is their place of worship. This is the place where they were almost exterminated. Daluat is a 275-acre island in Humboldt Bay in California. It is home to the center of the Wiyot world, Taluat, the place where the Creator placed them. On February 26, 1860, in the middle of the night, local ranchers, businessmen, and citizens of the city of Eureka made their way across the mile-and-a-half channel with axes and guns and slaughtered men, women, children, and elders. The Wiyot had gathered at Taluat as they had done every year for their world renewal ceremony. Because those of us who come from Northern California, the Wiyot, my people, the Yurok, the Karuk, the Hupa, and the Taluat, we are world renewal people. We have been given a charge by our Creator to maintain this planet for everyone, to keep it in balance. We dance, we sing, we pray, not for ourselves, but for every living being on this planet, as we have done since time immemorial. That is our charge. And as the Wiyot prayed for themselves and the men who would bring them to their own destruction, they were thinking about them. They were thinking about the positiveness, the good that could come from white-Indian relations. And as the Wiyot men left the island that night to gather new supplies so that they could complete their dance, a 10-day dance dedicated to all humanity, the people they were praying for slaughtered the future generations. This was not the only attack on that night. This was a coordinated effort to wipe the Wiyot out. The Wiyot were accused of taking cattle and supplying arms to Indians in the hills who the ranchers were having issues with. This was coordinated. This was intentional. This was not a random act of violence. This is the history of California. This is the history of the United States. Because there is not one place on this continent, one place in this country, this city, that an Indian person can go and not see a remembrance of genocide. We have to step away from the Western view as time being linear and realize that for Indigenous people, it is holistic. The past, the present, the future are one. The sufferings of our ancestors are our sufferings. We live with that. The average life expectancy for an American Indian male in the United States is 48 years. The average life expectancy for a Native American woman is 52. We have the highest rates of diabetes, cancer, HIV, suicide, and domestic violence. We have survived. The victims were found that morning with hatchet marks in their skulls. There was a young baby found clutching his mother's breast. He survived. And his descendants will play a role here momentarily. And the bodies of those who were killed that night were taken across the bay for burial. Some were interned in a mass grave on the island. The center of the world had now become a cemetery. Cheryl Seidner, the former chair of the Wiyot tribe, and Wiyot elder, is a descendant of that baby. She has worked tirelessly for over 50 years to regain the island. Because the night before the massacre, Robert Gunther purchased the island for a mere $12. And he would soon turn it into a ranch in which he used the remains of those who had been interred as fertilizer to grow his crops and produce the grass that was needed for the cows. Because everything we eat from the land that is North America is the product of genocide. Somebody died so that that land could be used for what it is today. But as Indian people, we are told to always think the best. The rules for our ceremonies are very strict. You must be able to sit next to the person you despise the most, that you wish the greatest harm with, and think nothing but good and positive thoughts about them. We must find a way to heal. We must find a way to move forward. And in 1992, 3 sisters, Cheryl Seidner, Leona Wilkinson, and Marion Seidner, all descendants of that baby, began an annual vigil. They would come together across from the island because they were forbidden from entering it, since it was private property held by the city of Eureka, who would not issue them a permit to return to the center of their world. And they invited the community, Indian, non-Indian, to come together and help them mourn those victims, help them try to begin the healing process, to move forward, and to remember that the World Renewal Ceremony had not been completed. They continued this until 2014, when a very remarkable thing happened. And we'll cover that shortly. Leona Wilkinson, in her entire life, was never able to set foot on Indian Island, Dalawat, because she was forbidden. It was held by other people. She could work to regain it. She could teach her children about it, but she could never set foot in her home. At the end of each vigil, the local tour boat would gather those Wiyats who had come and would take them across the channel and get as close to the island as it could. It would turn its engines off, and it would allow them to pray and and set a wreath in the water so that they could mourn those who had died. They began an effort in which to regain the island. It had been broken up into small parcels, and they began to raise funds so that they could purchase it back. They could purchase back what had been stolen from them, what had been taken with a price of blood. They raised the money, and in 2000, they were able to purchase 1.5 acres of the island back. They were able to purchase the 1.5 acres on which the center of their world rested. They were able, for the first time, to claim that they had returned to the center of the world, yet they still were not able to return. 4 years later, the city of Eureka, whose city council had been members of the community who had begun attending those vigils in 1992, realized that they did actually own 40 acres of the island, and in a remarkable and what I believe is an unprecedented act, returned that 40 acres to the Wiyot tribe with no condition. The Wiyots had part of their island back. The remaining 235 acres remains in city hands and in private ownership. But they could not return yet, because during the time in which they had not been allowed to return, a shipyard had been built over the center of their world and had become a contamination site. Batteries, ship oil, rusted plates, all that needed to be removed and soil cleaned before they could return. For the next 10 years, they worked with the state of California, the Environmental Protection Agency, the California Water Resource Board, the Coastal Commission, so that they could return to their island. And as they cleaned and as they prepared, they were able to begin to return to their traditional way. They reinstated the flower dance, the celebration of the first menstruation of a young woman when she joins the community as a leader, as part of their future. And in 2014, they completed their ceremony. For the first time in over 150 years, redwood dugout canoes returned to Humboldt Bay as the Wiyot made their way back to the island so that they could finalize the last 3 days of that ceremony that was interrupted in 1860. This was not lost on our city leaders. Mayor Frank Yeager decided that it was time to apologize. He took the unprecedented step in drafting an apology letter to the Wiyot tribe for the role the citizens of Eureka played in the near extinction of the people. This letter was leaked to the local press, and it became the topic of conversation, and it also became a topic of controversy. And as it went through the next 4 days before the city council meeting, changes were made, questions were asked. And at that meeting that night, one of our city council members asked our city attorney, "What liability will we have if we apologize for this action?" And she said, "People will sue over anything." So that letter, which started off as an apology, was changed to a letter of support, in which the city of Eureka says that they will support the Wiyot tribe. The Wiyot have asked that the city of Eureka transfer back the remaining 80 acres of the island that is in their possession. That request has gone 3 years with no answer. We heard yesterday that transitional justice is not a top-down process. It has to start at the grassroots. It has to start with you and with me, and the acknowledgement of where we are. The acknowledgement that every single one of us is a beneficiary of genocide because of where we live. Our homes are built on the land of the indigenous people who were there before us. We are here because somebody died. We exist here because one group of people felt that they were better than another and tried to exterminate them. So when we talk about transitional justice, when we talk about getting at that healing process, it has to start at the local level. And what we have found in our community is that it has started with the indigenous people, as we have come together to begin to heal, to talk about what happened. Not to blame, but to talk about it, to acknowledge it, to have that conversation that we don't want to have, that none of us want to have. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about Confederate statues, but we didn't have a discussion about the removal of Abraham Lincoln from the Washington Mall, who ordered the largest mass execution in the United States when he had the Dakota 38 hung. We didn't talk about why Andrew Jackson's portrait hangs in the Oval Office, who was responsible for the removal of Indian people. We didn't talk about George Washington being known as the village burner for his actions against the Iroquois, the Haudenosaunee, because that would require us to face a very hard fact that we are a settler colonial state. And we have not come to terms with our past. So the only way we can deal with it, the only way we as a country have found to deal with this, is to impose the terminal narrative. Indian people were going to die anyways. Waklau, thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. Great, so we have about half an hour for questions, so I'd like to open up the floor to see if anyone has questions, and hopefully we can have a discussion. Yeah, Jim Berry. It's okay, just take the mic.
Do you think that sometime in the future, reservation law can be more federally entwined, you know?
Well, so, okay, this is a hard question to answer because there's a lot of, so tribes as sovereign nations, right, have their own, as exercise of their sovereignty, can create their own constitutions. I shouldn't say can, it's an exercise of sovereignty. They should create their own constitutions. As part of that, they create their own criminal codes, their own housing codes, their own, so basically the whole, what you would consider to be jurisprudence and legislative, a tribe can do that as an exercise of their sovereignty. Where the federal government plays in, and this is an intensely complicated question that you asked. So where the federal government comes in, I shouldn't say comes in, just charges on through, is that web, right? The framework that sort of existed before they decided to re-recognize us, which I hate that term as well. So the federal government's law is already present for us. And in a lot of ways, it causes and continues to cause damage in our communities. And it's very detrimental to us as a people, A, in how we have to navigate it, B, whether or not it's even enforced. It's like having a law in place to protect you, and the government says, I'm going to put this law in place to help you. You're not going to be able to make a law, and you're not going to be able to enact your concepts of restorative justice or indigenous justice, et cetera, because we don't, that's not valid to us. So we're going to give you a law, but we're going to do nothing with it. So basically just, in the case that it harms you, it's there. But whether or not, and specifically with gender-based violence, whether or not they're actually utilizing it, whether or not they're actually making good on it in terms of on an individual level is a whole nother question. And then in terms of the government organization, I mean, maybe you can add to this. This is a...
It's a complicated question.
Yeah.
It comes down to a couple of things. One, you'd have to understand the Marshall Trilogy, which are 3 cases decided by the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall. So look up the Marshall Trilogy. It's on Wikipedia. The next thing you have to understand is Congress has something called plenary power. It is absolute power. That means that while today I am a Yurok, I am recognized by the United States government as a citizen of the Yurok. Tomorrow morning I could wake up and not be, because somebody in Congress had this brilliant idea that tribes weren't necessary, and this is what the era of termination was about. My grandmother was born in 1921. She was not a U.S. citizen when she was born because Indians weren't citizens. 1924, she didn't ask to be a U.S. citizen. Congress just said, we're going to make you citizens, and did it. Nobody asked us. During the era of termination, what happened was Congress said, you guys need to assimilate. You need to become part of the dominant society. Therefore, we are going to terminate your status as governments. And you became something called a non-Indian Indian, if you can figure that one out. And then you go into things like the Indian Civil Rights Act, which has nothing to do with the Civil Rights Act that most people think about. Congress passed this to protect tribal citizens from their own tribal governments, but then said federal courts have no jurisdiction in this, and gave the jurisdiction to enforce the Indian Civil Rights Act to tribal courts, who can and sometimes are the tribal councils who pass the laws that you're trying to fight against. So could it be intertwined? It is intertwined. It is so intertwined that there are specialized courses and programs in federal Indian law, and it's sort of, as I tell my students, because I teach one of these courses, as I tell my students, it's sort of like Charlie Brown and Lucy. You think you understand what the court said, and then as you go to say, yes, I got it, they pull it away from you and you fall flat on your butt, because that's not actually what they said. So as to where some of these opinions sound, oh, the Indians finally got it. No, we didn't. I mean, I'm only Yurok, not because that's where my mother thought I should go, because we could have gone to Yurok or Karuk tribe. I'm only Yurok because the United States Congress in 1985 said, by a congressional act, all of you who are over here, who aren't part of these groups, we are now declaring this is what you are. The only way I can go from being Yurok to being Karuk, which is where a majority of my family is by having Congress pass another law. That's the only way I can do it. So the federal government and tribes we're strange, we're weird, and we're very complex. And it's a very tough question to answer, and I hope I haven't confused you more.
And just to add to that, so the federal government has a relationship with tribes that it's called the federal trust relationship. It's a misnomer. Trust means that you keep your promises, right? Trust means that you take care of, and I can't think of a treaty that has been honored. Maybe if none. So that's another part of it. To close it up, I suppose, they are intertwined very messily, and hopefully we can unintertwine them and through sovereignty, and through the strengthening of tribal sovereignty, and that's sort of always the goal of everybody that works in our field.
I want to just ask a question piggybacking on this, it feels to me sometimes like sovereignty is recognized by the U.S. government when it's convenient and politically expedient for them, and then ignored when it's politically expedient. And one case where it seems like this happens a lot is with violence against women. That when violence happens against women and when women seek redress for this, often sovereignty is the excuse that's used for not pursuing the sort of justice that they're requesting, right? So do you have ideas of how should, in an ideal world, how is sovereignty structured, especially when, given that in the case of Native peoples, they're citizens to two nations?
I mean, so we always advocate, just sort of from a policy top-down approach, for the full restoration of tribal sovereignty, period. We have systems that don't, yes, sure, they don't look like American westernized legal systems, but they work for us, and they always have worked for us. Violence isn't our tradition at all. And in fact, women are often considered sacred, so are men. Our roles are special, they are unique, they're tethered to the earth, they have a specific purpose. So it's very hard, I suppose, when the Western world comes in, A, creates the violence, then B, asks you to address it in a way that isn't indigenous, right? So I mean, I would always say just restore full tribal sovereignty. That would be my response to it. And maybe that's too, I don't know, ideological, but yes, that would be my response. And then not only that, give them the capacity to do it. So for if you think about how federal Indian law policy has devastated tribes economically, culturally, socioeconomically, et cetera, they don't, we need, I mean, it's one thing to say, here's your sovereignty. It's another thing to say, fully enact it. It's a weird transition process, and I don't know if the tribes want to engage in it. I'm not sure.
I always have a problem with questions like this, and it goes back to how we tend to talk about tribes. When we talk about sovereignty, we use Western concepts of sovereignty, of how sovereignty comes about. If you go to a tribe and you say, well, were you ever sovereign? They're going to look at you and go, well, of course we were. We've always been sovereign. The problem isn't that we don't have sovereignty. The problem is that our sovereignty has been limited by outside sources. And when tribes decide that they're going to exercise that sovereignty, that's when the United States steps in and goes, we don't really know if you're capable of doing that. We don't know if you're, I mean, the relationship between the United States and the government was characterized by Chief Justice John Marshall as a ward to a guardian, a child to a parent. So we saw the timeline of federal Indian policy up here. If you want to know how we're looked at, we're not yet at our majority. The United States still treats us as if we are a minor, that we are under the age of 18. If you want to look at it in terms of childhood, we're probably, and I'm going to be a little generous here, I'm going to say we're about 11-year-old. I mean, if you want to think, I think that's about where the United States thinks we're. It's like, well, you can stay in the room when the adults are talking, but you're not going to really understand what they're going to say. And that is how, you know, I've worked for tribes for over 16 years. And I've been to Congress. I've seen how congressional aides, congressmen and senators talk to tribal leaders. And they do not talk to them as equals. They talk down to them, and it's really fun to sit in a room with a senator trying to explain tribal sovereignty. The senator is explaining sovereignty to the tribe. That is the conversation that we have to shift. And we have to get out of this mentality of keep saying, well, former Associate Justice Scalia, in one of the oral arguments, and the case is slipping in my mind, said, well, we gave them sovereignty so we can take it away. That's the mentality of the United States Supreme Court currently. So, you know, I'm not a fan of anything going to Supreme Court. I get very nervous when something goes to the Supreme Court. So it's a complex situation.
Thanks. Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So she was saying that federal recognition is a process by which you need permission, and it's laborious. It's actually trauma is what it is. I mean, and that would probably be my best way of explaining it. To have to define your existence, A, to your abuser, and then B, by the terms of your abuser. That's trauma. In a very real sense, that's what trauma looks like. And so that's why I think when we talk about colonization and these effects, and we talk about them as being very long ago, they're really not. It's every day. Every day that a tribe has to go through that process, they are experiencing colonization all over again.
That question of recognition is one that's dealt with really specifically by Audra Simpson in this book. She is part of and studies a tribe that spans the border between the U.S. and Canada, and focuses specifically on a group within the tribe that refuses to accept the language of recognition because they don't need to be recognized by anyone. And especially it happens when they're crossing the border, they refuse to use a U.S. or Canadian passport and only will cross with their tribal passport. And oftentimes it leads to them facing a lot of harassment on the border and potentially not being able to cross, but it's their political statement because they refuse to accept the idea of recognition because it recognizes that the settler colonial project is complete. Yeah.
Thanks. I have two really quick questions about the offensive nicknames that came up in Caroline's presentation. One is more personal and the other is legal. The first is I had a camp counselor when I was younger who was an alumnus of Florida State, the nickname is the Seminoles. And it came up, I was challenging him on the ethics of that nickname. And he defended it by saying, the Seminole Nation doesn't oppose it. They're fine with it. And you see that a lot in relation to conversations about the Washington football team. People on social media will comment, I know tons of Native people and none of them seem to have a problem with it. In a conversation like that or a situation like that, if I'm ever find myself in a conversation like that, how do you suggest I would approach that situation? And the second question is recently, last week I saw that the Supreme Court unanimously decided that a federal trademark ban on offensive names is unconstitutional as it violates free speech. And a lot of sports analysts were saying that this is a huge move in favor of eventually having the Washington football team name be permanent, which I can't really imagine. And so I wonder if there are grassroots indigenous groups working on this issue, advocating on this issue, and then sort of very recently, what has been the response to the Supreme Court ruling and sort of what is the outlook in terms of the future of this issue? So I live in DC, so I often have to educate people on the term redskin. Very plainly, it defines a young Indian boy's scalp. So the federal government itself would scalp Indian children, the settlers would scalp, the federal government would pay them for the scalps. So it's just a name that's, it's not even just offensive, it's a complete inversion of what it actually is. The Washington Post put out a study that said that we surveyed 338 Native American people, and they were all totally cool with it. It's like, that's less tribes than there are in the United States. And I don't know, part of me wants to say a little bit of that is being a traumatized person over time. You sort of accept or are more willing to, I don't know. I personally find the term horribly offensive. And I think most educated people do. And so I think you could start there with your friends. I know I've had that conversation and it's actually very hard. I'm offended when I have to go to dinner with somebody in a Redskins t-shirt or
I don't like it. I'm like, name another ethnicity that's a mascot. The Fighting Irish, maybe, right? That's it. I mean, and then to kind of say, oh, we're just honoring your bravery and your fierceness. And no, that's not true. You committed genocide. I mean, think about it in terms of what it would look like for Germany to do this and their genocide. And if they had a team named for a racial slur for a Jewish individual, be like, we're just honoring your valiant. I mean, do you see? It's actually very bad. I mean, I don't really know how else I can word it without being like borderline offensive myself. I'm trying to avoid that. Okay, and I'm hesitant to even say what the Supreme Court cases you're asking about. So the Slants was the team name, correct? Yeah, the band, sorry. And it was them sort of taking this term back for themselves, saying like it's not a bad thing to have eyes that are, that are however they look. So like every Native organization, for the most part, has issued a statement on this. NCAI changed the mascot. Most universities have. Yeah, I think it was a bad outcome for that case, but.
And I think you're getting at something deeper without realizing it. We have to accept a fact that we don't acknowledge in this country, is that we still see Native people as being owned, that they're a resource. All federal Indian policy is the purview of the Department of the Interior. What does the Department of Interior manage? Horses, fish, trees, minerals, Indians. So what we are doing is saying that Indigenous people in this country are a resource. We're owned. So it's okay to, think about how we talk about the things we own. We don't always talk about them in glowing terms. So when we have these trademarks, when we use these words, we're reinforcing that concept of ownership. And we don't do that to any other group of people in this country. We really, I'm struggling here thinking of a team name or a mascot that represents any other ethnic or racial group, because we would have a fit. And as I tell my students when we talk about this subject, because it comes up in class, is remember that redskin comes from the bodies that were left skinless in the forest. That's what you're calling me. And if you want to honor me, give me back my land. I'll take it. It's okay.
Jocelyn, and then Dennis.
Thank you. So, and we also have to remember that the Bureau of Indian Affairs started out in the War Department. There's another factoid for genocide. I really want to thank you, all of you, as panelists, especially for sharing, your own personal trauma and grief. And, it's really such a privilege to be able to listen to you and to understand at a deeper level. And I just want to thank you first for that. And second, as already an ambivalent human rights advocate and teacher, I find all human rights advocacy very difficult. The hardest human rights advocacy that I ever engage with, and it's not to say that I don't, because I think just because it's hard doesn't mean I shouldn't, is Indigenous rights. And thinking about Indigenous rights in the international human rights framework, and then thinking about it also in the broader international law framework, because Indians in the US have treaties that are still supposed to be valid treaties that the US is constantly violating. And so I want to know from your perspectives how to engage with students from a US legal perspective, with US legal training. They're coming out of a training that begins with the assumptions of the doctrine of discovery in their property classes. They're coming to me because they're open to hearing about international law and international human rights. And I want to hear from you how I should be addressing these issues of international human rights, because the question of sovereignty is also kind of difficult in the international human rights framework, and mostly because the state is at the center of human rights, which is very problematic from an Indigenous rights perspective and an Indigenous perspective. So I want to hear from you guys what I should be doing when I'm approaching these issues from international human rights perspective.
Well,
We've been talking a lot, as per usual.
I'll say first that, there's actually a really fascinating article by a Canadian scholar, Peter Kuchilski, a settler Canadian scholar. Aboriginal rights are not human rights, right? And that Aboriginal rights, and he's referring to particularly the Canadian settler context, are, as we saw, sovereignty is inherent, right? And it's not, it's not something to be the grants that is granted from the state. So the rights tradition that pertains to Indigenous peoples is something that's inherent and does not derive from the state. And in that sense, it even if international Indigenous rights discourse is part of the broader domain of international human rights law, I mean, that's where it's situated in terms of global governance. There is a distinction, I guess, that Indigenous rights or Aboriginal rights in the Canadian context is not the same as human rights, and this really gets to that deep conundrum of human rights that on the one hand it's supposed to be inherent, something that protects individuals from the state, but yet really human rights only exist by virtue of the state. The state is supposed to be the guarantor of human rights. So I think so there's like a real ontological dimension there that ontologically Indigenous rights are it's very specific. These are special rights that, and I think this is kind of why there is maybe from a settler perspective, the settler anxieties that get aroused from Indigenous rights discourse, because they are special rights and they're not, by definition, they're not supposed to be universally applicable. And I think that, so just maintaining those distinctions that, that even if this is part of the international human rights language, it is ontologically different. It exists on a different level, and it's something that is rooted in inherent sovereignty.
You could also start, and I think the best way, if you're going to talk about human rights, international law, wrapping around with Indigenous rights, is we have to first deal with terra nullius, the concept that all of these lands that were supposedly discovered by the Europeans were vacant. So I start with, when we teach international Indigenous law at the university, we start with the Mabo case out of Australia and the Torres Islanders, where it was determined that, terra nullius was bogus. There were people here that they have lost. We have to begin that conversation first, because when you're dealing with students who are coming out of the United States educational system primarily, they walk into the classroom on the first day and they have the concept that Indian people talk to trees, we talk to animals, we're somehow spiritually connected to everything. That's the first thing we have to get by, and then begin to let them understand that we are, and always have been, more complex than that. I teach introductory courses primarily to freshmen in the fall, and I never wanted to watch the Twilight series. That was never on my viewing list or reading list. I have actually had to go and watch the movies and read the books so I can understand what misconceptions my students are walking into the room with. Back to Pocahontas, I really hate that movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I sitting there and they're going, oh, but this is it. I'm like, you look at these students and you're going, that's where their information is coming from. And when you begin to peel this apart, you're going to inflict trauma on them. You're calling into question everything that they thought they knew. And it is a shocker to them when they realize that, especially in California, when I talk to them about driving from Northern California to Southern California, one of their I'm a cruel instructor, they have an assignment over spring break, I know. I give them a map to take with them, And as they drive down either Highway 101 or I-5, I ask them to mark how many tribal areas they're going through, because we have markers that say entering reservations and over. They come back and they're like, there's a lot of tribes in California. I'm like, yeah, we've been studying it for the last 6 weeks. How did you not get this? They're not trained to think like this. So when you get into the international perspective, we have to really get them to begin to question everything they learned about the age of discovery. Because it wasn't an age of discovery. It was an age of lost people wandering around, running into things. And once we get to that point, then we can begin building on it.
I think another, just really quickly to add, so all of that, yes, certainly. I think another thing is make it modern. There are plenty of human rights injustices to pull from, like now. I mean, so Indian Health Services sterilized some 4,000 Native women in the 70s, forced sterilization, some under the age of 21, so who lacked consent, and most of them without consent, went in for other routine procedures and came out with an inability to have children. I mean, the epidemic of violence itself just sort of, it illustrates the failure of our systems to address a problem that our system and our mindset created. Not mine, but like settler colonialism. And I even through those high statistics rates, I think there's something there that says that this is so pervasive. And yes, it might be individuals who are perpetuating the violence, but it's the state's failure to respond, to uphold trust relationships, and to do the things that they should be doing as a state that's entrusted with upholding somebody's basic human rights, or their fundamental rights in the United States even. So I think, too, just to make it more relevant to them, I think we look at it as so antiquated, and it's not. It's happening now.
We're almost out of time. There are 2 more questions that I promised. So let's get both of those questions, then get quick final responses, and then we're going to have to end. So Dennis and then Henry.
So yes, I do have actually a couple of questions, but I know we're running out of time. Let me just get to these. So Jeff, I just wanted to ask a little bit more about this intent to destroy Article 2 in the Genocide Convention and your I think, astute observation about intentionalism as a form of denialism. So my understanding is that it comes out of a whole criminal justice framework, and that therefore it involves accountability. So how do therefore structural, I think this is your term, dynamics, deal with the question of accountability? Because I agree with you that it's about the outcome and not the what led to it or the intention of it. So that's one question I have, is about that, how accountability fits into that idea. And the other question I have is, I guess the question is this: short of restoring full sovereignty, which I understand is the objective here, it's not about to happen. What are other measures that are available to Indigenous to achieve something closer to what the indigenous peoples enjoy? Is there something in the meantime or on the way to, short of, the very popular Enlightenment phrase, nations cannot tolerate nations within a nation, right? Where are we on that spectrum would be my other question.
And just really quickly, a final question from Henry, and then everyone can respond.
Thank you. I'll try to be very quick. First, I want to second the praise for your panel, and I'll keep it at that. It was an amazing set of insights and sort of thoughtful reflections that I think really advanced the conference in tremendous ways. So thank you for that. I guess I'm going to spin things in the other direction and especially follow up some of the things that Kerry has said, but also each of you has sort of presented, that we're dealing with fundamental shifts in how we think about I would almost say human identity. You're raising questions about the way that the legal system of the U.S. not only doesn't fit Native Americans, but also in some sense is a structure of oppression for them. And I want to even push that a little bit further and ask your comments. The very concept of right, although it has a history that goes back a couple thousand years in sort of Western culture and politics, is tremendously deeply tied to the concept of exclusive property ownership. And when we think about human rights, that's even something that people are supposed to own as individuals. It's a very individual concept. It doesn't, group rights are a very contested concept. And then even things like what it means to be land, you talked about land custodians versus land owners, and the difference in concepts of even what land is and how we inhabit it. And I wonder if you could, each of you, comment on how radical a rethinking do we need to do of these kinds of issues to really begin to open the space for, I don't want to say a re-indigenation of the Americas and other parts of the world. And also just as a sort of connected question, and again, Kerry mentioned, Abraham Lincoln and George Washington and so forth. And how deeply this, when we talk about settler colonialism and certain other kinds of cases versus other cases of genocide, I hate to say it this way, but in one sense, the Holocaust was easy for Germany because people were able to construe what happened as an aberration against some other kind of German identity that existed. Nazism was not a core German identity. The problem in the United States is Native American genocide is deeply part of U.S. majority identity. Concepts of land, whose land it is, who's here, who counts, and all that kind of stuff. And I wonder if you can comment on how do we start to get those issues to the front? How do we start really challenging at that level, if it's possible at all?
So some really simple questions to end, so just try to keep your responses as limited as possible.
Please go by all means.
All right, so real quick, in terms of intent and accountability, we have to be very careful. I mean, because first of all, structures can't be responsible, right? Humans, or at least I should say agents, and because not all agents are humans necessarily, but agents are responsible. So that, that's getting at the co-constitution of structure and agency. It's always about agency embedded within structures and how structures are created and constituted by agents. In terms of legal doctrine, right, so the idea of special intent, for the lawyers in the room, probably familiar with it's a Romano-Germanic legal doctrine of dolus specialis. That's the idea of special intent, a very sort of narrow construal. Alternatively, there is a common law doctrine or principle of dolus eventualis, which is what I refer to as the knowledge-based approach. And so these are two different ideas of intentionality. The former, dolus specialis, the narrow interpretation, has a very, I think, unrealistic idea of intent. And you can kind of see this debate as it played out for those familiar with Holocaust historiography of the intentionalist versus the functionalist. The idea of a very narrow sort of construal, that Hitler sort of preconceived the Holocaust in the 1920s and then, underwent, a series of steps to kind of implement that policy. Whereas the more broader sort of knowledge-based construal of dolus eventualis, intent sort of evolves as a matter of outcomes, right? There's not this real kind of external preconceived idea of intent. So yeah, I mean, and there's a common law tradition of dealing with this, really, of dealing with outcome rather than intent. I will say a couple of things really quick. What can we do in the meantime? I mean, it really is the crucial factor in terms of this is material reparations in terms of land. Like that, really, anything short of that is not only insufficient, but can actually sort of reinscribe, reproduce the colonial relations of dispossession. How that plays out is we need more discussions. I think public lands are a good place to start. And finally, really quickly about, it's a very kind of interesting point about the language of rights is problematic, right? As it is tied to this deeply kind of, the genealogy of rights is rooted in ownership. It's a good point. And, this reminds us of when the Universal Declaration was being written and UNESCO was, trying to get sort of a global response, and they were, talking to philosophers. Gandhi was very suspicious of the language of rights and, preferred to speak in terms of obligation. So, yeah, I mean, I think even maybe the language of kind of framing indigenous rights in terms of rights might be limiting, in fact, and it's a problem that indigenous rights have to be articulated in the language of colonizers. It's already sort of limiting the scope of possibility. And I think that's really what the kind of decolonizing approach is about. It does kind of, in addition to land, it's also about language. And we kind of have to break out of these language structures.
So, and I could be wrong. Our concept of land ownership is not an indigenous concept at all. We don't view it that way, which is kind of unfortunate because in terms of reparations, that's usually what would be fashioned as an adequate response. And I say adequate, it will never be adequate. It just won't. But it's hard. It's also kind of hard to get around the fact that we as indigenous peoples didn't own land. Like that wasn't something that we did. My people were from Mackinac in Michigan, and we viewed it as the center of our world. Similarly, it was a very sacred connection. My family is Makwa, which is Bear Clan, and I've been reading a lot lately because, of course, because my grandfather was in Indian boarding school, our culture was just it's completely gone. Our language is dead. It's gone. And really all I know are about the 7 grandfather teachings, the Anishinaabe teachings. But I've been reading about my clan and specifically about medicine and what our role was. And it's giving me a new perspective on how we treat the earth and our relationship with it. I don't mean treating it like environmentally, certainly that's there as well, but our relationship to it. Just if you took something from it, you put something back. Or if you needed something from it, you thanked it as if it was a being. I would never seek to own. I mean, I say this as a person who owns a house, but I mean, I guess it would be hard too for us as modern indigenous people to go back to that concept as well, and I certainly don't want to sort of subvert that issue either, but it's just it's hard to even conceptualize it from that framework because that's not how we view things. But then what would be good in the interim? I mean, we are already in the interim. And I think as an advocate, we will never accept or be content with anything less than what we want 100%. So I don't know that anything in between is going to be enough. But I don't know either because so much was lost from our traditional understanding, and I don't know, there has to be a way back to that, and I think we're all finding our way back to that. So I think in the interim, that's something as indigenous people that we are actively doing, is finding our way back to our traditional knowledge.
I'll try to answer these. These are good questions. So sovereignty. What could we get close to? And this may come out wrong, so please just hear me through this, is why is it always the majority that asks the minority what they'll settle for? Why is it that we have to find something we would be happy with rather than what we want? And why is it that I, as an academic, have to read Western scholars, Western philosophers in order to be taken as credible and reference them? Why don't scholars, academics, have to read indigenous thinkers and scholars to be considered credible? This is what we're getting at, is the settler colonial idea that what came out of Europe is the standard. And let's really think about a map for a second. Europe's a small place. There weren't that many people there compared to the rest of the world, yet that small group has sort of somehow imposed its thinking and will on the rest of us. When we talk about land, it's a joke that pops into my head every time. And you may have heard this. There's an Indian guy, he's at the local home improvement store, and he's got 2 bags of soil. And the guy behind him looks at him and goes, "Oh, you're going to do some planting." He turns around, "No, I'm buying my land back, and this time I'm getting a receipt." You know, that to me sums up the whole issue, is once again we're being asked to comply with Western concepts. I own a home. I own and live in the home my father grew up in. My grandparents lived there until they both died. Even though it is in my name and I pay the taxes on it, I understand that's not mine. My job is to maintain that for the next generation. That's my job. I mean, that's just how it is. And, you know, that's a hard concept for a lot of people to understand, who are like, well, sell it. You can go buy this big place. And I'm like, but the next generation won't have anything. And we have to understand that, you know, the communal owning of land was used against Native people. The era of termination, the era of ending tribal governments, was partially in response to the Red Scare, because tribal communities really looked like and operated in a style that was very similar and related to communism. And that's where a lot of this comes from. It's that fear of they might be doing something that we can't do. And yes, genocide is part of our fabric. And you look across this country, we look at what has been happening. And I'm going to go back to the Rodney King riots in LA. And we think about what happened in Flint, Michigan. We think about the missing and murdered Indigenous women. And I have 14 nieces and nephews, all of varying ages. And I see them growing up, and I see them acting a lot like the United States. They have begun to tell themselves a story of how good they are in school, what type of athlete they are. And as long as they keep telling them themselves that story and doing whatever it is they need to do to fulfill that, they're creating their own reality. And that's what we've done as a country. That is what this country's done. We have told ourselves the story that by the grace of God, by divine right, this was supposed to be ours. Manifest destiny. We have bought into the lie. And as long as we keep telling ourselves that, and until we start saying, look, we have to begin to really critically analyze what's going on here. I mean, I have not been on Kean's campus very long, but in the time that I've gotten lost and couldn't figure out where I was, which happens a lot, you know, I've been looking around, and I tend to do this on every campus I go to. And, you know, I see a lot of Kean University seals, campus seals on every building, hanging on roofs and every place else, which is sort of nice. But where's the recognition of the Indigenous people here? Where's the sign, where's the monument that says, this was the home of someone before we got here? That's where we have to start. We have to start very much like all of us did on this panel. We recognized whose land we're on. And if we can begin to do that, then we can begin to have that conversation of, what does that really mean to be here? So these are big, tough questions. And even within the Indigenous community, we're wrestling with them. We are wrestling with them because we're having to re-engage things we haven't had to use before, and we're struggling with it. But if we can simply begin to ask the questions and acknowledge, I think we're going to make a lot of progress.
Please join me in thanking the panelists.
So welcome back, everyone. I am Jocelyn Getgen-Kestenbaum. I'm the faculty director at the Cardozo Law Institute in Holocaust and Human Rights, and also direct the Benjamin B. Ferencz Human Rights and Atrocity Prevention Clinic at Cardozo Law. And I'm moderating this really amazing, exciting panel today. The title of the panel is Gender Violence and Reproductive Justice. And I'm here with Elisa von Joeden-Forgey, Robyn Powell, and Pilar Herrero. And I'm going to read their brief bios first, and then we'll engage in a question-answer discussion. So we'll kind of, instead of just presentations, we'll kind of go back and forth, because the issues are really exciting, intersecting, and these individuals are in conversation with one another through their work, and now we'll be able to listen to them being in conversation with one another here today. So Elisa van Joeden-Forgey, is Associate Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Stockton University in New Jersey, where she also directs the Master of Arts in Holocaust and Genocide Studies program. She is founder of the Genocide Prevention Certificate Program at Stockton. She serves as President of Genocide Watch and first Vice President of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. She received her MA and PhD in History from the University of Pennsylvania and her BA from Columbia University. She teaches undergraduate and graduate classes on the Holocaust, comparative genocide, gender, sexual violence, war, human rights, imperialism, and genocide prevention, and has lectured and published wildly on these topics, and wildly. Most recently, she spoke at the United Nations for the inaugural Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and the Prevention of this Crime, the United Nations Symposium on Defending Religious Freedom and Other Human Rights, Stopping Mass Atrocities Against Christians and Other Believers, and the Second Global Forum on Genocide Prevention in Armenia. Her current work examines the reproductive justice dimension of genocidal violence and how this can be helpful in early warning and prevention efforts. She is also co-founder of the Iraq Project in Genocide Prevention, which involves training Iraqi leaders in government and at the grassroots in genocide prevention strategies. Robyn Powell has worked in the field of disability law and policy for more than a decade. Ms. Powell is currently a research associate at the Lurie Institute for Disability Policy at Brandeis University. For nearly 5 years, Ms. Powell served as an attorney advisor at the National Council on Disability, an independent federal agency that advises the President and Congress on matters concerning people with disabilities. Previously, she served as the Disability Rights Program Manager at the Disability Policy Consortium and staff attorney at the Greater Boston Legal Services. Ms. Powell is currently pursuing her PhD at the Heller School for Social Policy and Management at Brandeis University and holds a Bachelor of Science degree in social work from Bridgewater State University, a Master of Arts in Social Policy from Brandeis University, and a Juris Doctor from Suffolk University Law School, who has also a really great clinic in human rights. And Pilar Herrero from the Center for Reproductive Rights. Pilar Herrero joined the center in 2015 and uses international human rights law to strengthen domestic legal advocacy. Her projects lie at the intersections of law, health, and reproductive rights. Before coming to the center, Pilar worked on a variety of human rights and reproductive justice issues from both legal and non-legal angles. During law school, she worked with incarcerated parents on family law and dependency issues, assisted immigrant survivors of domestic violence with their immigration cases, and represented clients facing criminal charges in Tulali Tribal Court. As an extern for Washington State Supreme Court, Justice Mary Yu, Pilar co-authored a report on juvenile justice system reforms taking place in that state. Outside the legal frame, Pilar has worked with community-based groups to improve access to health care and address underlying determinants of health, such as education, discrimination, poverty, and housing. Pilar earned her LLM in International Legal Studies from NYU School of Law. She received both her Bachelor of Science and her JD from the University of Washington. So with that wonderful introduction, now we'll just begin a conversation. So first, in order to provide some overall context, Professor van Joeden-Forgey, could you please give the participants a definition and some background on gender-based and sexualized violence in contexts of large-scale violence?
Sure, thank you. Gender-based and sexualized violence is, of course, very much in the news now, so I won't spend too much time on giving an introduction to it, but I will offer some simple definitions that may be helpful to contextualize as we go forward. today. Gender-based violence is violence that is directed at a person due to his or her perceived gender identity. It can involve direct physical violence or less direct violence, such as discriminatory feeding practices or employment and educational decisions. So gender-based violence is generally all around us at all times. Sexualized violence is gender-based violence that is specifically sexualized. That is gender-based violence that is committed through practices that we associate with sex. This violence is often referred to as sexual violence, but as we were discussing earlier, more and more people are moving to talk about sexualized violence because what really is happening is that torture or other forms of degradation and harm are being actively sexualized. So sexual forms, sexual symbols, and so forth, sexualized body parts, right, are instrumentalized for harm in sexualized violence. Both GBV and gender-based violence and sexualized violence are pronounced during most cases of large-scale violence. So usually we will find them in cases of conflict, but they're not inevitable. There's growing research that gender-based violence and sexualized violence in conflict can be reduced, right, through training, through chain of command decisions, right, those sorts of things. And also sometimes the ideology behind the violence will also work as a limiter, right, to sexualized violence. So it's not inevitable. It's often treated as inevitable, but by no means, the research suggests, is it inevitable. However, it has proven to be a very effective method of destroying individuals, communities, families, and groups. And this is why I think it is usually quite pronounced at times of mass violence, when war crimes are committed or crimes against humanity, and particularly during the crime of genocide. Sexualized violence is now recently, in the last 20 years, it has been recognized as a crime of war, as a potential crime against humanity, and as a crime of genocide. As you all know, it was not always the case. So this is very important. These are very important new norms in international law, that sexualized violence is actually taken seriously as a high crime. Gender-based violence and sexualized violence, I think as everyone knows, involve women and men, right? Girls and boys. Although it is true that research suggests that the group targeted in the largest numbers worldwide during large-scale violence is adolescent girls. So that needs to be recognized. However, right, it is not a crime that is limited to women and girls by any means. And during certain processes, like genocidal processes, you see men and boys targeted at much higher rates than normal. And so that needs to be taken into consideration, because still now, in a situation where there aren't many programs for women and girl rights survivors of sexualized violence, there's even less for men. So it's very important always to state that this is a crime that does not discriminate by sex or gender. The consequences of gender-based and sexualized violence in conflict extends well beyond the conflict, and I think that's something that's very relevant to this conference, but also very important to recognize. First of all, it continues, gender-based violence and sexualized violence continues to occur in post-conflict insecurity and in refugee camps, right, in displacement, internally displaced persons camps. So it continues. Frequently, if it's not addressed as such, it continues in the form it took on during the conflict. And so you can see a kind of radicalization of sexualized violence extending into the post-conflict, so-called post-conflict arena. Studies show that domestic violence and child sexual abuse, for example, are often worse after conflict. And so this is another sequelae of sexual and gender-based violence. The dislocation and impoverishment of many people, many survivors of sexualized violence, as well as other people after conflict, can make people vulnerable to sexual exploitation and human trafficking, much more vulnerable than they were before. This is particularly true of children, both boys and girls. Children born of war, that is the children that result from or are born from wartime sexualized violence and rape and forced maternity and other such forms of sexualized violence face many struggles, right, and are also a persistent reminder in families and communities of conflict-related trauma. So they too need to be addressed when we're thinking about large-scale mass violence. Now that we know that trauma is inherited, right, both socially, but also it seems there's more and more research biologically in some fashion, gender-based violence and sexualized violence in conflict can cause harm for generations, right? We've known that from a social point of view, but now it seems too that there are biological dimensions to that. So it's very important that this very common crime is recognized. Now, despite all of this, despite this massive trauma caused by sexualized violence and its ubiquity in the world, there is still very, very little psychosocial support for survivors, for example, in refugee camps, even less for their families and communities. So secondary and tertiary harm and trauma are hardly even recognized. They exist in the literature, but they're hardly even recognized in the types of programming that are done after conflict and in refugee camps. Although one must say that this awareness of this crime and its long-term consequences is growing, and one finds that more funds are being devoted to programs seeking to address these things, but it is still really almost inconsequential, I think we can say at this point. I have been, in part, interviewing Yazidi young women survivors of sexualized violence in Iraq, and although you'll hear that there's some psychosocial supports for them in the IDP camps that they're in, none of the women I have interviewed has been treated in any fashion. And not only that, there aren't any supports for work or education, right, that take into consideration the type of harm that they've suffered and the consequences of that harm. For example, young women survivors of sexualized violence in Iraq don't want to go to the refugee or the IDP schools because they're afraid since they were in ISIS captivity, everybody knows, right, where they were and makes assumptions about what happens to them, and they find that humiliating. And so they would rather stay at home and think 24 hours a day, 7 days a week about what happened to them than go to school. And every single young woman I talked to, when we asked what would help, right, rather than psychosocial support, they wanted some kind of work or some kind of educational opportunities, and yet those are not being provided. And yes, it is one of the most pronounced crimes being committed by ISIS in a genocidal fashion against minorities in Iraq. So that's the situation that we're in currently, is that there's growing recognition of this crime, but very few supports for the survivors and their families and communities.
And your current work is treating genocide as a form of reproductive violence. What do you mean by this, and why do you find it to be a useful approach?
Yeah, I started out when I was looking at genocide prevention as kind of a field, looking at genocidal atrocity, right? So the types of atrocities that perpetrators commit when they're committing genocide. And I found that many of these genocidal atrocities showed a pronounced obsession with the reproductive realm, right? So an obsession with pregnant women or family relationships that could be instrumentalized against people to harm them. And I recognized that there were striking similarities across cases that spanned different times, right, and different cultures and different histories. So I began to see a kind of universal, if we can speak in those terms, a universal preoccupation with the reproductive realm in genocide. And I began to see it as well reflected in genocidal ideology. So there's a relationship between the ideology organizing the violence and the types of genocidal atrocities or patterns that we see on the ground. And when we think about it, right, genocidal ideology, this is how I'm treating it now, is kind of an existential crime, a crime in which the target groups are seen as existential, or we often say cosmic threats. Their continued existence threatens existentially the existence of the perpetrating group. And I believe we need to write women and reproduction and all of these things that account for existence, right, back into our understanding of the struggle with existence that can cause genocide. So I've come to believe that genocide is a form of extreme reproductive violence. So if we were to organize it, right, it would fall underneath a larger kind of organizing principle of reproductive violence. It's a form of reproductive violence that, interestingly enough, is targeted against the target groups, right? The group ideologically identified as the threat to the perpetrator group, but also inwards within the preferred group. So you see a great deal of reproductive violence against women and also men and sexual minorities within the groups for whom the perpetrators, right, claim to speak. So my definition of genocide out of this work is that genocide is a sustained assault against the reproductive capacities of a group, understood both biologically and culturally, with the aim of undermining the group's strength and cohesion in the future. So the working definition I use is to really home in on this reproductive aspect, which we can understand both biologically and culturally, which we need not reduce to the simple physical, right, reproduction of the species. And I believe this definition calls our attention to the core logic of the crime and to the dominant experiences of women during the crime. There are so many atrocities that are faced by women very commonly, universally across genocides, that don't get written into the dominant narrative if we treat genocide as simply a crime of mass murder or even of mass proportions. I would suggest, and here's to the point of usefulness of looking at it this way, I would suggest that we can see, I don't know what you want to call it, micro-genocides, right, or echoes of genocide, or threatened genocide, or genocidal acts in peacetime, because the logic is there, and these are red flags that we can see very early on that are often experienced either by women or by families, by reproductive units. And so I would suggest, for example, this week when the video, or was it last week, when the video of Philando Castile's girlfriend in the back seat of the police cruiser with her little daughter came out, and you have a man, right, a man shot by the police, right? His loved one crying alone about this within a narrative that somehow justifies it, and a little girl trying to comfort her mother after this extreme form of reproductive violence. I think many of us who study genocide felt that in the back of that police cruiser we were seeing an echo of something that we study usually in its more mass manifestation. So I want to offer that as one of the useful ways in which reproductive violence can be a lens through which we see genocide. It can also help us identify genocidal ideologies, not just practices, in their peacetime form. So, for example, when Dylan Rolfe, right, the shooter who massacred 9 people at the Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, while he was shooting people, when he said, "You rape our women," right, you see a claim, a reproductive claim being made here to women. Most of the dead were women, about a reproductive violence that he imagined was happening to his own group. Furthermore, terms like anchor babies, right? Other ideas or concepts that come out of the reproductive world and make claims about how other people are using reproduction to undo a dominant group are also red flags of genocidal ideology. I mean, there's so many ways in which this plays itself out in our own history and other histories that I find this to be a very useful category when we're looking at prevention.
Thank you. Tell us about some of the genocidal dimensions of American slavery based on your definition of the crime that you see.
Yeah, so applying this to American slavery, and I'm a historian of Germany and of Africa, so I'm not trained in U.S. history, but when I do apply it to the U.S. system of slavery, I believe that U.S. slavery should be seen, in fact, as a form of genocide. When we focus on genocide as mass murder solely, so when we don't use a gendered lens in our definition of genocide, we can say that slavery by definition is not genocide because the aim was to keep workers alive. And that wasn't always true, but in some cases, sure. But if we shift our focus to the praxis of U.S. slavery, I think we can see very pronounced genocidal dimensions if we're looking at the reproductive realm. One is the interdiction of family life, right? So people had no control over their family members and did not have the right to family, quite the opposite. The kidnapping of children, of course, it's not seen that way because we're dealing here in a system of commodities, but the kidnapping of children was pronounced, the kidnapping and selling of children. The interdiction of all identity, not just the identity of language groups, right, but of communities, of small families, and of individuals, right? Essentially, in U.S. slavery, and I'm taking this term from Andrea Smith, who wrote a great book called Conquest about indigenous genocide and colonization. But in U.S. slavery, African-American bodies, black bodies, were seen as essentially open. And so anything could be done to them, but they also couldn't exercise any kind of sovereign rights over families or over identity. And so you had this sustained assault on the ability of a group to reproduce itself with cohesion into the future. And I think these are some of the crimes of U.S. slavery that have had the most staying power in our history because they've been seen as domestic, they've been seen as ancillary to the larger pattern of slavery, and therefore they've been the hardest to identify and uproot. And I think that's something we're going to be talking about today. So that backseat in the police cruiser, in a way, I think, is an echo of, right, or a re-articulation of some of these aspects of slavery that have gone under-recognized and underappreciated for their long-term effects. Thank you. Yeah.
Ms. Herrero, building off of this context, could you explain to me some of the structural gender-based violence, racism, and discrimination that women, and specifically Black women, face with regard to maternal health in the United States?
Sure. So I'm an advocate at the Center for Reproductive Rights. I'm a human rights lawyer, and I'm going to approach this from an advocacy perspective. I realize there's a lot of academics in the room, so...
Don't be shy. Pull it right close to you. I've been told.
Okay.
There you go.
So I just want to start off by saying that I am a human rights lawyer at the Center for Reproductive Rights, and I'm going to approach this conversation as an advocate. I realize we're in the room with a lot of academics, and I appreciate the framing. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the ways that this shows up in our work. So one of the issues that we work on at the Center for Reproductive Rights is maternal health. And when I talk about maternal health, we're talking about maternal mortality, which are deaths, morbidity, which is an illness or disability caused by the pregnancy or events around the pregnancy, and then also talking about respectful care. I'm going to primarily focus on maternal mortality, and some of you, in case you don't know, the United States is actually an outlier when it comes to maternal mortality and maternal deaths. We're one of the only 13 countries in the world where maternal deaths are actually getting worse rather than better. We rank far below many, many other comparable countries, and we're the only industrialized or wealthy country where this is a growing problem. And I want to say that Black women and Indigenous women are disproportionately impacted. After that great panel we saw just before us, I want to note that for Indigenous women it's a little bit tricky because we don't have a lot of good data around this. We also don't have a lot of good data around Black women and other women, but we do know that Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely than white women to die of maternal mortality. And where I am in New York City, it's actually 12 times. So the difference is striking. And what's especially shocking is that a lot of these deaths are actually preventable. So the international community and the human rights community have actually organized around this issue, understanding that maternal deaths and maternal mortality are really about how societies value women. And so when we think about maternal mortality, a lot of people think about it as a benchmark of how healthy and how fair a society is. And that, you know, when we think about it in terms of that, in terms about how we value women in society, it's really not surprising then to see that in the US, it's Black women and Indigenous women who are most impacted. You know, as we've just heard, you know, the devaluation of Black women can be traced to the beginnings of our country, from slavery through Jim Crow to our current Black Lives Matter movement. I think, you know, this idea that Black women's bodies are not their own to control, that their lives don't matter, and that their motherhood has really been subject to stigma and stereotypes is a very old story, and maternal mortality is part of this story as well. So what that means is that instead of seeing policy and resource investments, we tend to use a personal responsibility frame that blames women of color, and Black women in particular, for not entering pregnancy in optimal health. So we blame people for being overweight, or we blame people for not managing their chronic conditions, things like that, rather than addressing the structural barriers that impact people's ability to enter pregnancy healthy, stay healthy through pregnancy, and survive it. So for Black women in particular, we see that maternal health is undermined by racism and discrimination in several ways. One, there's discrimination and bias at the point of care. There's a number of different research studies that show that you know, Black patients are given different examinations and diagnoses. They're prescribed pain treatments differently. And even our medical students that are coming up through the field have really, you know, strange ideas that are not based in science about how Black people experience pain. So there's just a lot of stereotypes and discrimination that happens at the point of care. But beyond that, there's actually a lot of structural barriers that impact the social determinants of health. So everything from, you know, your ability to access safe and affordable housing, education, you know, your interactions with the criminal justice system, all of those things that shape where you live and you work and you grow and you age, all of those things also have impacts because of structural racism for Black women that are not necessarily going to be the same for other groups of women. And finally, as was also pointed out, there's also just the physical stress of racism. So when we talk about racial disparities, a lot of folks still are stuck with this idea that racial disparities are actually about race rather than how people experience racism. And so a growing body of research is showing that, you know, across somebody's lifespan, the experience of racism on a daily basis or near daily basis, in addition to these structural barriers, actually causes physiological changes in the body, which then make it more difficult for people to have healthy outcomes. So all of this is to say that racism is now showing up as public health disparities, and we need to talk about it in structural terms. So I do want to point out that, you know, maternal health is a really complex problem. There are a lot of different theories about direct causes, and that means that there are no perfect solutions. But I do want to point out, finally, that gender-based violence and discrimination are also showing up in our problem solving because there is no perfect solution. We need a lot of different voices speaking to this issue. And Black women, despite the fact that they are the ones most impacted, are not seen as stakeholders or as experts on this issue. So part of my work has been seeking to address that, to address the power dynamics and the disparities in leadership around this issue. So for the last 2 years, I've been working with an alliance called the Black Mamas Matter Alliance. And this is a cross-sectoral group of mostly Black women who are researchers. You know, some of them are doctors, they might be public health researchers, we have midwives, we have doulas, you know, people representing a range of different backgrounds and fields that are coming together to address this issue. And I think that's where the human rights framework has been particularly helpful in sort of lifting up the need to center the group that's most impacted and then to create platforms to position Black women as the experts on their lives and the source of solutions to this problem.
Thank you. Now to Ms. Powell. What are eugenics ideologies, and how have these eugenics ideologies informed contemporary policy? And how have these policies played out in the United States in past and present policy toward people with disabilities?
Sure. And can everyone hear me? Okay. So the word eugenics is actually derived from the Greek word eugenes, which means well-born. And eugenics is based on the premise that the human race can gradually be improved and social ills simultaneously eliminated if we do a program of social procreation. So selective procreation. Eugenics targets people with disabilities, the poor, and women of color historically. And eugenics really emerged in the 19th and 20th centuries, where it was codified into policies, otherwise known as public eugenics. And it was actually, strangely, considered progressive back then. I won't say if it still is or not, but it was that at least. And there's two types of eugenics, really. There's positive eugenics and negative eugenics. And so positive eugenics really promote the procreation of the most desirable in society. For example, through selective breeding or artificial insemination. Whereas negative eugenics, which is what people with disabilities experience, is sought to reduce the procreation of those who are considered the least desirable. And in terms of people with disabilities, this manifested itself through institutionalization and segregation, where men and women were segregated from one another as well as from the rest of society, as well as through forced abortions, birth control, and sterilization, all again forced. And forced sterilization was really initially grounded in eugenic reasons. Over time, it has lost some broad consensus, although it does still happen. Forced sterilizations absolutely still occur. And really the reason behind sterilization and eugenics today, at least, I would say, is this prevailing misconception that people with disabilities really lack the capacity to make choices and perform social roles, that we are unfit, and that we should not be reproduced. Again, we need to try to make a better society. And what really has changed in the modern era in terms of sterilization is really why we do it, and at least superficially, I would say it's changed. Today, eugenics ideologies really result in the deprivation of sexual, reproductive, and parenting rights for people with disabilities. People with disabilities are often presumed asexual or unable to engage in any sort of sexuality. This also manifests itself through receiving inadequate access to reproductive health care services and information, including reproductive health care, as well as we don't often provide sex ed to people with disabilities, particularly those who have intellectual disabilities. And then people with disabilities are often denied the opportunity to parent, whether it is through doctors and others who are encouraging people with disabilities to undergo hysterectomies or take long-term birth control, or through child welfare, removing children from parents after they have given birth. This is particularly relevant for people with intellectual disabilities or those who have mental health conditions. And research has shown that people with intellectual or psychiatric disabilities have actually lost custody at rates as high as 60 to 80%. So child welfare has come in and removed the children. So I think those things are really manifested through the ideology of eugenics, that people with disabilities are unfit, should not be reproducing, and we need to stop them in any way we can.
Thank you. And this question is for both Ms. Herrero and Ms. Powell. How do you think that the human rights movement, institutions, and or legal frameworks in your areas has or has not been useful in addressing these issues of large-scale violence and discrimination in the U.S. and in other contexts? And maybe, Ms. Powell, you can start, and then Ms. Herrero.
Sure. So that's a great question. And I could say they haven't in 2 words, but to elaborate, despite really important gains in human rights and civil rights for people with disabilities, women and girls with disabilities continue to really experience inequalities in the area of sexual, reproductive, and parenting rights. Central to these inequities are really substantial and prevailing stereotypes that affect girls and women with disabilities in double measure because both of their disability and their gender. So they're really doubly discriminated. In the United States, we have the Americans with Disabilities Act, which is the prevailing civil rights law. And although it absolutely applies in all of these areas, it has not been used regularly or successfully in regards to access to reproductive health care services and information, and even the right to parent. So we have this great civil rights law which should be preventing all of these inequities, and it's really not. And it does not, I don't think, get to even the gender issues, really. We also have the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and that actually has a number of articles that are relevant to this area. Specifically, Article 6 recognizes that women and girls with disabilities are subject to multiple discrimination and that countries must be addressing those inequities. We also have Article 16, which addresses freedom from exploitation, violence, and abuse, which again, countries that sign on should be addressing the violence and abuse and exploitation that women and girls and all people with disabilities encounter. Article 23 addresses the right to raise a family, and that countries must be supporting people with disabilities in this area. And then finally, Article 25 really addresses access to health, and that includes sexual and reproductive health. And the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, has been used somewhat to prevent coercive sterilization to an extent. Not perfectly at all. It continues to endure in many countries across the world. It's also starting to be used a little bit in terms of the rights of parents with disabilities. Particularly, there was a case in India where the courts determined that because India had ratified the CRPD, they had to provide a mother with intellectual disabilities with supports and services rather than just remove the child. Now, I tell you all of this great stuff, but the United States, of course, has not even ratified the CRPD, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. So although 174 countries have ratified, we are not amongst those 174 countries. So there is a framework that could work in this area if it were to actually be applied, and if in the United States we actually ratified it.
That's wishful thinking, but we will
Yes,
continue to
I didn't say
advocate.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit, I guess, given the challenges, about why we still bother. I think, from a political and legal perspective, I think it's still important to insist that the United States has human rights obligations, that violations occur here, not just in other countries, that we try to hold the U.S. government accountable for these, and that we participate in the international community conversations around norm building and around human rights standards. From an advocacy perspective, I will say that in some cases, human rights can really resonate with people in a way that U.S. constitutional law does not. And so the particular example that I'm thinking of is, in addition to our advocacy in front of UN bodies, we also do a lot of work partnering with organizations that work at the community level. Because at the end of the day, you have to implement good human rights norms, and you also have to know what's happening on the ground in order to lift those up. And so a couple of years ago, we partnered with the National Latina Institute for Reproductive Health on a project that was called Nuestro Texas. And that was really in response to Texas passing a number of different laws, and there were policies around restricting family planning that were related to this sort of obsession with imposing barriers on abortion, penalizing clinics that were even associated with abortion providers, and also coincided with the militarization of the US border. And so the National Latina Institute had this wonderful network of grassroots organizers in the Rio Grande Valley, which is one of the poorest counties in the United States. And we partnered with them to do a shadow report, but also to work on using human rights principles and ideas and concepts to sort of drive a campaign in the Rio Grande Valley that was focused on the empowerment of this group of women, who a lot of whom were, they're Latinas, a lot of them were undocumented, and the barriers that they faced in accessing reproductive health were different than some other communities. So for example, there's very little infrastructure in the Rio Grande Valley, lack of transportation. If you do have somebody who has a car, you might have to travel on a road that has immigration checkpoints to get to a clinic, which is, because they've been closed, is now 4 hours away. Childcare can become a problem, poverty, all of these things and the intersections of them, which is what really made this experience different for the Latinas that we were working with, was something that we could raise up to the community level, to the political level, in front of policymakers by using, human rights mechanisms. So we held a hearing and we invited human rights experts to come listen to the stories. People told their testimony. None of this was actually, some of it was advocacy in front of real UN bodies, but some of it was just about the fact that for this group of women, the idea that when you cross a border, you don't just lose your human rights, you don't lose all your rights to be treated with dignity and respect, was really powerful and really potent. And so we found it actually really effective in this particular context because, the human right to equality and non-discrimination, the human right to health, even if the US doesn't recognize it, is still something that people recognize as essential to quality of life, and something that really gets at our sense of fairness in our society. And so, we found that those were actually really useful in leveraging.
So there is some positive hope in the human rights movement. That's exciting. And getting back to the disability rights in response to reproductive justice, is disability rights, Ms. Powell, so I'm not able to even ask my question. Is disability rights versus reproductive rights a false dichotomy? For example, does the adoption of a disability rights perspective on birth decisions require an adoption of a pro-life perspective on the issue of abortion? Or do these two fields overlap and interconnect in some way, and if so, how? I think this is a great, great question, because I think this is really where we need to break down some of these stereotypes and false assumptions about people with disabilities and about reproductive justice.
Absolutely. So, I think the question is disability rights versus reproductive rights a false dichotomy? I think it is. I don't think it has to be a versus at all. It's really strange. The pro-life movement often really tries to restrict abortions ostensibly in the name of disability rights. They'll go out there and say we cannot be allowing people to terminate based on disability. And some states have even passed laws or tried passing laws that have prohibited abortions based on disability. For example, there's a lot of research that suggests that a number of abortions that involve fetal diagnoses of Down syndrome do end up in abortions when a mother finds out there's a fetal diagnosis. I think this high rate can be attributed to many factors, but as people with disabilities and activists, we've found that too many healthcare providers don't really offer women correct or current information about Down syndrome following a positive fetal diagnosis. There has been some response among activists and some medical providers in an attempt to really ensure women receive accurate information about Down syndrome after a diagnosis. And again, I'm just using Down syndrome because that's the most common one used. Such information really normally entails up-to-date details about health and education services, common medical concerns, and all pregnancy options, including termination, which advocates neither encourage nor discourage. And what the women do with that information is, of course, up to them. Pro-information, I think, if done right and correctly, is an example of what good prenatal disability rights legislation can look like. And again, that's not at all curtailing one's right to their body and their choices. I really think the solution lies in an intersectional approach based on both the reproductive rights community and the disability rights community, acknowledging that there are genuine concerns of the other. Disability rights activists really must make explicit our support for the right of a woman to choose to terminate a pregnancy based on a prenatal diagnosis of a genetic disability. Meanwhile, pro-choice activists really need to similarly acknowledge that expressing concern about prenatal testing, such as arguing against the ableist and eugenic ideologies that are frequently associated with this procedure, do not inherently yield ground to those fighting against reproductive rights. And I think that if the two communities get together, that this can be overlooked, and I think that we can finally stop pro-life actors from somehow using people with disabilities, although I would argue that most people with disabilities are pro-choice. So it's very strange that we are courted out, young children that are really cute are brought out and said, how could we ever allow people to terminate such a cute baby? And, you know, I agree, but babies are cute, of course, but at the end of the day, of course, it's a woman's right. And my concern is, are we giving the right information? You know, if we come in and we say, all right, well, the test shows that your child has Down syndrome, would you like to terminate? Without giving any other options or information, I think that's where the issue lies. And again, at the end of the day, it's a woman's choice.
Thank you. And Ms. Herrero, in a similar vein, what are some of the challenges? You were talking about really some of the great successes. What are some of the challenges for you in the reproductive rights and justice fields in applying the human rights legal framework in the U.S. context?
Sure. I mean, I think obviously the applicability and persuasiveness of human rights in U.S. law is a constant issue. Also, just lack of popular education about human rights in this country. I think there are other countries in which human rights are something that people have some conception of, even from an early age, and I don't think we do a lot about that. And I'm not trying to be Pollyanna, but I do want to address the point about disability too, because I see that actually as an opportunity.
Sure.
So I want to own the fact that the reproductive rights movement has not always, has missed a lot of opportunities for collaboration with the disability rights movement, and we have allowed, anti-choice activists to really use disability as a wedge issue in a way that I feel like we haven't been great about responding to, or haven't known how to respond to. And I think, just the recent issue with Zika brought all of that up again, right? Like we don't have strong cross-movement relationships. We sometimes use, we sometimes argue for exceptions if that's what we think we can only get, and we often use language that's not helpful. And so the Center for Reproductive Rights has been having conversations around this, trying to figure out how we can do better about this and how we can work in better partnership across these movements. And I think a lot of it stems back to when you exclude marginalized communities from leadership in your movements, you end up without being able to see the whole picture. So the exclusion of women with disabilities in our movement historically has led us to this moment where, we're missing opportunities. So the center has published or released recently a briefing paper on disability and repro rights and the intersection. And what we're trying to do is to engage, ourselves, our colleagues in the movement in those really uncomfortable, hard conversations about what we've done wrong, what mistakes we've made, and what we can do better in terms of advocating together on places where we overlap. And we find that actually the human rights framework, because it does address both disability rights and reproductive rights, is something that can be useful in identifying points of tension and trying to figure out, again, where those places of mutual support lie. So.
And Ms. Powell, you did touch on this question, but I want to ask it because I want to give you more space to develop this idea. But is forced sterilization the only issue facing women with disabilities in reproductive justice? And if not, what additional issues are women with disabilities facing with regard to reproductive justice? And actually, if you can also expand upon that and talk about the ways in which you think the reproductive justice movement could address those other issues.
Absolutely. So sterilization, of course, is not the only issue facing women with disabilities, although it continues to be a pretty significant one, which is often overlooked. So reproductive justice is often defined as the human right to really maintain one's bodily autonomy, as well as have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe and really sustainable communities. And central to all of this is the decision whether to have children and when to, if one so chooses. And today, people with disabilities continue to be encouraged to not reproduce and or have families. It's just a reality for any woman with a disability. People with disabilities continue to receive inadequate and inaccessible reproductive health care services and information. There is a large body of evidence that really shows that women with disabilities are far less likely to even receive a pap smear. When they go in for their annual exams, they're not asked if they're sexually active, so there's really high rates of STDs among the disability community because we're not presumed to be active at all. Women with disabilities also contend with really coercive tactics that are designed to encourage sterilization or termination because we're not deemed fit for motherhood. Often women will go in and their doctors will exactly offer them, would you like to have a hysterectomy? For no other reason than because the doctor has assumed incorrectly or correctly that the woman does not want to have children and or should not have children. And that's very real. Not just intellectual disabilities, but all disabilities. I have a physical disability and I've encountered it many times. So I can tell you that that issue in itself is very real. And then, of course, women with disabilities encounter significant injustice, as I mentioned, related to child welfare. Also, family law is a really interesting area. So women with disabilities, if they end up getting divorced or separated from the other parent, they often will lose custody. The courts will assume that the parent, if there's a parent who's not disabled or less disabled, that they inherently should have the child. I'm thinking specifically of a case where there was a mother with a disability and a father who did not have a disability. The father had been out of the family's life for several years. He had a domestic violence history, significant substance use, just really not a great person for a lot of reasons. And the judge said, yes, you should have custody of this child, not the mother, even though the father hadn't seen the child in 4 years at that point, had no relationship, but it was, again, assumed because the mother had a disability that the child was better off with a non-disabled parent. Access to assisted reproductive technologies is another interesting area. So not only do women with disabilities need rights, but they also need to have full rights, and that means accessing any sort of reproductive health care they need. Women with disabilities are often denied the opportunity if they need any sort of fertility treatments. Women are known to have to really shop around to find a doctor who's even willing to provide these services. I know someone that had to leave the state and go to another state because no provider in their state would provide them these sort of services based on the fact that the person was blind. And then adoption is another area where people with disabilities are often denied. And I think all of that is in part of reproductive justice. Now, how can the movements be more responsive to one another? You know, I think that the two movements have not really historically been inclusive of one another, which we've talked about. You know, the disability rights movement, I'll say, has really largely been what we often will say stale, pale, and male, which is a bunch of white men. We have not been.
I will use that. I will use that.
I love that. But it's true. So if you think of disability rights movement, you look at pictures of people, they're all white, and they're historically all men. And they just never, you know, reproductive justice has not fallen on their radar at all historically. And I think that is a real issue that women in the disability community are trying to fight today. And I see future generations as being much more successful, both in gender as well as other inclusivities. And then, you know, similarly, I would say that the reproductive justice movement has not always considered the intersection of disability rights. And I think the two movements really need to coalesce. First, given the overlapping interests and the fact that there is really, you know, from a strategic point, strength in numbers, I think it makes sense, particularly nowadays. Moreover, disability, I think it's really, statistics show that it's more prevalent, actually, disability among women of color and women in general. So I think there's a significant intersection that we all need to be thinking about. Intersectionality really does come into play here. And then finally, as people with disabilities are increasingly becoming integrated into their communities, issues surrounding reproductive choice and justice are becoming more prevalent. As a friend of mine, colleague of mine often says, and here's another saying for you, if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And I think that's so true, because in other words, if women and people with disabilities are not at the table with other reproductive justice groups, they're going to get overlooked, or they're going to be discussed without them. And I think that's an issue that groups will often talk about people with disabilities without actually including people with disabilities in the conversation. And frankly, I think we're sick of being talked about. And then finally, I would say that in addition, the reproductive justice scholarship out there really does not look at issues around the intersection of disability and other identities. And I think that is really a gap in the literature that needs to be addressed.
Well, I would have to disagree because I read your piece.
Oh, thank you. And
But I would say there probably needs to be more of that, so keep writing.
I mentioned I need to actually go at this moment.
Yes, I know, I'm sorry. I know.
I'm sorry.
But if anyone does have a question for Ms. Powell, you can send the question to me or otherwise give it to me, and we can get you into a conversation offline, if that's okay. I'm sorry to have to do that.
No worries. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
And then one final question, back to Professor von Joeden-Forgey. Why is gender so important to our understanding of large-scale violence, including genocide, and its prevention?
Well, that's actually a question I'd like to address to the audience, right? I'm not avoiding answering it. I think a few thoughts are that I think this panel shows that so much of what we call, or so much of what women experience in their lives all over the world, including in the United States, are part of large-scale violence processes, right? That don't always look like conflict or war or some sort of conventional way in which we interpret this term of large-scale violence, and that small-scale violence against women, right, especially when it's happening on a large scale in discrete moments, can either amount to large-scale violence or be harbingers of large-scale violence. They certainly are the aftermath of large-scale violence. And relative to genocide, which is what I work on, I really think that, crimes like that have a lot to do with how we feel, at a very basic level, how we feel about the existences of other people, as individuals, as families, as communities, and as groups. And so when we start talking about crimes like genocide as a form of reproductive violence, we have the opportunity also to mitigate or address crimes of genocide through models of reproductive justice, which is what my two co-panelists are working on. And I would submit that the kind of work that they do contributes directly to the prevention of more, what would you say, kind of more canonical forms of large-scale violence, the prevention of war, the prevention of crimes against humanity, and the prevention of genocide, particularly since they're operating within a wider social justice framework. So in that way, looking at gender helps us see things that we otherwise would not see. We see things that happen to 50% of the world, 52%, I think, of the world population. There are historical reasons why these have been so hard to see, but looking at reproductive violence, looking at reproductive justice, looking at gender, which is not just about women, right, helps us bring these things to the forefront so that we can actually address them and maybe really begin to get to some of the deeper causal factors that lead to such global harm.
Thank you. So now I want to open it up for questions from the audience. And I see a question, the woman in the white, the yellow sweater. How has the trauma, I'm sorry. How has the trauma manifested itself in the aftermath of these women, victim survivors?
Do you mean on an individual level or on a more communal? How does trauma, long-term generational trauma, manifest itself? Do you have like data on that? Have you experienced that in your work?
I feel like it's better to leave this question to a researcher, but I mean, I think just socially, some of the themes that came up in terms of just one's ability to form and maintain the family that you choose, and to do that with the necessary social supports and resources is especially challenging when you've either, when you are a descendant of slavery or you are immigrating, fleeing violence from another country and then experiencing it in a new one without, as a second-class citizen or without the rights that others around you have. I think, the other thing that your question brings up for me is that we have a lot of, and that relates to our panel, is that we have a lot of stigma around mental health. And so, it's really hard, like even in my work with this brilliant group of Black women who are working on maternal health in the Black community, mental health and trauma is an issue that contributes to maternal mortality, and yet even advocating about that, like, it's hard to, we don't want to make the connection between Black women and mental illness in ways that like further continue stereotypes, right? So even just the advocacy frames and the messages that we choose to go with in trying to address these issues are all rooted in this situation that we're kind of like stuck in, right? It's hard to find the pathways out of it.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. It's very difficult to even speak about these things without reaffirming some of the categorizations that led to the problem in the first place, right? I mean, research on Holocaust survivors and their families has shown increased levels of things like anxiety, right, or maybe depression. There's, of course, a dynamic between the social and the biological in those situations, right, in PTSD situations or in post-conflict situations. It's very kind of uniform around the world from the evidence that exists now. I mean, it's not large, right, the evidence that we have, but these seem to be problems that are faced rather universally. So there are challenges, right, that folks face after these events through the generations. But there are also, I think what's talked about less is that there are some, what would you say, there are some positive pieces to this as well, right, such as altruism, right, and compassion, and things like that that have also been noticed in families that have historically experienced traumatic life experiences. So that's not looked at enough, right? So, but there is some research on that as well. So it's a very difficult question to answer. I can direct you to some of the literature that looks at very specific studies of specific cases, right, where you can get a kind of better sense of the details of it.
And that's just to follow up. I think that's a great point, and something that the reproductive justice community and movement is really focused on is finding and upholding those pieces of resilience that enable people to survive, enable people to create joy, and so that you're not, it is important to address the disparities, it's important to address the injustice, but if that's all you talk about, you're in this resistance mode all the time. And so how can we really intentionally spend some of our energy on thinking about positive visions about how we want our communities to look and to take care of one another. And some of those traditions will have come out of resistance and come out of resilience and survival.
Gentleman in the back.
Thank you so much. First of all, that was really fascinating. In 2016, the World Economic Forum released their annual rankings of countries based on gender equality. The countries towards the top had the smallest gender gap, and then the countries at the bottom had the most severe gender gaps in terms of, I think, economic mobility and other social factors. In several countries that have experienced human rights violations in recent years ranked very highly on this list. Rwanda came in at number 5. It's the only non-Scandinavian country in the top 5. Nicaragua was 10th, Burundi was 12th, and South Africa was 15th. But then on the flip side, other countries who have experienced large-scale human rights violations scored very poorly. Bosnia was 83rd, the Gambia was 104th, Guatemala was 105th, and Cambodia was 112th. And so specifically for Professor von Joeden-Forgey, in your expertise as a historian and as a genocide scholar, obviously these contexts are vastly different from one another and have occurred on various continents, but I wonder what you think could account for the really severe disparity in terms of all of these countries in transition in terms of their focus on gender equality.
That's a really great question. Actually, you outlined an awesome research agenda there, right? I mean, there is, I'll just say quickly, there is growing evidence that that countries that rank poorly on these sorts of indices, right, of gender equality are much more vulnerable to conflict. So not only can conflict cause, right, or reinforce or radicalize gender equality, gender inequality, but furthermore, right, that radicalized gender inequality can make a country more vulnerable to conflict in the future. Countries that have come out of conflict with sort of improved conditions for women in terms of gender equality, generally speaking, and this is particularly the case with Rwanda, have focused on massively, right, from the top down, on gender equality as a social issue. And they have had strong social movements for gender equality. And it'll be interesting to see in the future how they weather the kinds of stresses that can lead to mass violence events or conflict, right? Whether they are truly able to respond more flexibly, more dynamically to those stresses than states that have not addressed these concerns. But by and large, what we're looking at is a disparity in policy, right? As well as a presence or absence of large-scale social movements to address these situations. Yeah.
And the woman in the front.
Okay, it just seems to me that the commonality through all these vulnerabilities that cause these inequalities is economics.
Mm-hmm.
Poverty in itself is genocide. And so I think when we address poverty everywhere, I mean, black women, indigenous women, women in general are and the poorest people. So a rise in economics leads to a rise in education and ranking and all kinds of things. So I think how can we address it through raising their economic status?
I don't have the answer, but I will say that economic justice certainly has to be part of all of our agendas in the social justice space, and I think it is integral to our success, whether we're reproductive justice advocates or disability justice advocates or whatever it is that where we situate ourselves in the movement. That said, I don't think we can, I think we have to be very specific about addressing the particular needs of each community and the particular economic inequalities that exist there. So for example, with the example of maternal mortality, even when you control for economics and for education, black women are still 3 to 4 times more likely to die. So it's not just about, even when you raise somebody's income level, even when you're a professor or a black doctor or something like that, these microaggressions, the racism, the stress, it follows you everywhere you go. Even into your suburbs or your universities or wherever it is. And so, I think economic justice and the poverty issue is certainly something that exacerbates all of these inequalities and contributes and is an integral part of it. It's also not the entire thing. So we have to, our solutions have to be multifaceted and that's, the challenge and the opportunity is figuring out how to link arms and move forward all of these issues together in strategic, smart collaboration.
I just want to quickly add to that. In terms of poverty being genocide, that's a very interesting idea, and it needs more exploring, I think. There are forms of genocide that are like forms of enforced impoverishment, right? And it's always or usually some part of a genocidal process, man-made famine, for example, ghettoization, right? Any kind of forced sort of conglomeration of people in atrocious, right, economic conditions. So it's interesting to think about larger scale processes of poverty that are usually seen not to have a human face, right, and be the result of policies and unintentional. Genocide is a crime of intent, ultimately. How do they fit right, within these models that we have, and where are they on a continuum of genocide? Poverty can make certain groups vulnerable to being targeted with genocide, simply because of the vulnerabilities inherent in poverty, but equally efforts to address long-term historical impoverishment of certain groups can create the conditions for genocidal ideology in other groups who feel that they're being threatened by the new successes. This was true, for example, in Rwanda in the 90s. It's true in the United States today, where we have elites that feel they are threatened by the successes, right, and gains of other groups. We refer to them as threatened elites, right, and it's a common problem within the development of, or the history of the development of genocidal ideology. So it's sort of an intersectional problem, is what you were saying, right, and you have to look at all these different aspects to it. But there is the fear in the world today as we create a globalized economy in which there are more losers than winners, right, to put it very simply, in which so many people are left behind and marginalized, that just sort of a cold and calculating disregard for the value and the treasure, the value of that life and the treasure of each individual, right, the treasure that each individual is, will lead to kind of genocidal dynamics that don't seem to have, right, an intent somewhere, but certainly are arguably, depending on how we define intent, right, possibly intentional. So I think that this is it's a very challenging question, a very important question, and it would behoove us to think about it more and organize certainly around it. Alleviating poverty can't do harm, right? Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a great point. And in that example, poverty can be used to reinforce genocidal dynamics, absolutely. Yes. It's true.
Hi there. Thank you very much for this panel. My name is Tyler Thompson. I'm a fellow on atrocities prevention at USAID. My question is, what do you make of the sort of seeded space of GBV and sexualized violence in the realm of conflict and atrocities? It sort of seems that in media discussions and in sort of mainstream conversation about conflict, it's seeded that sexual violence is going to happen, and unlike other atrocities. And in the U.S. policy framework, there have been steps made to try and reconcile this by, in the sort of quietly in the U.S. strategy on gender-based violence, to prevent gender-based violence globally. There is a nexus to large-scale, deliberate GBV as a mass atrocity. And so there's some slow-moving work on that front. But I'm just wondering, what are some ways to challenge this general notion that this type of thing is inevitable in conflict and other fragile contexts?
That's a great question. What are some ways to challenge it? Wow, do I have answers to that? There is a seeded space that this is going to happen. And certainly in certain processes like genocide, it's hard to imagine that it wouldn't. Even in genocides where we thought, or for a long time scholars thought, there wasn't a great deal of sexualized and gender-based violence like the Holocaust or the Cambodian genocide, the more you look into it, you find it, and it was everywhere, and it was very common. So certain crimes involve sexualized violence. They're gendered crimes. They're like genocide, right? So we won't be able to prevent sexualized violence in genocide, right, or in genocidal conflicts. But in terms of preventing it in more conventional conflicts, interstate war, possibly civil war, insurgency, I mean, the studies suggest really that the attitudes of political and military leaders are incredibly important, and the training of soldiers is incredibly important. So whereas in terms of policy, that's something that could be pushed and advocated for and funded, right, is long-term out training military forces and governments, right, in the prevention of gender-based and sexualized violence. But as you were sort of pointing out, in many contexts, that's the aim. The goal is gender-based violence and sexualized violence. And in those cases, it's instrumentalized like torture or other atrocities. However, the ceded space, this is incredibly important, right? We don't want to cede space at all to sexualized violence. We want it continually to be an outrage and not something that we expect. Most importantly, we want that outrage to have some teeth, right? We want not simply to see news article after news article and political speech after political speech about the suffering of Yazidi women. We want to actually see funding and action taken to alleviate that suffering and address both its historical roots and the long-term sequelae of it, involving communities and families. But I think that's a great question. And I don't think we, now that we've sort of recognized it as important, right, which is really a phenomenon of the last 2 decades, we'll start to develop better protocols, I think, to address it. But I think training can't be undervalued. Do you have something to say to that one? Yeah.
Okay, I guess then we'll be able to, we have one more question, so we'll ask one more question and then we'll be able to, I know I am standing in between you and lunch. So one more question and then we'll be able to go to lunch.
Hello. Sorry, hope this is a good question, but I've heard of the last few years, I noticed there's been like this kind of backlash, you could say, against not just your group, but like in general, the force that got over the election. There's like a lot of people said that people were overreaching or sorts, and their justifications all the time is flimsy at best. But a lot of people have been saying that, you know, all these people like saying that all these protesters. I don't know, it's different, but there all these people are just overreaching and stuff like that, and that at least partially some of these people are what went to in the election. I noticed they said because they're backing our current president, people because they thought that. I guess I'm trying to find the right way to say this, but there's a lot of people that were, for some reason, thought people were just, you know, the people were protesting too much, wanting too much and stuff like that, or overreacting too much. How do you think there's the best way to try to get these people to rationalize these people? I guess, because, you know, because it just seems like they're seeing this as like a threat almost, some of them. And I don't know the right answer to it. I'm just wondering if you knew. Guys knew there's a way to get these people to see the issues and to calm it's like they're over afraid or something.
Are you talking specifically about the Center for Reproductive Rights as an organization or the movement of reproductive justice?
The movement, I guess.
The movement? Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry, I hope that made sense.
Do you want to go? I'll go.
I think we can tag team it.
You want to tag team? Yeah,
okay. You know, I think that it's tough for us who come to work every day on reproductive rights because we're constantly focused on, you know, how many bad laws, you know, are being introduced this month, in the last year. And so we see it, and then we're surprised when other people are surprised, right? Because this is our world. And the truth is, you know, there have been a number of anti-choice there have been just the level and numbers of restrictions on reproductive rights in this country has been increasing for several years now. It's not actually just this election. And I think it falls into this pattern of a backlash against people who are gaining ground, right? And this includes people of color. It includes immigrants. It includes the LGBTQ community. Like anyone who makes a step forward in claiming their rights, there's often a period afterward in which those are challenged, and sometimes desperately. So I think, you know, we see ourselves as part of this moment where the rights that we have won and that we have claimed and that we have demanded are going to be challenged. And you know, I don't know that there is a way to convince people who are afraid and unwilling to give up their power, right? I just don't know that that's something that you can persuade someone to do easily. And so that's not necessarily our tactic. I mean, I think that in certain situations, right, when there are people who just need a little bit, research shows they just need a little bit more information, or, you know, or maybe they don't have the full picture, but their values align, you know, then maybe we can work in those spaces. But I think overall, like, what we are seeing is in fact a backlash against marginalized groups who have made progress in the last decades, and it's being challenged. So we are meeting that challenge, you know, aggressively.
It's such a good question. I think this notion of people overreaching, right? That's really at the root of, of a lot, I think. And in a sense, it comes out of the fact that the U.S. has a genocidal past, and in many ways a genocidal present. Targets of genocide are seen as unsovereign beings, and when unsovereign beings act as agents in history, you know, those who have been the inheritors of power or the inheritors of the benefits of genocide see that as an illegitimate, right, expression of power, or even an illegitimate advancement when we're talking about things like economic advancement or educational advancement. So yes, I think that idea of overreaching is an incredibly important one to target, and it's hard to do once it's become organized politically, and once it's become part of a kind of expressed ideology of power, in power. So then it becomes very difficult, because it's not a matter of just a little more information, right, or a slight adjustment. People become committed to this idea that there are groups that are overreaching and that's somehow depleting their power. So in some ways, if you're looking at this from the point of view of long-term prevention of atrocity, say, there has to be a way to address the underlying concerns that predated the development of potentially genocidal ideologies of overreaching, right? To address those concerns in a way, in a social justice framework that doesn't reinforce old political hierarchies or social hierarchies. And that's very, very difficult to do, but it's not entirely impossible. But it can't, in a sense, be done on the ideological or media level, right? This is hard work that needs to happen at the grassroots, and it has to happen nationally, right? With a lot of local buy-in and constant attempts to reach out to members of groups, right, who may be amenable to joining forces, right, but who currently seem to be part of an increasingly violent political process. So I think that's really important what you're talking about, and I think it accentuates the extent to which it's very, very important that the United States recognize its genocidal past and engage in some kind of national truth and reconciliation process, some kind of justice process that shifts some of the categories and ways of thinking that can lead elites, right, or people who presume to be elites, to think of other groups as overreaching when they're merely trying to demand the recognition of the right to exist, for example.
And with that, I will end our panel. Please thank the panelists with me.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started with the next panel. I just want to say one of the great co-convening institutions of this institute has been the Alliance for Historical Dialogue and Accountability at Columbia University. And we're very honored to have with us today Ariella Lang, who directs that alliance, and she's going to be moderating this panel, so I'll turn it over to her.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Kerry. So my name is Ariella Lang, and I'm Associate Director of the Institute for the Study of Human Rights at Columbia, and I oversee this applied research program in historical dialogue. And while usually the post-lunch session I think is sometimes a challenge, I'm so excited to be here, and I know the discussion is going to be wonderful and keep everyone alert and awake after lunch. So this panel is titled Historical Dialogue and the Legacies of Slavery. We'll be hearing from James Conyers of Kean University, Mary Freeman and Ty Jones, colleagues at Columbia University, Benji de la Piedra, also of Columbia University, and Linda Mann with the Georgetown Memory Project. I'll introduce everyone now, and then we'll move through the presentations, and I hope there'll be a time for a robust discussion at the end. So we'll begin with James Conyers, who will be providing a historical overview to the discussion today. Professor Conyers is director of the Africana Studies program here at Kean and associate professor of anthropology and Africana Studies. He's a scholar with expertise in the study of African history, African American history, and ancient Egyptian history, culture, and language. He's the author of numerous articles and edited volumes in the field of Africana history and culture. Mary Freeman, to the left of James, is a doctoral candidate at Columbia University studying the history of slavery and anti-slavery in the United States. Her dissertation is titled Letter Writing and Politics in the Campaign Against Slavery in the United States, 1830 to 1870. She served as the teaching assistant for the Columbia University and Slavery Undergraduate Research Seminar, and she helped to create the Columbia and Slavery website. Mary also works as a researcher at the Columbia Rare Book and Manuscript Library. Ty Jones studies radical social movements, New York City history, and environmental history in the United States. He's the author of 2 books, the latest titled More Powerful Than Dynamite, Radicals, Plutocrats, Progressives, and New York's Year of Anarchy, came out in 2014. Rediscovers a forgotten political crisis that roiled New York City in the early 20th century. His first book entitled A Radical Line from the Labor Movement to the Weather Underground, One Family's Century of Conscience, published in 2004, explored his own family's long history of political dissent against the backdrop of 20th century social movements. He's currently working on a project titled Boomtown, A History of Labor and the Environment in Progressive-Era Gold Mining Communities. Before becoming Lehman Curator, Jones was an assistant professor of history at the Bard College Masters of Arts in Teaching program. Formerly a reporter for Newsday, his writings have appeared in a variety of national publications, ranging from the New York Times to The Nation to the occupied Wall Street Journal. And Ty and Mary will be presenting their work on the Slavery Project at Columbia. Our next speaker is Benji de la Piedra, who holds a BA in American Studies and an MA in Oral History from Columbia. And last year, I had the pleasure of working with Benji when he was a fellow in our fellowship program at the Institute for the Study of Human Rights. Benji's master's thesis, titled That Something Else, B.A. Botkin, Alessandro Portelli, and Ralph Ellison on Democratic Pluralism and the Dialogical Encounter, received the Oral History Department's inaugural thesis prize for its contribution to the ethical discourse and intellectual history of oral history. Benji works as project trainer for the DC Oral History Collaborative, teaching oral history best practices and providing methodological support to the volunteers and grant recipients responsible for the collaborative's production of original oral history interviews about the District of Columbia's rich and complicated past. Benji will soon be residing in Little Rock, Arkansas, where he'll be documenting the early life of Herbert Denton Jr., a pioneering journalist at the Washington Post whose life story provides a unique window onto issues of race, sexuality, and political culture in post-war American and world history. And our final speaker will be Dr. Linda J. Mann, who has a PhD in education policy from George Mason University. Linda was the recipient of the Outstanding Dissertation of the Year Award in 2015 for her case study on a Virginia government-sponsored restorative justice policy. Dr. Mann continues her work on restorative justice as vice president of the Georgetown Memory Project, which will be the subject of her talk today. Additionally, she's completing a postdoctoral fellowship at the American Educational Research Association. Since 2013, she has also been an adjunct professor of social science. Dr. Mann has extensive training in archival, ethnographic, and oral history research. So without further ado, I'm turning the microphone over, to Dr. Conyers.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
my colleagues in the audience, Dr. Dennis Klein. Thank you, Dennis, for giving me a topic that's so expansive and difficult to do in 15 minutes. I do appreciate it. Okay. Historian Basil Davison, in describing what he called the African slave trade and what I call the business in enslaved Africans, described it this way. He said, first a trickle, then a flood. And what he was talking about was the scope and the impact of this business and how it got started. This was a business that affected not only 4 continents, but it affected the entire world. And so when we talk about a trickle to a flood, I give you some idea of what it was like. The origin of the business coincides with several factors. There are many factors, but I kind of put down 3 or 4 factors because, again, it's so extensive. There are many things that go into this that brought this business to fruition. I think we might begin with the voyage of Columbus, even though it wasn't a first. The voyage itself kind of set in motion processes, a confluence of processes that would follow it. It wasn't the first of anything. He didn't do anything that was so magnificent or great that others hadn't done before, but it did set in motion and coincided with certain factors. Number 1, the technical ability of people to sail the oceans. That was a very, very important factor, and we can go back and look at Western Europe. I'm sure somebody might talk about that, to the, I guess you might say, the burst of information that was brought about by Moorish occupation of Western Europe from 711 to 1492. I think Teofilio Ruiz's book is very, very enlightening about what was happening in the Iberian Peninsula at this time. His book is called The Other 1492. I don't know how many people have read that, but I think that would be helpful in getting a background in terms of what was going on scientifically and other ways in the Iberian Peninsula. So the technical ability to sail the oceans. Number 2, mercantile capitalism. And what do we mean by that? Simply means going one place to get some objects and some merchandise to take it to another place to sell it for profit. So mercantile capitalism played a part in this. Also in Europe, food taste, and I do mean taste. The taste for sweets, the taste for things like tobacco, the taste for coffee, and certainly products like cotton also spurred this movement on. The actors that were involved in this, Western European colonizers of the New World, France, Spain, Portugal, England, Holland, all played a part. And of course, with their moving out into the New World, there was a need for labor to cultivate these products. And slavery became a viable solution to this. Now, let me just go back a second. Slavery itself had a long history in Europe as well as in Africa. However, slavery in Africa was not necessarily chattel slavery. In fact, most of us nowadays call it limbry, kind of a limbo state between chattel slavery and other forms of slavery. Many people, when we talk about slavery, automatically think of African slaves. So our mind immediately goes back to the black slave. However, let us be clear, the term itself actually comes from the Slavic peoples of Europe who were bought and sold in those markets. So that's a very, very important factor to keep in mind. It is a mistake to assume that plantation slavery had to be African slaves. There were other possibilities. I think Lerone Bennett in his work, The Shaping of Black America, talks about the roads not taken. There were other solutions to this problem. And in fact, many experiments were tried. First, the enslavement of African Americans. The enslavement of Native Americans. However, Native American vulnerability to diseases like smallpox and measles devastated the population. And in fact, some scholars have estimated that 1/3 of the native population of the island of Hispaniola were already suffering from European diseases before they ever saw Columbus or before Columbus' men ever saw them. And the reason for that is many of the seagulls and other birds would land on the ship, contract the disease, go inland, and the Native Americans who came in contact with those birds contracted these diseases. Native Americans could and did have power groups that mitigated on their side, so they could retaliate. One of the things that Native Americans could do would be run away. They could run away, and they can go to their own groups of people in the forest, in the hills, and they could retaliate. Another experiment was tried with Europeans, European indentured servants. But like Native Americans, Europeans had power groups that advocated for them. They also had both religious and legal claims against enslavement. Indentured servitude was only a temporary situation. In the case of the Africans had none of the above. Number one, Africans had no power groups advocating on their behalf. Africans did develop immunities to European diseases after long contacts with Europeans historically. And when brought to the Americas, Africans could not easily run away. And in fact, when we look at it historically, the first blacks in the Jamestown, Virginia colony, in fact, technically were indentured servants. In fact, they originally arrived at Port Comfort, Virginia, and then were taken to Jamestown, Virginia, and they came from a place in Africa that is today Angola, but it was part of the Kingdom of Ndongo. We now know that. When Lerone Bennett wrote his book, The Shaping of Black America, Lerone did not know that at that time because we had not been able to investigate the records that deeply at that particular time, but now we know exactly where they came from. Well, let's take a look at the impact of what this business had to do. The impact on West and West Central Africa in terms of numbers has been estimated, depending on who you read. Philip Curtin had, I think, 8 million. Du Bois had, I think, 100 million. Depending on who you read, the most recent studies say 10 to 15 million survived the trip to the Americas. 80% of that number went to Brazil and the Caribbean, and 5%, or maybe less than 5%, came to the United States. This number does not include those Africans who were lost in the Middle Passage and those Africans who died along the way traveling from wherever they were captured to the ports. So it doesn't include that number. And in fact, up until 1800, 4 out of every 5 people coming to the Americas was an African. How were the slaves acquired? Well, slavery did exist in Africa. But slavery clearly was not, as I indicated earlier, chattel slavery. There was a whole range of unfree labor in Africa. So when the Europeans arrived in Africa, they didn't bring slavery themselves. The institution already existed, but it was not chattel slavery. And by chattel slavery, we mean being owned as property. The Africans generally had a form of social mobility. You didn't have to remain a slave. And in fact, we have on records Africans who became slaves, who actually wound up as kings of the people who enslaved them. I'm sure members of the panel here have heard of Jaja Vopobo. Nobody's at, look, okay, well, Jaja Vopobo, who was a slave, this is in the Niger Delta, who was a slave who eventually became the king of the people who enslaved them. So there was a form of social mobility. And please forgive me, my tongue is sticking, that's why I keep drinking this water. So there were various forms of unfree labor in Africa. Capture. Originally, some of the slaves were captured by Europeans. However, the vast majority of enslaved Africans that were purchased by Europeans were captured by other Africans. And these people were normally dissidents, criminals, people who were engaged in captives of war, political undesirables, et cetera, et cetera. These were the people who were generally captured and sold to the Europeans. The Europeans supplied the demand, the kings of various state societies, not so much stateless societies, who needed European goods, supplied the Africans. Let me just make one point clear right here, that it's often been said that Africans sold Africans. That is not true. That is not true. The reason it's not true because there was no African identity at that time. The concept of Pan-Africanism took a long time to develop. So it wasn't that an African sold an African because no one thought of themselves as an African. It was that an Igbo sold a Yoruba, or an Ashanti sold a Ga, or things of that nature. So one ethnic group sold another ethnic group. The idea of a European identity also took a long time to develop. It's not something that happened overnight. So this consciousness of being African took quite some time to develop. Didn't happen overnight. There were Africans who tried to mitigate the business in enslaved Africans by converting their nations to Christianity. One particular person that comes to mind was a king of the Congo by the name of Nzinga Mbemba. And there's a whole plethora of information on him. He converted, he became known as Alfonso I of the Congo, converted by the Portuguese, and to his amazement, he was hoping that he would benefit because he was interested in technology, he was interested in the commerce that the Portuguese had. He wrote innumerable letters to the King of Portugal saying that, we want these benefits. However, that was not to be. That was not to be. The Portuguese continued to ravage his land. He died disillusioned, and his land was basically torn apart, which led to people like Queen Anne Nzinga of Ndongo and also of Angola later on. So we know what was taken out. And keeping in mind that in the beginning of the trade, the Portuguese actually, who were the first, actually started out with the idea of legitimate commodity trade, trading African goods for European goods. Later, this would degenerate into what we call the trade ounce. As the need for labor increased in the Americas and other parts of the world, that trade ounce began to degenerate. Let me tell you what a trade ounce is. A trade ounce is the amount of goods that an African had to pay for European goods. So whatever the price of the European goods were at the beginning, maybe 1 for 1, over the course of time, the African had to pay 2 for 1, 3 for 1, 5 for 1, and eventually, in order to get those European goods, you had to supply other Africans. All right? And eventually, in order to protect yourself and to supply other Africans, you had to purchase guns. So what went in, what came out was one thing, what went into Africa was another thing. These are some of the things that African kings wanted. As they became more and more dependent on European goods and as it undermined African industries, because a European mass-produced pot made of iron undermined the traditional crafts of African people who would make that by hand. So what went in? Tobacco, alcohol, spices from the Indies, and certainly guns. The impact. Depopulation, instability of African systems of government, certainly fear, high levels of dependency, the loss of African consciousness, and certainly the business in enslaved Africans led to the scramble of Africa for Africa in 1884 and 1885, talked about at the Berlin Conference, and also dividing up of Africa. So the impact was huge. I think it's important to understand that most African people, as a result of this impact outside of Africa and even inside of Africa, and I've been all over Africa and I've seen it everywhere, the loss of African identity, I would dare say that if you ask most people of African descent, especially here in America, whether or not they are of African descent, most would deny it. That's part of the process. There is denial, And as a result of that comes alien self-concepts, anti-self concepts, self-destructive concepts, and a whole plethora of different things that are actually the result of this business that we rarely ever talk about. We talk about the direct impact, depopulating of Africa, destroying African systems, but we rarely ever talk about the psychological impact that many of us face to this very, very day. I would make a case, and I do make a case, and people have heard me say this here on campus many, many times. Even the language that people of African descent use here in America is a direct result of an alien self-concept. It's the direct result of not knowing who they are and having a lack of identity. Okay, I have a few moments left, and I'm going to end right now. So the impact overall in Africa and on African people was the destruction of African systems, the depopulation of Africa, taking its best people out, the loss of African culture to a large degree, a loss of African industries, as Walter Rodney in his book entitled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, talked about the high level of dependency that African people now have to other people, and even the idea that one is capable of doing something on their own to a large degree has been lost. So the impact of the business in enslaved Africans has been massive. And I know I've rambled through this a little bit, trying to get to some of the points, because it's so massive, I didn't know what I was going to say today because I was writing it out in the hallway, you know, because it was so massive to talk about. But I hope I've given you some idea about what this business did and how it still impacts not only African people, it impacts everyone everywhere. Think about all of our racial problems that come about as a result of this. Think about the confluence between whether we talk about racism and how racism and slavery are interrelated, how they merge together. You know, there's something called the concept of the chicken or the egg. Well, both of those things influence each other simultaneously as they develop. Especially here in the United States in the 1660s in Jamestown Colony. Remember, as I pointed out, the first blacks here were technically indentured servants. They were bought by the House of Burgesses here. They were indentured servants. However, that status gradually eroded as the need for labor increased, and they became viable sources of labor. And what really did that, and I'm sure many people will know about, and probably somebody will talk about that, what really did that was the introduction by Rolfe to a certain strain of tobacco that made that colony, the Jamestown colony, viable economically. And so, going back to Basil Davidson's statement, first a trickle, then a flood, kind of encapsulates what the business in enslaved Africans did, continues to do, and our concepts of ourselves and our concepts of white and black, and all of the other things that we now are faced with. I would even make a case that has a lot to do with who we got in the presidency right now. So thank you so much. I hope I was somewhat clear, and we can take some questions later on. Thank you.
All right, so I'm Ty, I'm here with Mary, and we're going to talk a little bit about a really recent and more specific moment in this history that we've just heard about. In the past decade or so, historians and activists have become increasingly aware of the connections between the history of enslavement and America's foremost institutions of higher learning. And so, beginning in the 1990s, at Brown University, where there was a major study on the connections between the Brown family, which was very much in the business of enslavement, and then going on until the past few years at Harvard, Yale, we're going to hear about Georgetown, Princeton, and at Columbia. This work was generated in the 1990s in a political climate specific to that time, but not so different to what we have today in some ways. And it was also really furthered by an extremely important book published in 2012 by Craig Stephen Wilder entitled Ebony and Ivy. About 2 years later, Columbia University did institute its own program into the history of Columbia itself and slavery. And I think one question that this whole line of research has raised is, why are people so surprised, or why are people so outraged in the connection between universities and enslavement? Like every institution in a slave society, it should not come as too much of a surprise to learn about these connections that universities had to enslavement. But I think it's the connection with young people, the centrality of universities in people's lives, and also the university's own claims for a certain moral high ground that has made it such a fertile conversation. For the university, the rewards of these projects are clear. There's been a slew of headlines about every one of these various institution-based inquiries, and the real payoff is in sentences that you see in the New York Times or the Washington Post, where it says, several universities, Brown, Columbia, Yale, Harvard, have begun their own researches into the history of slavery. And so there's a sense of being publicly rewarded and praised for taking this stance and taking the risk of exploring the institution's own histories into the distant past. But there's also a risk, and we'll hear much more about the risks of this when we listen to the conversation about Georgetown. But as you see from these headlines, these research initiatives into historical ties to slavery have been part of really powerful campus movements at Harvard, at Yale, often around protests against symbols of slavery, of Calhoun Hall, Woodrow Wilson in Princeton, the idea of masters at Harvard. So the administrations at these institutions is walking this fine line between reaping the rewards of publicly examining its past and hoping that it's not going to lead to the next massive student uprising. So far, Columbia has not really faced this type of a protest movement, but there are major initiatives on campus for graduate student unionization, adjunct professor unionization, and these types of labor movements have tied into the protests linked to the inquiries into slavery. So one of the reasons I think why Columbia has been a little bit different is that the Columbia story is a distinct story when it comes to links to slavery. Founded in the 1750s as King's College, Columbia doesn't really have an obvious single link to enslavement. Our visions of a plantation economy don't really particularly apply. So our students have really had to examine all different parts of the story of slavery's history. So one question that several students have looked into is the question of slaves on campus, as well as African Americans in New York City in the 18th century. Another major part of the Columbia story involves merchant families. Columbia was a merchant college at this time, and its students and alumni traveled the world. They had stock in Caribbean plantations, they owned ships, they imported cotton. And then as a major university in New York City, Columbia faculty was central in knowledge creation. So this is an image of the medical repository, 18th century journal that was edited by Columbia's first medical faculty. And you can see this headline from Benjamin Rush, observations intended to favor a supposition that the black color, as it is called, of the Negroes is derived from the leprosy by America's foremost medical expert, Dr. Rush. So these have been part of the stories that Columbia students have had to discover in retracing this history. And the other thing that really has separated Columbia's project from other projects is that this has really been a student-based initiative. All of the research has come from a series of undergraduate seminars beginning in 2015, 2016, and now there's one going on that just completed last semester. Mary and I taught the 2016 seminar, and when we think about aftermaths, what we're thinking about in the context of this talk is the way that students have themselves addressed these historical legacies and also the tools that they've developed to confront them.
So I'm going to speak to some of the highlights from the student research in the project so far. First, I just want to show this image. It's a little blurry of, this is a newspaper. It's from 1755, the New York Postboy or Weekly Gazette newspaper. And this is just a detail of the back page of the paper, which on the same page where there's an announcement of the King's College, which is the previous name of Columbia, the swearing in of the college governors on May 12, 1755. Right on that page at the bottom, there's a notice of a sale of slaves opposite Beekman's slip. And the name Beekman is significant because one of the governors being sworn in was Henry Beekman. So this is sort of a symbol of how from the very beginning of the college, from the moment that the governors were being sworn in, Columbia's history and the history of slavery in New York were really, really tied closely together. So to continue into some highlights from student research, I'm going to pick up on some of the themes that Ty brought up in terms of how the history of Columbia and slavery has really been tied into the history of New York as a whole. So what students have found is that slave ownership among King's College and Columbia affiliates was really, really widespread. Governors, presidents, faculty, and students all owned slaves throughout the early founding and development of the college. Most of the founders and students came from wealthy, powerful merchant families in New York City. They were based in New York, but these families had ties throughout the Atlantic world, particularly in the West Indies. So their fortunes were really made through connections to the slave trade, so actually trading in human beings, and also trading in goods produced by slave labor, including sugar in the West Indies. So one of the highlights of one student project was a student discovered that the funds that allowed for the early development of the college not only came from these slaveholding families with deep ties to the Atlantic slave trade, but this student discovered that that some of King's College's early governors used the college as a source of credit that allowed them to withdraw funds for their personal use, and they used them in mercantile business activities that directly profited from slavery. So they were kind of using the college as a bank that financed their slave trading activities and trading in goods produced by slave labor. Another student project, which is the images that you see on the screen here, discovered dozens of ads for runaway slaves that were posted by early affiliates of the college. These ads testify, again, to the ubiquity of slave ownership among wealthy New York families and Columbia affiliates, but also to a pattern of resistance among the enslaved people that were owned by these families. So one of the challenges, which I'll talk about this a little bit more later in the presentation, but one of the challenges of this research is that there are few archival sources that give us insight into the experiences of slaves that were owned by early Columbians. But these sources, these runaway slave ads, offer a glimpse not only into the everyday brutality of slavery, but also to the bravery and ingenuity of individual runaways. So even though they're produced by slave holders sort of seeking their slaves who've run away, you can kind of read between the lines to see the personalities and the resistance that these runaway people were persisting in against great odds. So another major theme that's come up in these projects is medicine and race science at Columbia. So as Ty mentioned, Columbia was at the forefront of the development of professional medicine in North America, but the faculty and students at Columbia were engaged in troubling practices with respect to African Americans. They generated racist scientific theories, and they spread racist ideology to the wider world. These racist ideas continue to have a hold over scientific thought well into the 20th century. So one student has discovered evidence that prominent faculty members early in the college's history made a habit of grave robbing and dissecting the bodies of enslaved New Yorkers as a part of their study of anatomy throughout the 18th century. So that's one of the really disturbing findings that actually a student research project from the seminar that just wrapped up this spring discovered. Another student project, which you can see some of her sources on the board here, has examined how faculty lectures, textbooks, and articles spread false ideas about skull size, facial features, and the hierarchy of races that persisted into the 20th century. So this final slide here shows some of the research, particularly in this spring's class, that has pursued the history of slavery in Colombia into sort of exploring the legacy of slavery and racism at Colombia into the 20th century. So although slavery in the US was abolished in 1865, economic ties to slavery continued after emancipation. One student's project examined the Havemeyer family, who were the owners of the American Sugar Refining Company, which later became the Domino Sugar Company. And that company imported sugar produced by slave labor in Cuba, where slavery was not abolished until 1886. So even after slavery was abolished in the US, this family was still trading in goods produced by slave labor elsewhere. Other students have looked at John W. Burgess and William A. Dunning, two prominent Columbia historians who created influential scholarship on slavery, the Civil War, and Reconstruction in the late 19th and early 20th century. They popularized an image of Reconstruction that relied on white supremacist ideology and portrayed former slaves as unequipped for full citizenship. This view of history helped to justify Jim Crow disenfranchisement and segregation to white Americans in the early 20th century. It remained popular through the mid-20th century, and it still lingers today, even though today's academic historians have completely rejected it. And finally, again, looking at the image I have here, some students have researched student life and organizations in the early 20th century at Columbia, and they've discovered really a pattern of indifference among Columbia's white students towards discussions about race and racism on campus and or in the United States at that time. This indifference kind of exploded into moments where outright racism was expressed on campus, especially during the 1910s and 1920s as the Ku Klux Klan gained popularity in the North, and especially after the release of D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation film, which you can see a program for that on the left-hand side here. So these are just really a few highlights of the student research, and I'll hopefully have a little more time to dive into that towards the end, but I'll turn it back to Ty.
So in the context of an undergraduate course, the question that we were pondering as we thought about this conference is, in what way can we think about aftermaths and responses to the legacy of the university's ties to slavery? And one thought that occurred to us was this notion of the discipline of historical scholarship as a powerful tool to respond to and consider these histories. As historians, we feel strongly that the historical methods, including shaping good historical questions and using advanced research skills, really are powerful and important elements of civic engagement. The students who chose to take this class were politically sophisticated students who had self-selected and who were definitely engaged with this history from a very political standpoint. So although they were very skilled in reading secondary works and criticizing authorial biases, what they took from the course after a semester of intensive research training was the skills to go into the archives, re-examine the raw materials that other scholars had ignored or misused over the years, and gain the confidence to refute established narratives. And that empowerment, as I'm calling it, to discover that truth without the mediation of other people's voices, has really been important to these particular students. All of the students that whose faces I'm looking at here went on to pursue historical research, including senior theses in the history of slavery, internships at historical institutions related to the history of slavery, and have really made this research an ongoing part of their professional lives. And they were political as well. So the students compiled a list of demands for the university administration. And you can read them, but to summarize them, I think the main question, the main lesson that had emerged from other campus research into slavery was the problem of persistent memory, that these things would come, they would be released to fanfare, and then a new group of students would come onto campus and they would be forgotten. So the students really felt it was important to keep this story alive as incoming classes emerged. You know, Columbia has about half a dozen buildings on campus named for slaveholders, but not a single building named for a person of color. And I was sure that one of their immediate demands would be to rename the buildings, but they weren't. They said they preferred the idea of putting plaques or other monuments onto the existing buildings to make sure that the history of racism that those buildings embody isn't effaced by this act.
So on that note, I'm going to kind of conclude by talking about what I'm calling a legacy of erasure at Columbia, which I think is one of the reasons these students didn't want to change all the building names immediately. So if you take a look at this image here, this is sort of an early image of King's College from about 1763, and I think it really encapsulates this idea of erasure that I'm thinking about. If you look at this image, it's a really idyllic view of New York City, of King's College, the white building in the background, and slavery is not visible at all here. You know, you would never guess that slavery was such a significant part of the history of King's College and Columbia, let alone the history of New York. And that really echoes the experience that students have had as they're doing their archival research. It's just really difficult to find traces of slavery in the archives. Part of the reason is that Columbia's campus moved twice in its history, so a lot of the early records of the college have been destroyed. But I kind of think of that almost as an excuse that has justified the forgetting of a lot of this history. And the students have really learned to not accept that excuse and to look closely at the sources that they have, to read them critically and sometimes, you know, really push against them and read between the lines, such as in the case of those runaway slave ads, to uncover the experiences of enslaved people as much as possible. What has been a little bit surprising to me and certainly disturbing is that as the project has continued into the 20th century part of the research to study the legacy of slavery at Columbia, the students have really continued to encounter this pattern of silence and erasure in the archives. Although we know Black students began to matriculate at Columbia by the early decades of the 20th century, the archives completely lack detailed records of them, their experiences, or their activities on campus. It's really not till the 1960s that you start to find records of Black student organizations, and I think this is a really important part of the ongoing research that needs to continue to be done. Just to go back for a second, so this article on the right-hand side here about the Columbia law student threatened by Kluxers, this is sort of the most outstanding or shocking example of this erasure, where a Black law student, Frederick Wells, was the target of a cross burning on campus in 1924. And this incident, which I'm almost out of time, so I can't talk too much about it, it sparked national discussion in the media at the time, but has been completely absent from Columbia's memory until this year when a student did a research project on Wells and the cross burning. So discoveries like this have prompted students to engage with the question of how to combat ongoing erasure in their historical research and in preserving Columbia's present history. So thank you, and also just a pitch, if you visit our website, columbiaandslavery.columbia.edu, you can read all about all these wonderful projects and learn more. Thank you.
So I have like a little mind map on my phone here that was done on like a whiteboard about as big as this screen. So if you see me looking at the phone, I'm not on Instagram, I promise. Shoot, where does it kick soon? All right, whatever, keep it flat. So I wanted to start first by thanking everyone who's responsible for putting this conference together, especially Kerry for inviting me, Ariella for making the link. I was given a pretty open-ended assignment, essentially to talk about, to offer, I guess, a response to the title of this panel, Legacies of Slavery, with regards to some of the work that I've been doing as an oral historian in the last couple of years since getting my master's in oral history at Columbia. And when Kerry and I met a couple months ago to talk about it, I thought, you know, maybe I can talk about Arkansas, because that's kind of the place that really captured my imagination in the last year or so as an oral historian. And like Ariella said at the beginning, it's where I intend to go back to by the end of this summer. So I'll talk a little bit about, you know, it's funny, like I said, this mind map is so big, I only have 15 minutes. I'm going to offer one little slice of a story that I think contains some of the themes that are relevant to this discussion. And I'll try to end with some reflections on the process of oral history and how that sort of disposed me to gathering this narrative in a way that I couldn't have if I were, say, like a written document-based historian. But that might be a little too much for 15 minutes, so definitely wave the thing when it's time. But anyways, so what took me to Arkansas was a search for a story, the story of Herbert H. Denton Jr., who was born in 1943, African-American man. He was born in Indiana, but essentially born and raised in Little Rock. He was in Little Rock by the time he was 2 months old, and his family was from Arkansas on both sides. And when he was 14 years old, 1957 happened, and for those who know, that was the year that the Little Rock Nine integrated Central High School in Little Rock, and President Eisenhower eventually had to send about 1,100 federal troops to protect these 9 African-American teenagers who were trying to integrate the school. This being 3 years, of course, after Brown versus Board. And that was sort of, I like to think of it as like the first nationally televised episode of the Civil Rights Movement. So anyways, Herbert Jr., he left Little Rock following that year because 1958 to 59 in Little Rock is known as the lost year. I didn't know about this until I arrived, but most textbooks report on the Little Rock crisis as like 1957 came and went, these kids integrated the high school, and that was that. But in fact, what happened was that the following year, Governor Orville Faubus closed all the public high schools in Little Rock, citing the potential for chaos and violence, sort of in this way that President Trump has said, like, let's like stop the inflow until we know what's going on. It was a very similar thing that Governor Faubus did. He closed all the high schools. And then, of course, made it easy for the white communities to open up private schools. But for most black students, and for a good number of white students too, for the majority of white students, it must be recognized, they had to leave Little Rock to go to school. And so Herbert Jr. ended up leaving Little Rock, going to Hot Springs, Arkansas, about an hour away to live with an aunt, went to school there. From there, he was tapped as sort of a gifted and talented student, ended up doing a summer program at Howard University in DC. There he met another black student who essentially said, hey, you know, I go to this boarding school in Western Massachusetts, and I think you would actually be a great fit there. Why don't you apply? He ended up going, the school was called the Windsor Mountain School. And from there, Herbert Jr. Went to Harvard. He was at Harvard from 1961 to 65. When he graduated, he took a job at a bank, worked there for a day, and then an old friend of his from college called him and asked him, how are you doing? He said, I hate it here, and said, why don't you come to DC and help edit this magazine that I'm editing? He said, let me think about it. Sure, I thought about it, I'm gonna do it. Ends up going to DC, takes a job with the Washington Post eventually as a reporter, quickly gets drafted, goes to Vietnam for a year. But then when he comes back to DC in like 67 or 68, he launches into about a 25-year career with the Post, where he's really this pioneering sort of glass ceiling breaking African-American journalist who, if he were here today and I were to call him an African-American journalist, would be very upset. Because he, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, the way that he was raised by his father was to really emphasize standards and rigor. And he was sort of what an old professor of mine at Columbia, Ross Posnock, likes to call an anti-race man. He didn't like talk about race, but he understood that it was important. And anyways, not to get off into that tangent. The point is, I went to Little Rock looking for early memories of him, because I've been connected with some people who he worked with, and I felt like his story, given the different contexts that he's moved in, I didn't mention he ended up dying at the age of 45 of AIDS, and that's when it came out that he was also gay and had been in the closet his whole life. And so his life kind of contains these multitudes of worlds, and I was really interested in trying to use my training as an oral historian to uncover that individual biography in a way that would resonate with all these different threads of social history. So I went to Little Rock, planning to be there for a week, thinking that that would be enough time. And I only had one woman's name that had been given to me by a friend of the family. And I just drove there and I showed up, and thank God a good friend of mine, my best friend Mario, said before I went, I was trying to think of like how I should spend my time there, and he said, dude, you gotta go to church. Like, just go to any church. Like, if you're trying to find out how things work down there, like, just go to a church. And luckily, I had the address of the church that his family had grown up, that he had grown up going to, and that his family had been lifelong members of, Mount Pleasant Baptist Church in Little Rock. And so I just kind of showed up. And as soon as I mentioned that I was there doing research on the Denton family, immediately that was sort of my. I was talking about this. We were talking about this at lunch. I mean, black churches are among the most inclusive spaces in America, but that made it even more inclusive. It was sort of my entry point. And I learned a lot about the Denton family. A lot of people said, Herbert Jr. was so young when he left, we didn't really know him. Of course, we would hear about him, we would see him on Meet the Press. But really, like, his father and his mother, like, they were the ones that we knew, and they were just incredible people. And so with the little bit of time that I have left, I'm gonna talk about Mr. Denton. And again, sort of in the way that Herbert Jr.'s story, I think, contains so many, there's so much opportunity to reflect on the long history that he lived through. I think that Mr. Denton, Herbert Denton Sr.'s story contains a lot that's germane to this panel and its topic. And so Mr. Denton, Herbert Denton Sr. was born 1912 in Arkansas. His father, Tom Denton, had been born 3 months after the end of the Civil War in 1865 in Alabama. And Tom Denton was part of what I would later learn was called the Exodus to Arkansas, this massive westward movement of African Americans, about 100,000 or more in the 1870s and 1880s. Arkansas was west of the Mississippi. It was undeveloped land. It was at the time known as the land of opportunity. So Tom Denton was a laborer. He worked different jobs. He worked at a fruit company. He worked fixing stoves. But his son, Herbert Howard Denton, who I think was the youngest of the 4 boys, just really took to education. When Herbert Denton Sr. went to Talladega College in Alabama, at that time, less than 1% of Southern blacks had a college degree. And so he went to college, studied education, became an educator, and when he came back to Little Rock, he taught at the high school that he had attended, Dunbar High. And the Dunbar area was sort of, this was sort of where like and I'll put it in quotes because this can be a problematic term, but like the black middle class was essentially. And that's where years later, for instance, like most of the Little Rock Nine were raised in that Dunbar area. And so Mr. Denton taught there at Dunbar, quickly, was identified as a really talented educator, eventually became a principal of Stevens Elementary in Little Rock, which is named for Charlotte E. Stevens, who was the first black teacher in the Little Rock School District. And then eventually in 1953, he became the principal of Carver Elementary, which was on the east end of Little Rock. And the east end of Little Rock is sort of, it was essentially that's where the housing projects were, and that was where, like, if there were 2 black communities in Little Rock, there was the Dunbar area and there was East End. And so East End was the more impoverished. I learned this through some of my interviews at the time. There were no paved roads there. There was no drainage system. I mean, it was undeveloped. And so Mr. Denton became principal of Carver. He was principal there for 17 years. And in interview after interview, people would remember Carver as an oasis in the desert. And how much time do I have? Like,
I'll let you know.
Yeah?
Good.
Okay, cool. So now I'm going to consult the map, my mind map. This was an era, so let me, before I jump into the story, the main sources that I'm drawing on here are some interviews. One with a man named Nathaniel Hill, who was a teacher at Carver under Mr. Denton until I think 67. And then he became the first black person to be employed in a job, in like a non-custodial job at Little Rock City Hall. I'm also drawing on the memories of Dr. Stanley Denton, Mr. Denton's youngest son, who is now a professor of education at Point Park University in Pittsburgh, really living out the legacy of his father. Who else? Lillian Springer, who's the woman that I mentioned before, the one person whose name I had, who is a friend of the family, and maybe some others. But so I'll refer to Mr. Hill, Dr. Denton, and maybe Miss Springer and Miss Abrams, who's another cousin of the family. But anyways, what Mr. Hill told me when I interviewed him was, look, like, this was an era of neighborhood schools. Like, you went to the school that was next to your house. We didn't have busing, you know, there weren't charter schools, there weren't magnet schools. You just went to the school that was by your neighborhood, or in your neighborhood. And so what that led to, and especially in the context of a segregated era, was essentially full control of the school by the principal. The principal had full free reign to kind of relate to the community, to establish whatever rules he wanted to within that school, and it was his ship to run. And Mr. Denton ran a tight ship. He had this undisputed leadership of the school. I should mention, I know this is being videotaped, and Dr. Denton may see this, but even so. So Herbert Howard Denton, his initials were H.H. Denton. Behind his back, students would call him Hammerhead, because that's the kind of principal he was. He was rough and tough, is how Miss Springer told it to me. But all this to say that it came, his way of running his school came from a real place of love and a real place of understanding that this was what was required for students to break the cycle of poverty, and of course the enduring legacy of racism that they would have to face. So just some examples of the way that Mr. Denton ran this school. The school was essentially open for community events, so it wasn't like the school would close at 3 p.m. on weekdays and that was it. He would have these like neighborhood tea times so that people would come and just socialize at the school. He would have movie nights for the kids. He would have these ways of making the school really embedding it in the social fabric of the neighborhood. Dr. Denton remembers the PTA meetings being very substantive. He said, you know, like he could have easily gotten away with like cookies and punch and like, let's all throw a bake sale, a fundraiser. But these were like substantive dialogues with the parents about what they wanted in the school. Mr. Denton was responsible for winning the school winning the city's City Beautiful Award year after year, which meant that in this really, let's say like aesthetically unpleasing area, Carver was this oasis in the desert. He got the students and the parents to all really take care of the physical appearance of the school to the point where Dr. Denton told me that he remembers people flying out of their house. If someone would throw a candy wrapper on the ground, they would fly out of the house and say, "Stop, don't do that, this is our school, how dare you?" And that sense of community ownership over the school was something that Mr. Denton took very seriously. I could go into it, but I won't, but Dr. Denton also, because he is a professor of education, essentially sketched out the ways in which his father was 50, 60 years ahead of his time in terms of his approach to being a principal. He would observe his teachers every day. He would check their lesson plans. He would look at test scores to see how students were doing, and he would work with the teachers on sort of on a customized basis to make sure that they were delivering these quality educations to the students. I could go into that, but I won't, because the point that I really want to make is that, so Mr. Denton took over the school in 1953. 1954 was Brown versus Board. 1957 is the Little Rock Nine. And then we enter the era of desegregation. And essentially what happened, and this is the way that Mr. Hill, that former teacher under Mr. Denton, put it to me, he said that desegregation, as the schools began to integrate, that do what you want to do philosophy was over. And so that led to some really adverse effects for Carver. Essentially, Mr. Denton had, over his 10, 15 years of leadership at the school, really cultivated a cadre of teachers who they were his team. And these were teachers who lived in the same neighborhoods as the kids. They knew their parents. They were totally entrusted to give them whoopings. Like they were trusted. And what happened under this guise of integration was that the school board, which didn't have a black member until later in the 70s, so this all-white school board began taking these really high-quality seasoned teachers away from Mr. Denton, placing them in the schools that were still majority white, and then giving Mr. Denton these new, inexperienced white teachers who hadn't worked out elsewhere. And so the school became this dumping ground for teachers who weren't good at their jobs, and who weren't going to take orders from a black man, essentially. And one of the ways that one of his former students put it to me was, look, like, this was like the late 60s, you know, teachers would come in wearing mini skirts and jeans and stuff, and Mr. Denton would tell them that they had to go home and change, and then they would go and complain to the school board, and the school board would take their side, and tell him that he didn't have the authority to tell his teachers, you know, how to dress. And so in ways like this, eventually, Mr. Denton sort of heard the music, let's say. In 1970, he rotated out of his principalship, took a job still in Little Rock in a place called in a new program called the Career Opportunities Program. And this is kind of nice. Mr. Hill, when I interviewed him, said, this was my way of paying him back. I actually was able to hire him with my position in City Hall to do this job. And he essentially trained young high school graduates to become teachers. And so I guess what I'm trying to sketch out here is sort of how encountering this story made me, in a way that my history classes in high school and college just never really made me aware of, like the costs of desegregation and the ways in which it was really bungled and not a partnership between white community and black community. So some of those costs include, you know, the end of this self-determination within black schools, the really falling status, that's not an elegant way of put it, but essentially the falling status of educators in the black community, which is something that other folks talk to me about. Like, you know, once you had all these opportunities, like being a teacher wasn't like the pinnacle of professionalism. And so you ended up with just like less talented people wanting to be teachers within the black community. And then also, Mr. Hill talked about this at some length, like the sort of a lost, that shared sense of history became less, became weaker. And in a way, it sort of led to this generation gap between those who had come of age in segregation, those who had come of age in the desegregated era. But an averted cost of desegregation, thanks to the specific work of Mr. Denton, was that all of his teachers, once they were put in these white schools, they all reported back and said, thank God Mr. Denton had been so tough on me when I was a teacher, because otherwise I wouldn't have survived. You know, the school board did everything that they could to push me out of my job as principal. I forget at which school this man told me. But they just couldn't. They just couldn't because Mr. Denton had taught me how to handle my business, how to do my job. And so, again, I'll just kind of end on this note of saying, like, as an oral historian, I wouldn't have learned everything that I've learned, or at least it wouldn't stick to my ribs the way that it is, if I were doing this just in text-based research, in document-based research. It took, I ended up staying in Little Rock for 10 weeks. So it took like sustained, prolonged contact with the community. A lot of what I think anthropologists would call like deep hanging out. So like going to church, going to vacation Bible school, going over for coffee, finding out that if I ask someone for an interview when I first meet them, that they're gonna look at me suspiciously. So it's better to just kind of show who I am and talk about myself and show them pictures of my niece and that sort of thing. And also another thing that I think being an oral historian predisposed me to, which I'm realizing in this project, and makes me think like, I think is applicable to everyone in this room as you know, folks who are dealing with these you know, everyone in this room has a very strong sense of right and wrong, right? And we all feel like we're on the right side, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But that we have to come to terms with these ambivalent assessments of our progressive narrative. So when people would tell me, you know, I'm not saying that I liked riding on the back of the bus, or I'm not saying that I didn't enjoy, I'm not saying that I enjoyed being told that I couldn't eat at a restaurant on Main Street, but like, let's be real, like, it was kind of better back then. At least like we had our own schools, and we all knew each other, and we all, you know, there was a stronger sense of community. Now it's as segregated, but it's worse in some ways. And so that was something that I just had to take. You know, it required a lot of humility on my part, I think, to just kind of absorb that and incorporate that into my analysis. So anyways, I know I've talked for too long. But just all this to say that I'm returning to Little Rock at the end of August. It'll be the 60th anniversary of the Central High Crisis. So if anybody is interested in dialoguing about that, please let's talk, because it's something that I'm going in a little without much of a plan, let's say, or sort of seeing where we're going to go with it. So anyways, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Benji.
Good afternoon. Give me 1 second to pull up my PowerPoint. So my name is Linda Mann. I'm actually going to take off my jacket because I've decided I'm a hat. And I'm here to speak to you about my work, which involves critical examinations of racial and ethnic equity in education and focuses on the practice of institutional sponsored restorative justice. I don't know if any of you caught this on Friday, but in the New York Times, Lonnie Bunch, who's the founder of the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, wrote about the noose that was found in the exhibition on segregation. The noose used for lynching was the penalty enacted on the enslaved for trying to escape and served as an intimidation factor symbol to visitors at the museum. Lonnie wrote, "The noose, quote, powerfully juxtaposed two visions of America, one shaped by racism, violence, and terror, and one shaped by a belief in an America where freedom and fairness reign." Lonnie went on to theorize that we must lay to rest any notion that racism is not still the great divide. In my critical examinations of racial and ethnic equity in education research, I continually see this as truth. Whether it be the divides that continue in our public schools and communities, such as the school-to-prison pipeline with an overwhelming representation of students of color. But my research agenda focused specifically on the history of racial atrocities related to education policy and can and how we can reconcile past wrongdoings. I performed several studies in this area, but today I'm going to highlight two that speak well to this institute. The first is on Prince Edward County, Virginia. In 2009, I began archival research on this community. For those of you who are not aware of this site actually has significant historical value to America. It served as one of the 5 cases of the Brown v. Board of Education 1954 case. In 1951, a 400-plus student-led strike walked out of the black-only school in that community, demanding equitable public school institutions. That was their catalyst onto the legal scene. In 1952, they became part of the NAACP litigation, Davis versus County School Board of Prince Edward County, and eventually they were rolled into Brown. Yet despite its role in America's civil rights and education, this community, under the control of white hegemonic majority, were able to effectively close their schools for a period of 5 years. From 1959 to 1964, all funding was ceased for public education in Prince Edward County. The result, approximately 24 African Americans were denied access to public education. I can't go into it here because of time, but what occurred within that community, an underground education system for those who could leave, was put in place. Children as young as 9 went to host families as far away as California. But unfortunately, for the mass majority, few were educated. At the same time the public schools were closed, It's important for you to know that state and local legislation worked feverishly to fund white education. A very successful white-only institution was created, and they made sure that they employed white teachers. This was done to the extent that they were even able to siphon their property taxes. 1/4 of their property taxes could be put into a school of their choice. So of course you have property owners, most of them are white, they take their property taxes, they take 25% and they siphon it to their white-only institution to make sure their kids are educated. Fortunately, in 1964, the Supreme Court ruling in Griffin versus County School Board of Prince Edward County deemed the school closing unconstitutional. The impact was significant, and I can tell you that the U.S. actually funded education immediately following in 1964 by Michigan State, where they found significant educational delays, social emotional impacts, and then there's been studies all the way up until 2008 which have demonstrated a loss of housing and vocational opportunities, long-term educational gaps compared to neighboring cohorts, and tremendous personal and social emotional loss, including anger, disgrace, and embarrassment. As one of the members of this community reported to me, the impact lasted a lifetime. After years of silence in the 1990s, word got out that they were going to demolish the black-only school where the student strike had occurred. And the African American community rallied together and they saved that school. They turned it into a National Historic Landmark, and actually you can go visit there today. It is a museum dedicated to civil rights and education. And it's an incredible community where I lived at for the following 3 years. So during this time, also, it was the 50th anniversary of Brown v. Board, so there's these policy streams, what we talk about in policy, where all of these things are come together. You've got the black community in Prince Edward County preserving the school. You've got the 50th anniversary. And so Virginia General Assembly gets together and they say, well, we need to do something as well. So much like a lot of restorative justice policies, they provided not an apology, but profound regret. And then they instituted a scholarship program and fund, which allowed individuals who had been denied an education to go back to school to get their GEDs or technical assistant training or bachelor's, master's, or even a PhD. So for me, I really wanted to take a look at what this policy did. You know, a lot of restorative justice policies are enacted, but do they really provide meaningful repair? So framed within Yamamoto and Walgrave, particularly Walgrave's work, who talks about the fact that if we really want to understand the success and shortcomings of restorative justice, we need to hear from the recipients. And so I started on a 3-year case study. And what I can tell you I discovered was very revealing about the process of this restorative justice and what meaningful repair may have looked like. First, it's important for you to know that the implementation and policy of the scholarship program was influenced by hegemonic government structures. And quite frankly, they didn't value the voices of those that had been disenfranchised. As a result, the scholarship program did not attend to the voices of the policy recipients, and restorative justice in that community was unfulfilled. This is really significant because I need you to know that the black-only community in Prince Edward County did a lot to let the government know what they needed. As a matter of fact, they created a Get on the Bus campaign where they got 5 school buses boarded with 50 and 60-year-olds who had been denied education in the 50s and 60s to go speak to the government in Richmond to say to them, we would like the scholarship funds to go to our descendants, to our grandchildren, to those closest in age that will actually benefit economically and materially from this. But because they didn't, the scholarships went only directly to those that were wronged, those that had been denied. And so you had basically older 50 and 60-year-olds going back, and age, as a result, mitigated most of their material or economic well-being that they could have benefited from this. Also, I can tell you that the individuals in the community really wanted literacy centers, potentially, because 3/4 of the community didn't get education during those 5 years. There's a tremendous literacy issue in this community. But that was denied. The scholarship application itself required advanced literacy, so already you were denying. I want to add one other little thing. The only statistical significance that I found with the scholarship program occurred because of an HBCU, historical black college and university, that existed over an hour ago, and I say existed because unfortunately it's closed since then, over an hour away, that put in place a satellite school so that people in the community could come easily to get their education. Over 50% of the funds were dispersed to that program, and the people that actually achieved bachelor's and master's programs attended that satellite school. This is important because in that community, there are 2 other public state institutions within a 5-mile radius that did nothing to support the scholarship program, which I think speaks again to our racial divide. So although not generalizable, the study offers some policy suggestions. I feel very strongly that if we really want to design restorative justice policies that actually provide meaningful repair, we need equal representation at the get-go, from the design and the implementation and all the way through. Also, somewhat speaking to some of the concerns that Whittaker had years ago when he was talking about having reparations from Jim Crow on, age does mitigate what occurs, and the voices of those impacts do change over time. And so timeliness of a restoration policy does matter. And if we really want to have an impact, then we need to be thinking about the generation that's youngest in age so that they can benefit the most. So now I get to Georgetown Memory Project, because this research is really informing and supporting our work at the Georgetown Memory Project. But before I elaborate on our Georgetown Memory Project, allow me to share you a little bit of Georgetown's legacy of enslaved labor. It was common knowledge at Georgetown University that the Maryland Jesuits had slaves during the 1600s, and that these slaves supported the functioning of Georgetown University, founded in the 1700s. As a matter of fact, like many of American elite institutions, students did not have to pay for their attendance at Georgetown University because it was supported entirely on enslaved labor. In the 1830s, Georgetown University began to have financial troubles, and to avoid certain bankruptcy, they actually petitioned the Pope and at the Vatican to request permission to sell the slaves in order to keep the university from going bankrupt. Within the year, the Pope granted them permission, and 272 slaves were sold to sugar plantations, but miraculously, all of them perished in the malodorous swamps in Louisiana. Now, the beginning of that is true, but the perished population is a myth. Richard Cellini is the founder of our Georgetown Memory Project, and he heard this story and he thought to himself, I'm sorry, but even the Titanic had survivors? So in 2015, he founded the Georgetown Memory Project. We're an independent research institute dedicated to uncovering empirical data about the historical roots and modern-day effects of African American slavery in the U.S. We are guided by the principles of Mahgs, doing more, and we are committed to the ideals of truth, reconciliation, and reunion. We receive no funding from Georgetown University and the Maryland Jesuits, and we are supported on donations and grant funds. Since 2015, we have painstakingly scoured libraries, churches, and courthouses in Louisiana and Maryland, and assembled a vast trove of data and written material documenting the identities and lives of the original GU 272 members and thousands of their direct descendants. As a matter of fact, we've been able to identify 212 of the 272 that miraculously disappeared. And we've been able to identify over 4,200 descendants living and dead, 1,000 alive today. And we have been able to help to support, build a descendant community. There's a Georgetown 272 Foundation, a Georgetown University 272 Descendant Association, and we work closely with them as we continue to have conversations with the university about what meaningful repair might look like. As that, we are working with the descendants. They are a part of us, an integral part of us. We are doing an oral history project in which we are going to the descendants to see what it means to them to get meaningful repair. Similar to our Prince Edward County research, we are finding that changing the historical narrative is of utmost importance to these people. And so that's what we are really dedicated to. Our research is evolving, but I can tell you that we've reunited dozens of families. We've bridged a lot of gaps, and I really believe long-term that our research will allow for people to see history differently, that our elite institutions were sustained and financially supported on the backs of those that were enslaved. And I really do believe, because we are working directly with the descendants and it's their voices that are being heard, not the institutions, that hopefully we will be able to alter the way that America addresses enslaved injustices through their voices. And in that, I'd like to just close and say that I am grateful for those voices, and I wouldn't be standing here today. And what I shared with you really is their language and their words. Thank you.
Well, thank you to all of our panelists for such wonderful discussions and for remaining within time. I really appreciate that. I think because we are running a little bit behind schedule, we'll gather a number of questions and then allow everyone to respond to them, if that sounds good. So are there any questions from the audience? I'm going to stand up because I'm having trouble seeing sitting down. Yes, in the back.
This question is for Dr. Conyers. You spoke earlier about the slave trade and the diaspora. One question that I've been pondering on about is you said after the 7/11, shortly that was taken by North Africans, occupied by North Africans in Spain. Right after the expulsion, I believe that all Jews and Muslims were taken out from Spain. But the presence of African Muslims would once again come back during the earlier remnants of the slave trade, where most plantation owners would find slaves praying 5 times a day. How would you think that has contributed also to the Islamophobia as well that has taken place in the United States as far as a black presence of Islam?
Well, again, from 7/11 to 1492 was the period of, or sometimes we used to call in history, the Empire of the Two Shores, between North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula, at different times ruled by different groups of Muslims, sometimes the Almohads and other groups from Damascus or Syria. All of the Jews and all of the Muslims were not necessarily expelled. Those who converted Jewish became conversos, and you had Moriscos, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A huge number of Africans that were brought to the Americas, especially in places like South Carolina, parts of Georgia, were many of the ones who led slave revolts or rebellions in those areas of the country. Now, to the degree, I'm not sure what degree that has significance in terms of what you are calling Islamophobia today. There may be some, I haven't studied it, so I don't know specifically. There may be some remnants of that in those particular areas of the country. But I do feel that Islamophobia today is part of a much larger situation that the world has faced, that we're in right now in terms of the understanding of it. I think the enslaved Muslim population of America was probably mostly forgotten by most people. Even the experience of African people known as Geechees, that's mostly forgotten by people. My grandmother was a Geechee. That's mostly forgotten by people. So I'm not sure, and I have to be honest, I haven't studied the connection there. There may be something, but I think that we're engaged in something a little bit different than that in terms of what people are now calling Islamophobia.
Has Georgetown made any attempts to redress, family lineages of the slaves the Jesuits had sold so long ago?
I'm so glad you asked that question. Because there's so many things I didn't get to in the presentation, but what I would share with you is, yes, Georgetown University has done a lot of stuff, and what they've stated is that they've done more than most universities. They had a day of conciliation. They've changed names of buildings, taken down names that were original slave owners, a Jesuit priest, and replaced them with some of the original descendant names. But I will tell you from the descendants' perspective that similar, unfortunately, the reality is like so many of these restorative justice policies are done without the voices of those wronged at the table. And this is, again, occurring. And those conversations, some of those conversations have not included the descendants' voices. And those are great, but they're symbolic. For instance, one of the things that Georgetown did was they are offering special consideration if you were a descendant. Well, there's a tremendous amount of assumptions with that. I mean, one of the communities that we have found a significant amount of descendants located in is Maringouin, Louisiana. 75% of the population is below poverty. They don't even have a school. So there's an assumption that these descendants will be able to apply to Georgetown University and get preferential acceptance. So it's the symbolism. Sure, that's great, but what is it that they need? We need to have the voices at the table. And I think we're in a unique position because we have, I will tell you, the Jesuits and Georgetown University kept copious notes. We have incredible archival data. And I think we're in a position where we're having a lot of, as I said, policy streams, and that their voices are going to be heard in this conversation as we continue going forward. This is an evolving process, and I do believe the descendants are going to be able to have a space at the table.
Picking up on that question, what has the response been at Columbia in response to student demands, which is a little bit different, but I'm curious to hear about that. And maybe in addition to that, Ty and Mary, if you could speak a little bit. I mean, Linda mentioned the Georgetown Memory Project, how important it was that it is an independent project, not underwritten in any way by the university. How does your relationship with Columbia inform, or does it inform, the kind of project that it is?
Inevitably, it does inform the project. I mean, there certainly is no overt pressure on student research topics. I think, the discovery in Columbia's history, even remotely reminiscent of what's been found at Georgetown, would be the ultimate nightmare for the administration at Columbia. So as I say, I think there's a sense that exploring the distant past might be a slightly safer route of research as opposed to exploring Columbia's ties to the fossil fuel industries today, or the private prisons or other funding sources, which Columbia has a very fraught relationship with. as far as I know, there hasn't been any explicit proposals accepted. Students have been invited to make these suggestions, and now 2 cohorts of students have done so. The website has been created, and the research is ongoing, and that's where we are. We're now 3 years into a project that's very open-ended, but still relatively young.
I would just add, well, first, I think, Ty, you brought up in our presentation that, I mean, on one hand, we've been enormously lucky to have a strong financial and moral support from the university. There are lots of other schools around the country and the world even that want to do this kind of research and just don't have the support from their administration to do it. So they have to, undertake independent research projects or just kind of piece things together where they can. So we're lucky to have the resources behind us. On the other hand, I think the university has been very careful to frame it as a historical research project, not a reparations project or a project that could have a substantial political impact on the campus. And I think, from my point of view as someone who's been involved with teaching the class the past 2 years and from working with the students and with the faculty members who've been also involved, I see our job as sort of this intermediary position between the administration that's providing the resources and the students who are doing the bulk of the research, is to constantly remind the administration that this is an ongoing project, that just because we have the website up, just because we've had 3 iterations of the seminar, that doesn't mean it's over, and that the research, that we need to have them keep spending their money on us and keep supporting the project no matter where it ends up taking us. So,
Thank you. Other questions? Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk about Benji and also Linda mentioned. Well, Benji, you mentioned in your presentation that the significant costs to desegregation policies occurred because it wasn't a partnership. And then Linda, of course, you mentioned that restorative justice or restorative efforts were ineffective because there wasn't not a partnership with the people who were affected by this. And one of your recommendations was equal participation at all phases of the design process. But I guess my question is, what does equal mean? Because only one group of actors at play here received 100% of the damage. So, which entities need to be involved in the process besides those who've suffered the costs, and how does that look? I mean, because I've seen in other contexts just the same type of botched restoration that was the terms of which were completely dictated by those who remained in power and sought to remain in power. And so, how do you reconcile that participation need? Thanks.
So I'll say, in my context, like, to be honest, I need to do a lot more research on it. Like, I have just started reading, not just, but I, in terms of the bibliography on desegregation in Little Rock and its aftermath, I've barely scratched the surface. Again, I'm more into oral sources than text. But again, like the biggest example I can think of is like having a black member of the school board, which didn't happen until, I can't remember what year, but definitely not until after 1970. So well into the era of desegregation. I mean, that's 13 years, at least 13 years after the supposed integration of Central High. And so there was no one in that conversation to advocate for the black community. I mean, it's these decisions are getting made in terms of, okay, we need to have a certain, we want to comply. And this is a thing, like the school board, their main interest was simply complying with the court. So, okay, we need to comply to the extent that the court is going to be cool with this and not one more black student, So you had these like token integration policies, busing. But again, like if there had been, someone who knew Mr. Denton, because this is another thing, like in a place like Little Rock, I mean, Little Rock is more of a town than a city, so everyone kind of knows each other. And so Mr. Denton was very well respected by the black community at the time. So he himself wouldn't have been a school board member. Many people have told me that, like, he just wanted to be a principal and run his own school. But if his neighbor, if one of his, associates was on the school board, that person would have been at the table when they were deciding, okay, let's take Mrs. Powell and Miss Carter and put them at Hall High where all the white kids are going to be, and let's take, Miss X and Miss Y who didn't work out there and put them under Mr. Denton. Somebody would have been there to say, what's up with that, And so I think in terms of your question of like, who else to include in that partnership aside from those who were the victims, I mean, essentially it's those who are still going to have power, right? And so the question becomes like, how in those halls of power do you make for, I don't know, a space for that kind of partnership? You know what I mean?
It's a great question. So in my experience in the work that I've done thus far, within each of these communities, there tends to be a strong community force. Sometimes they're very organized, sometimes they're a little bit more loosely organized. But there tends to be some kind of organization that's advocating for change. It's part of those policy streams, right? I mean, I talked about the Get on the Bus campaign. The Black Caucus for Virginia was also involved in pushing forward the restorative justice policy. But when it came down to the design, it was made within the General Assembly and the committees, and they did not attend to the request that they had to give the funds to the next generation. And so I think within those communities, within communities that are wrong, there are representatives within their organized groups that I think that individuals within those structures would readily select them to be seated at the table as a representative for their organizations. And in Prince Edward County, it happened to be the Martha E. Forrester community that would have been the correct group to select as a representative. They've been involved in advocating for black rights in that community since 1920. So I think that within the community, the community of those wronged are organized for the most part. And if they're not, then I oftentimes, quite frankly, if you're familiar with Derek Bell's work, I mean, first of all, you need interest convergence. So you need the white people to think that it's worth their while to be involved in it. And you need a push, you need a policy push, you need efforts from the grassroots to make something change. So usually there's members within the community, and I think the community of those wronged would know who to select and put forward on that team.
Thank you. I want to be mindful of the time since we're supposed to start another session now. Is there coffee? Well, let me thank our panelists once again for a wonderful discussion.
Okay, we're going to get started with our second keynote address. And we are really lucky to have with us Dr. Fania Davis. I know how lucky we are because whenever I would say to people that I was helping organize this conference, they would ask who the keynote speakers were, and I would say Dr. Davis, and they would say, "You got Fania Davis?" So we're very, very happy to have her here with us. I'm just going to read you a little bit about her as an introduction. Co-founder and director of Restorative Justice for Oakland Youth, a national thought leader in the field, Fania Davis is a longtime social justice activist, a restorative justice scholar and professor, and a civil rights attorney with a PhD in Indigenous knowledge. Coming of age in Birmingham, Alabama during the social ferment of the civil rights movement era, the murder of two close childhood friends in the 1963 Sunday school bombing crystallized within Dr. Davis a passionate commitment to social transformation. For the next decade, she was active in the civil rights, black liberation, women's, prisoners, peace, socialist, anti-imperialist, anti-racial violence, and anti-apartheid movements. After receiving her law degree from University of California, Berkeley, I've heard of that, in 1979, Dr. Davis practiced almost 27 years as a civil rights trial lawyer with a subspecialty in academic discrimination. During the late 1990s, she entered a PhD program in Indigenous Studies at the California Institute of Integral Studies and apprenticed with traditional healers around the globe, particularly in Africa. She has since taught restorative justice and Indigenous peacemaking at graduate and undergraduate levels. She has also served as counsel to the International Council of 13 Indigenous Grandmothers. She writes and speaks on a number of subjects that you can read about in this bio. Numerous honors, including the Ubuntu Service to Humanity Award, the Maloney Award recognizing exceptional contributions in youth-based restorative justice, and many, many other awards. The Los Angeles Times named Dr. Davis a new civil rights leader of the 21st century. She is a mother, grandmother, dancer, and yoga and qigong practitioner. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Fania Davis.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be invited to be part of this conversation about transitional justice processes and how they might be applied here at home. I'm grateful to the organizers for hosting this relatively new conversation. Strategic peace building, conflict transformation, transitional justice, truth and reconciliation commissions historically have been viewed as applicable to other countries. Post-conflict, post-genocide, post-authoritarian, but not so much to ours. We are just now as a nation beginning to look in the mirror, however, thanks, I believe, to mass movements such as Black Lives Matter, Standing Rock, and so on. Thank you to Dennis Klein and Kean University, to T.B. Kali, and the Auschwitz Institute for Peace and Reconciliation, to Jocelyn Getgen of Cardozo Law School, to Kerry Whigham of Columbia University, and to Susan Braden and others, and Rob Scharf. I want to honor all of you who are here today because you could be elsewhere, and I'm sure that you're all here because you see a lot of harm and suffering in the world. And you see suffering on personal levels, on family levels, on community levels, on ecological levels, on social structure levels, on institutional levels. Suffering caused by any number of factors, including historical harm. And I know that you're here today and you're interested in this topic because you want to help reduce and end that suffering in the world. So I want to acknowledge you for that. I also wish to add my voice to those of a number of others who have honored and acknowledged the ancestors of this land, the Delaware Indians, the Lenni Lenape. Acknowledging this is an occupied land. This is a post-genocidal land. And like the original harm of slavery, we have yet as a nation to tell the whole truth about this genocide, to take responsibility, to make amends, and to heal and transform our relationships and social structures to the degree possible. We are a nation born in the blood of unspeakable terror and trauma. Genocide and slavery being the original historical wounds that we have yet to heal. Our government is quick to point the finger of blame at other nations and religions as perpetrators of terror, of genocide, of massive human rights violations. However, according to an African proverb, let us be wary of pointing with dirty fingers. Again, we honor the ancestors of this land. We ask that we might strive to walk upon this land in the light of their wisdom and sense of the sacred. I'm going to talk a bit about restorative justice today. And I just want to say that although the restorative justice movement began only about 45 years ago, it's rooted in indigenous worldviews. It really has ancient roots. And it's rooted in indigenous insights, especially about the primacy of peacemaking, the primacy of healing. It's rooted in the fundamental indigenous insight that we are one, mitaki o yasin. We are related. And because we are relatives, we must take care of one another and of the earth. I believe that these teachings are lights that guide our way into a perilous future. I say a lot. It's a great time to be alive. I say this to young people who often talk about how they would have liked to have been around in the 60s. And I say, but this is a great time to be alive. They say, what? In the time where our president is a billionaire climate change denier, a xenophobe, an Islamophobe, a racist, a misogynist, a transphobe, a homophobe, a war hawk. This is the greatest time? And I say, it is the greatest time because I see movements today like I have never seen before in my long life of activism. There's been a surge of activism, especially during the 8 years of the Obama administration. In many ways, that was his greatest gift to us. You had Occupy, Black Lives Matter, the Sanders movement, Standing Rock, LGBTQI movement, the Dreamers movement, a women's movement, and that amazing historic march the day after the inauguration in Washington, the movement against sexual assault, the movement of scientists. They were marching in Washington not that long ago. And I understand that for the first time, we had a political protest in space. Did you read about that? In near space. Against Trump. We're also seeing a new kind of activism. We're seeing a sort of spiritual activism, and we saw that most clearly with the young people of the International Indigenous Youth Council and Standing Rock especially, where their actions were prayer actions and they were warrior actions. We're seeing a spiritual activism today where binary and oppositional and splitting and fracturing ways of thinking are yielding to more holistic and unitary ways of thinking. The field of law is indeed transforming. I remember maybe 15 years ago when I first heard the idea that judges might be healers and that lawyers might, I heard a judge say that he aspired to be a healer. It sounded really strange to my ears. It was kind of like an oxymoron. Wait, a lawyer? A healer? But today, so many lawyers and judges are calling themselves healers. We have the emergence of collaborative law. We have transformational law. We have holistic law. We have therapeutic jurisprudence. And we have an organization that's called the Project on Integrating Spirituality, Law, and Politics. The acronym is PISLAP. But all of this is to say that this is exciting for me, these times. I was at Northwestern Law School not that long ago, and we were in a lecture room, very different from this one. I felt like I was in the House of Lords, transported back at least a century. And in that august room, we had an elder, a Native American elder, open up that conference, and that conference was on healing justice. And that's probably the first time the ancestors, I would think, were consciously brought into that room. The first time Native American Indian chants was sung and drums were played in that law school lecture room. And justice itself is transforming. We are redefining what justice is and what it does. A new but old justice is dawning on the historical stage. Restorative justice itself is a healing justice. It sees justice as a healing ground and not a battleground. It sees justice as something that brings more social peace instead of increasing social conflict. And restorative justice is proliferating all over the world. And in these restorative justice processes, we see murderers reconciling with family members of those that they have killed. I don't know how much you know about restorative justice, but if you don't know very much, if you'd like a good introduction, I would suggest Meeting with the Killer. It's something, a film that you can get online just by Googling it. But in that film, the Whites, a family who lost their daughter, or a mother who lost her daughter, a child who lost her mother to murder by Gary Brown, met with Gary Brown, the killer, It took 2 years. It's not the kind of thing that you do willy-nilly. There's a long and very careful preparation process before the trained facilitator assesses that you are ready now to come together in this encounter process. And so that film is all about the preparation and how they came together inside of the prison where Gary Brown was still serving, and just the amazing healing that occurred through this process. The stories like the Amy Beale story, you probably have heard about Amy Beale, the Stanford law student who went to South Africa to help usher in the new era, post-apartheid era in the 1990s. And she herself her life was taken when she was beaten and stoned by black young men who themselves had lost their close friends to a police killing. Her family met with the killers, and they had an amazing reconciliation. And today they speak together all over the world. The story of Azim Kamisa, a man from San Diego who lost his 19-year-old son to a gang-initiated killing by a 14-year-old African-American young man. He said there are 2 victims on both sides of the gun. He reached out to the guardian, the grandfather of the killer, and now they talk together all over the world to prevent the recurrence of what happened to them. We have the Gromers and the McBrides. There was an article in the New York Times a couple of years ago where a young man, 19 years old, I believe, or 20, killed his girlfriend after 2 days of arguing. And the family of the girl who was killed reached out to the killer's family. And they reconciled, and they together met in a restorative justice process and sort of a plea bargaining where they were able to, where they asked for 15 years instead of life. And then we have the Charleston massacre, where the families of those who were lost reached out to the family of Dylan Root and said, "I forgive him, we forgive him." In Chicago, we see police sitting in circles with youth, in circles with communities who have lost loved ones to violence. So that's why I say this is an exciting time to be alive. Though we're not happy about what has happened on national political levels by any means. As in nature, when some poison arises, very close by you will find its antidote. So we have both of these things happening. I think sort of a theme for me today is that we talk about is it the 4 or the 5 pillars? I think the 4 pillars of transitional justice. I would suggest that we add a 5th, and that 5th would be healing. That this healing is so needed. I would say even that history is inviting us, is demanding even that we become healers. Not acupuncturists, not herbalists, not MDs, not body workers, healers of that sort, but social healers. I mean, be those things if you would like, certainly, but all of us, no matter what our profession, no matter what our vocation, no matter what our career, are being asked by history to become healers, to learn how to be present with one another and to the earth and all of her inhabitants in ways that bring about healing and wholeness, instead of in ways that bring about destruction and devastation and discord. I fear that if we do not answer history's call, that there will be no future. And this resonates, I believe, with what Sandy Whitehawk was talking about on the first day of this wonderful conference. So what I want to do in the remaining time is to talk a little bit more about this healing justice, this restorative justice, and my personal journey to it. I want to look at nascent truth-telling, racial healing and transformation efforts that are bubbling up in the United States to remedy racial violence and to address slavery, including some of the efforts that were discussed in the last panel, especially at universities. And then I want to briefly explore future directions for a homegrown truth-telling and reconciliation process, with restorative justice being the bridge that moves us from truth-telling to reconciliation, from truth-telling to racial healing and transformation of our relationships and social structures, creating new and just futures. So a little bit about my journey to racial justice and restorative justice. As was mentioned in the introduction to me a little bit earlier, I was born in Birmingham, Alabama. You may know it as Birmingham, but I experienced it as Birmingham. Many of you know about the Birmingham Sunday School bombing in 1963, but that was one of many, many bombings of homes, of churches, of schools, where people inside were adherents of and activists in the civil rights movement. It was an act of terror designed to dissuade us from our activism. I lived in a neighborhood atop a hill that was called Dynamite Hill. You know, I said, that's my origin story, growing up in Birmingham and living atop Dynamite Hill. It was called Dynamite Hill because we, along with other black families, had moved into a neighborhood that had previously been all white, and we were pushing the color line. And the White Citizens Council and the Ku Klux Klan and other retrogressive elements in the white community responded with these bombs. We were very fortunate. Bombs went off all around us, but our home was never struck. We were awakened in the middle of the night at times by the sounds of bombs, or my father getting up, awakening us, thinking that Ku Klux Klanners might be outside of our doors. Our father formed a patrol, an armed patrol with other fathers in the neighborhood for self-defense. Then, on September 15th, 1963, I lost two very close friends to the Birmingham Sunday School bombing. Carol Robinson, Cynthia Wesley. I left the South with this burning commitment, with this deep yearning to become a warrior for justice, to create a world without racial violence and without oppression. And I, from there, became involved in the Black Panther movement, the Black nationalist movement, in women's movement, and the socialist movement, and the peace movement, and the anti-imperialist movement. And in virtually every major movement of my time, I was a part of it. As a person in her early 20s, my home was invaded by police, and my husband almost killed. My husband shot in the back and almost killed by police who invaded our home solely because we were active with the Black Panther Party. And then about a year later, my sister was put on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list and was targeted for elimination in the gas chamber on politically framed charges of capital murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. I traveled all over the world speaking on my sister's behalf and helping to organize a movement to free her. And then after her case was done, I became so impressed by the lawyers who defended my sister that I decided I wanted to become a lawyer myself, that I could be a more effective agent of social change with a law degree. So I became a lawyer and practiced for almost 30 years as a lawyer. So after all of these decades of fighting in the courtroom, fighting in the streets, I became weary. I became unbalanced. And not unbalanced as in mentally unbalanced, but I was knowing, I knew deep inside of me that I needed to make some deep changes in my life. I sensed that I was being invited to bring healing energies and more spiritual and more creative energies into my life. I knew that the hyper-masculinist, hyper-rational, and hyper-aggressive qualities that I was required to cultivate to be a successful trial lawyer and activist were putting me off balance, literally making me ill. So synchronistically, I found this PhD program. I shut down my law practice. I found this PhD program, which allowed me to study in Africa with healers, apprentice with a Zulu healer in particular. I did that, came back to this country, got my PhD, but couldn't find any jobs doing this wonderful healing work, right? So was pushed back into the practice of law, kicking and screaming. But in retrospect, it's a good thing that I was pushed back into the law practice, because as a lawyer, I was invited by lawyers to a conference of lawyers, and that's where I learned about restorative justice. From a district attorney by the name of Ronnie Earl, who had been targeted for defeat by the right many, many times, but won over and over again, because he had been able to reduce the crime rate in Travis County through restorative justice. Hearing about restorative justice was a real epiphany for me. This was a justice that heals. A justice, as I said earlier, that's a healing ground instead of a battleground. A justice that seeks to create more peace in the world rather than deepen social conflict. It was an epiphany for me, because it allowed the lawyer, the healer, and the warrior to become one in me. It was very important in my own internal movement toward wholeness. I could be all of those things at once. So I'm going to talk a little bit about restorative justice now with the PowerPoint. So what is restorative justice? First of all, it's a worldview. Many people think of it as a conflict resolution modality, and it can serve as that for sure. But it is also a set of principles and values and a worldview that's based on indigenous worldviews. It's a worldview and a theory of justice that emphasizes bringing together everyone affected by wrongdoing to address their needs and responsibilities, and to heal the harm as much as possible. And the presenter in the last panel was talking about Georgetown and Prince Edward County, and how the Prince Edward County process was not restorative because it did not involve those most deeply and directly impacted in the actions that were taken. Restorative justice does not do things to others, but does things with others. So it's a theory of justice that emphasizes bringing together everyone affected by wrongdoing to address their needs and responsibilities, and to heal the harm as much as possible. You could say that ours is a retributive system of justice. It's based on the Roman notion of just deserts. If I do harm, the scales of justice become imbalanced. And the only way to rebalance the scales is for a similar harm to be done to me. So ours is a system that harms people who harm people, to show that harming people is wrong. And that only replicates and reproduces harm. Restorative justice invites a paradigm shift in the way that we think about and do justice. And this exercise can be helpful. By the way, how many of you have read a book about restorative justice? A few. Great. Oh, okay. Wonderful. Most of you, it looks like, or a number of you. How many of you have done a training, a restorative justice training? Great. And how many of you are actual restorative justice practitioners? Beautiful. About 3 or 4. Wonderful. So I know this is, you've heard this before, so bear with me as I review this information. For you, it's a review, I'm sure. For some of you, for others of you, it may not be. So this exercise is very helpful, I find, in trying to explain what restorative justice is, because, you know, it's become such a popular term these days. but many people don't understand what it is, and it's sometimes difficult to explain it. I find this exercise helps. So you could say that our justice system asks 3 questions: what law or rule was broken, who broke it, and what punishment is deserved. What law was broken, who broke it, and what punishment is deserved. Restorative justice asks a different set of questions. Who was harmed? It focuses on harm, not on broken laws. What are the needs and responsibilities of everyone impacted? Not just focused on the offender, what the offender did, and how he or she should be punished, but what are everyone's needs that are impacted? What are the responsibilities of everyone? And how do all impacted come together to address needs and responsibilities and to heal the harm to the degree possible? We already talked about the indigenous origins of restorative justice. So very briefly, these are the elements of a restorative justice process. All restorative justice processes are not responding to harm that has already occurred. I know most people think of restorative justice in that way, where you bring together the person causing harm with the person who has been harmed. But that is not the only expression of a restorative justice circle or model. We do many circles in Oakland, California, where no harm has actually occurred at all, and where we come together to perhaps share values, to create a set of shared values. Or we come together to have a talk about what it's like to be a young black man growing up in this country. Or it could be a circle of girls where we talk about how do we enter into healthy relationships with young men. So we in schools, where restorative justice is now public policy as a result of the work that we've done in Oakland, we have a rule of thumb. We want to do 70% proactive restorative justice circles and only about 30% responsive. I know I must be giving you grief back there with the video. I'm a walker, and I'll try to at least stay in the light. I was moving into the shadows over there. Stay in the light. Okay. But generally in a circle where you have, in a responsive circle where you're responding to harm, you'll have an encounter. That is, a person harmed comes together with the person causing harm. You have truth-telling, an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Then you make amends, and you move into transformed futures, transform relationships, and transform futures. It's a forward-looking justice. And as Nelson Mandela says, reconciliation is not about resignation. It's about working together to create a new and more just future. And just very briefly, I have this slide to show that in restorative justice processes, we spend more time developing relationships, sharing stories, fostering empathy, learning about one another. We spend at least half our time getting acquainted, building trust, sharing stories, doing icebreakers before we get to the difficult issue. Seasoned diplomats know this. You don't just, you may meet for a week on retreat, but you're going to spend a good part of your time playing golf, having tea, sharing pictures, sharing stories, because developing that relationship is primary. And so that restorative justice is a relational justice. The relationship is everything. Community building is everything. Without getting into all of the details of the work that we're doing in Oakland, after 3 years, actually, let's see, this study was done in was released in 2015, but it showed our restorative justice schools outcomes compared to non-restorative justice schools outcomes, mostly academic outcomes. you can see that graduation rates in the restorative justice schools increased by 60%, and in the non-restorative justice schools increased only by 7%. Reading level scores in restorative justice schools increased by 128%, only 11% in non-restorative justice schools. Chronic absence went down in restorative justice schools while going up in non-restorative justice schools. The 4-year dropout rate also went down 56% compared to only 70% in non-restorative justice schools. So it's, you know, this work is the work of being in good relationship, of being in right relationship, is creating these kinds of outcomes. It makes a difference when a young man with pants down to here and a hoodie walks into a school for the first time, and the principal embraces him, and even the security guard embraces him. And he goes into the principal's office, and this young man has had a history of 150 suspensions, is on his way into the school to prison. It is really already in the school to prison pipeline, but restorative justice kind of snatched him out of there at this particular school that I'm thinking of, which is a school where we had a pilot program. For the first time, this young man felt seen. He didn't feel that he was being stereotyped as a thug. He felt that they could see his gift. And it reminds me of a Zulu proverb, or a Zulu greeting, actually. Sawubona, sawubona, a greeting when you walk through the marketplace or along dusty roads. I see you. I see who you truly are. I see your gift to the world. This work is so much about seeing our children and seeing one another, and seeing them even when they don't see themselves, until they begin to see themselves. So that's just a little bit about a very, very quick overview of restorative justice and some of the work. We're also doing work in the juvenile justice system. But this restorative justice work, I should say, is rapidly expanding. Those of you who are practitioners and who've read about restorative justice know that, I'm sure. When I started this work just a little bit more than 10 years ago, ours was the only organization in the East Bay, that's across from San Francisco, that was doing this work. Today, there must be almost 20 organizations. We started in one school in the Oakland Unified School District. Today, the program is district-wide, affecting approximately 50 schools, with a budget of several million and many full-time employees. Now, I want to go on to talk about, well, what does restorative justice have to do with transitional justice? What does it have to do with truth and reconciliation? As I said earlier, I think that that we need a healing pillar when we talk about transitional justice, when we talk about truth and reconciliation. And you could say that South Africa was the first that actually called its process, named the process as a restorative justice process. It did not necessarily always live up to it, but I believe it's the first in history that was designated and characterized by its leaders as a restorative justice process. And for me, that restorative justice process adds that healing dimension. And that healing dimension is essential for the reasons that I said earlier. And specifically in the context of this country that was born, as I said, in the blood of slavery and genocide. And we have not really told the truth about these atrocities. We have swept them under the rug. Yet they keep reenacting themselves, and they will keep reenacting themselves until we engage in an intentional healing process. We have a lot to learn from trauma healing. We have a lot to learn from indigenous peoples and their technologies of healing. But I truly believe that we will not be able to stop police killings. We will not be able to stop racial violence in this nation until we deal with that original wound. It's as if a child has a terrible trauma in her early years, and as she becomes an adult, or as she progresses through childhood and becomes an adult, she never really addresses that terrible wound, that terrible trauma. And so that trauma keeps reenacting itself in her life. The choices she makes, the relationships that she enters, it keeps coming back. That's what's happening with us. We got rid of slavery, but because we never healed from it, it came back in the form of lynching. It came back in the form of convict leasing. We got rid of convict leasing. It came back in the form of mass incarceration and deadly police practices. We can get rid of mass incarceration, probably not with this president in office, but I think that it is a possibility. The movement to end mass incarceration has made so many gains over the last 15 years, and we can conceivably end our system of incarceration as we know it today, but if we do not do that healing work, it will morph into something else. So I see a truth telling and racial healing and transformation process, or truth and whatever language you wish to use. For the reasons I just articulated, that process must be grounded in technologies of healing, and I think restorative justice offers that. We don't have a commission that has been established in a top-down way, obviously, and I don't think that would work for us anyway. We don't have the truth coming out or being unsilenced through public hearings of the sort that we saw in South Africa that were televised nationally and that everybody, the whole nation, was riveted on. No, we don't have that kind of a truth-telling process going on. We have one that's bubbling up from the bottom, from communities, from localities. We see the Ferguson Truth-Telling Project, and I will say that, especially in terms of truth-telling about racial and police violence, state-sanctioned violence, that we've seen this kind of bubbling up of truth-telling since Ferguson. I see Ferguson as sort of a marker. It was those youth who stopped going to school, stopped going to work, lived in their cars, stayed in the streets of Ferguson, refused to leave, and demonstrated for longer than anyone has ever demonstrated in modern history, with the exception of the Montgomery bus boycott. And it was because of what those youth did, led by LGBTQI. It's because of them that we saw international publicity about police killings and have seen international publicity in the headlines about police killings since. That created a sea change. What they did made all the difference. So we have the Ferguson Truth-Telling Project, and that's a beautiful project. Most of their work involves truth-telling about stories of police violence. It's interesting, they do not do racial healing work, and they don't really address reparations either, but their focus is on truth-telling. And we've seen other truth-telling bubbling up. I remember Beyonce at the Super Bowl, and Kendrick in her Panther gear, and Kendrick Lamar at the Grammys with a mass. Do you remember that, the mass incarceration piece that Kendrick Lamar did at the Grammys? Yes? No. Yes. But the point that I'm making is that culturally, we're seeing it bubbling up all over the place. We're seeing it in TV shows. We're seeing it in the movies about slavery. And there's no truth commission that's ordering that this truth-telling happen. It's something that is just sort of self-organizing. We heard about Georgetown University. A lot of work is happening at universities. I won't go into that. Georgetown, Brown, Columbia. But there's also a network. It's called University Studying Slavery, with about 30 universities that are doing the same thing. And some are looking at reparations, some are not. Some are only interested in the research part. Some are engaging descendants of slaves, as Georgetown is. Some are not. Many are taking or are removing the names of slave presidents, former slave presidents, and putting up plaques of slaves who served those presidents, like at Harvard, removing the shield, as Harvard did as well, because it belonged to the family crest of a slaveholder. What I find remarkable is that there's all of this truth-telling happening. And I believe I talked about the healing circles between youth and police and communities they serve. We just hosted a conference in Oakland, an International Restorative Justice Conference, and there were so many panels on Bridging the Divide, which told stories from all over the country of youth and police and communities and police coming together. And in fact, from Chicago, we had a delegation of 20, most of whom were police officers at that conference, along with some elected officials as well. How many of you have heard of the Coming to the Table project? Okay, so this is a great project as well. I'd recommend that you look into this. It does more racial healing. Its emphasis is on racial healing. Coming to the Table is a project that brings together persons of color, mostly black and white persons, to engage in healing dialogue. Its name is taken from Dr. King's speech. I have a dream that one day the descendants of slave owners will sit down, at the table of brotherhood with descendants of slaves. And they, there was something else I wanted to share with you about coming to the table, but it's not coming to me right now. Oh yes, they actually have brought together descendants of slave owners and descendants of slaves whose bloodlines are linked. And you can find that online. Betty Kilby and Phoebe Kilby, one the descendant of slave, the other descendant of slave owners in the same family. And they're struggling with what do we do after we have these wonderful racial healing conversations? And how do we engage in collective action to move forward into a new future? The DeWolf family is the largest slave-owning dynasty in the history of the United States, based in Rhode Island. And when a young woman from that family discovered this history, well after she was in her 20s and maybe even 30s, she was shocked at this history. She determined that she was going to tell the truth and spread it far and wide about her family's complicity in the slave trade and do everything that she could to bring about racial healing and transformation. And so one of the things that she did was to create this film called Traces of the Trade. You can also find that online. Another example of a woman who was a veteran journalist, CNN, PBS, and CBS, I believe, had a kind of a dream where a spirit spoke to her and said, listen, you must go to your home, go back to Georgia. and see what your family has done. And indeed, being an investigative journalist, she went home and discovered that I think it was her uncle and granduncle and grandfather actually facilitated a lynching of a black man and a black woman in Georgia. So she writes about it and she speaks all over the country about it. I want to talk about this resolution that John Conyers has been introducing into the U.S. Congress since 1989. Every year it never gets out of committee. People call it a reparations bill. And of course, reparations has historically had a bad name in this country, especially when you're talking about getting reparations for black people. You're talking about reparations for others. It's not marginalized as much and considered a fringe activity or thought or idea. So every year he introduces it, and the bill is just to establish a commission that would study the possibility of reparations for Africans in this country impacted by slavery. Here's another truth-telling, racial healing and transformation initiative that's presently underway in this country that is led by the Kellogg Foundation. They have a group of about 70 partners all over the country that are doing this work, and they have, I think, four buckets of work, changing the narrative, changing the educational system, changing the law, and there's another bucket that I can't recall right now. But you can go online. Oh, there, narrative, law, right there, right in front of my nose. Narrative, law, economy, separation, and racial healing. The Kellogg Foundation has been doing racial healing work for at least a decade now, and they've really been pioneers as foundations and just period in doing the work of racial healing. So inspired by truth and reconciliation processes historically around the world, they have come up with this relatively recent initiative. And I won't go into all examples of these processes that as I say, are bubbling up around the country, not because of some centralized commission process, but because of some sort of self-organizing mechanism that we see. How many of you know about this reconciliation triangle? Oh, great. Well, let's see. One person. You know, I said earlier that everybody knows now when a black unarmed man or woman is killed by police. Yeah, we see the headlines. They come out immediately. We see it on CNN. We see that, and there's that elevated consciousness around police killings because, as I said, of the work that our youth did in Ferguson and in the Black Lives Matter movement generally. But we don't know very much about these racial healing processes that are rising up alongside the terrible violence. The stories of hope. We know so little about that. I find out about new instances every day. That's my 45-minute alarm. So I'm going to close with this. So I think that one of the first things that we need to do as proponents of transitional justice processes to address atrocities here at home and historical harm here at home is to conduct a national inventory, do a mapping of all of this work that's being done at increasing numbers of universities, the police healing circles all over the country that are happening, the we heard about the lynching memorials earlier, the beautiful story of Cam and Dr. Taylor, and all of the work that you're doing, Dina, with Sites of Conscience. There's just so much that is only in the last few years that we all need to know about. We need to elevate this work. It needs to be made visible. That in itself will I think, begin to create shifts in the consciousness of the people of this country. So, yeah, doing this mapping initiative, doing a national inventory, and then networking these efforts that are now siloized and disparate. And I think that's the way a transitional justice process in this country might look as compared to the more traditional top-down process. Yeah. So what can we do to lift up this work and to enhance this work through creating networks and platforms for national information to be distributed around this work. So, in closing, let's expand the way that we think about and do transitional justice. In the wake of atrocity, let's think about how parties can together face the past, take responsibility, and together heal harm to their relationships, and work together to correct past injustice and forge just futures. Be a warrior and a healer. Challenge yourself to be both. Don't succumb to a binary space where you think you have to be one or the other, in the way that I used to think. See activism as a form of social healing. Transform and heal yourself as you transform and heal the world. Restorative justice is an important tool to put in your warrior healer toolkit. Learn more about it. Engage in self-care and mindfulness. Those are additional, very important skills and tools. Have hope. As I said, this is the time of the victory of a president who was a billionaire and is creating a cabinet of billionaires. The time of the victory of racism, of Islamophobia, homophobia, and so many other horrible, horrible things. But let's not forget it's also a time of activism, the likes of which we have not seen in decades, if ever. And not only have hope, but be hope. Be hope. Live your lives as a testament to hope. As Brother Cornel West said, for us in these times to even have hope is too abstract, too detached, too spectatorial. Instead, we must be a hope, an active participant, and a force for good as we face this catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davis. We have some time for questions now. Yeah, Sarah.
Hi, thank you. On day 2 in the afternoon, my brain's all lit up, so that's pages filled with notes. My name is Sarah Fetterman. I actually went to a restorative justice high school, and now I'm a conflict resolution practitioner and scholar. And I wanted to ask you something. This was great. You brought so much together. And I also wanted to acknowledge you for taking the journey from going from your activism to your law, to encourage to explore something back, and then to integrate it and come forward. So there's a real strength in that, and that comes through in your whole being. Something that I learned from one of your neighbors, Sean Ginwright, I don't know if you know his work, who wrote Radical Care. So a textbook that we're working on for conflict resolution, we're including one of his articles because what he taught, he's in Oakland, and he's an activist as well, and what he writes about is being really embedded in communities. And what I feel like is the next iteration of these restorative justice practices is ones that don't just come in, have the meeting, and then come out. And that we're, as practitioners, really what I got from his work and what we're seeing in this next iteration is doing these practices, and you alluded to this in the beginning, as a way of being in a community, a space to speak within these communities that's not just a healing circle and a dialogue and go. And so I just would love to hear your thoughts about what we're seeing as an emergent new model of restorative justice, or chapter for it.
Yes, and it's an emergent new model, both of restorative justice and transitional justice and truth and reconciliation. Restorative justice historically, for its first 35 years, was very white. It was perceived as a white movement and behaved as a white movement. And even though that seems a little shocking, since the restorative justice movement aspires to transform the criminal justice system, a justice system that most negatively impacts and most disproportionately impacts people of color. You say, well, how could such a movement not have any race consciousness, no racial justice consciousness? Well, it didn't. And in a way, it's not surprising, because look at the women's movement. Historically, it has behaved as, and it has been a white movement. It's changing now. And we saw that especially with the March on Washington in January. And the same with the peace movement, the same with the environmental movement. But I'm so happy to report that with work that is being done in places like Oakland and Chicago, the complexion of the restorative justice movement is changing. There is more literature now that addresses equity in the restorative justice movement. When I first became involved, and when I first sort of had this epiphany, I was so excited to learn about restorative justice. One of the first things I did was to Google race and restorative justice, because I came to restorative justice from a very strong background of racial justice activism and as a civil rights trial lawyer. So imagine my shock when, although I found thousands of papers and articles and books, just a veritable blossoming of the literature in the field of restorative justice, I found maybe one article on race and restorative justice, and it was about the Gullah. Presenter was talking a little bit earlier about his ancestry being Gullah. That was the one article that had anything to do with race and restorative justice, just about 10 years ago. Now that has vastly changed. There's a sea change. The conference that we just hosted in Oakland was entitled Moving Restorative Justice from Margins to Center. We're the ones we have been waiting for. Elevating historically marginalized voices in the areas of age, of race, of gender expression, of different abilities, of immigration status, of incarcerated or formerly incarcerated status. And we had 100 formerly incarcerated persons at that conference. Can I get a hand for that? Thank you. Yeah. And we had almost 100 youth there as well. At the National Restorative Justice Conference I had been to just a few years earlier, not only were there far fewer people, but I was one of maybe 5 persons of color, and there were no youth. All of that is to say that restorative justice is now becoming embedded in communities, especially communities of color, and in marginalized communities, and that's where it belongs. And yes, I see having some sort of national hub that maybe helps to resource and coordinate all of this community-based local work, participatory work, all over the country in locales. But absolutely, I think we are beyond the point of having a centralized commission of experts who take testimony from thousands and review thousands of pages of documentary evidence and come up with recommendations and telling us what to do, findings and recommendations. We're beyond that. And I think that the work really needs to come from the bottom up, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Fania. I wanted to go back to your reference to restorative justice without harm. I found that actually quite fascinating. And I believe in you had a reference to shared values. So the question is, I don't know if this is on. The question is, listening, do you invite folks on both sides of the divide to share their stories and their values? Or really, is it about, as transitional justice leads us toward, listening to the voices of the victims? So how do you manage that in a situation of restorative justice? Do you follow that question, understand the question?
Yeah, absolutely, okay. Absolutely. Yeah, so the person who has been hurt, their voice is elevated in the whole conversation, no question about that. And we take care before we have this encounter process to make sure that the parties are ready. If the person causing harm does not acknowledge that, does not take responsibility, if the person causing harm still, well, I did it because of this, and they did, making excuses, minimizing, if any of that happens, then the party's not ready to come together. If there's any slither of a chance that the person who has been harmed will be reharmed, then we don't do the process, or we do a different kind of, we don't do an encounter process. In the case of meeting with the killer, I was talking about that a little bit earlier, it took 2 years for the trained facilitator to assess that the parties were ready. I did a process, I facilitated a process between a person in San Quentin who was in there for killing and conspiracy to kill a panther. He was a member of a rival organization, US organization in Los Angeles. I co-facilitated an encounter between him, the convicted killer, and the wife of the person that he killed. They spent 1 year writing letters to one another. I think they were extraordinary in their willingness and readiness for the process. But even there, we took a year. So these processes can take time. And when we're talking about bringing together persons of color in circles with white persons to address racial conflict, it gets very complicated. What we're doing in Oakland is that we are creating, white restorative justice practitioners are creating spaces, affinity spaces, where white people primarily or only come together to kind of explore their own implicit bias, their own racism. And because so often what happens is when Black people or people of color come together with white people to address racial conflict, very often there's a white fragility sort of reaction where white people feel hurt or they feel defensive, and then people of color, Black people, feel that they have to kind of take care of the white person because of these kinds of dynamics, which, you know, are sort of a handbasket to hell. We are now creating these affinity spaces for white people to really, you know, explore themselves and their own implicit bias or explicit bias very deeply, not with people of color, but first amongst themselves and then coming together with people of color. So, yeah, the preparation work is really, really important. Any other questions?
What a wonderful talk. By the way, I love your story. When I was younger, I saw a documentary about the bombing in Birmingham, and I just remember just kind of just, my gut just being hit when they described the bombing and just how terrible it is, and I can't even imagine how to even go through with it. Restorative justice sounds like it could change the system, because we are in a very old system based on many Puritan and spare the rod, spoil the child, and we need to give people the humanity. And How do I say this? So do you, oh man, I can't even think about it right. It was in my head like 5 minutes ago. Good Lord. Everyone's kind of afraid of each other, right? Everyone has fear, I think. Everyone's afraid of each other. It's like kind of like animals. They're like, what are you doing? Everyone's like, no one's really talking to each other. And I think addressing that fear, do you think that's a very important thing? Because I think white people are afraid of black people are afraid of white people down the street, you know? How do you break through that fear?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I don't pretend to have the answer to that question. All I know is that relationship is everything. And sitting down together, you know, after appropriate preparation and sharing stories. It's amazing how just sharing a story can help you to see yourself in the other person. You realize how much you have in common. I mean, when we train teachers in Oakland, and we have a training of, say, 4 or 5 hours in the first day, we do relationship building and trust building exercises, storytelling exercises that allow them to connect in ways that they had never been able to connect, even though they had worked 10 years together. I heard teachers say, we've worked together for 10 years and I've never felt this close, I've never felt this connected, never knew all of these things until we did this process. So creating safe spaces where we can be authentic with one another, we can cry together and laugh together and share stories. I know it's so simple, you know, yet it's so profound. Everything in our culture militates against that kind of deep connection. And the way that we create these spaces is really important in terms of how we're able to create the connection and get beyond the fear. We use a circle process, which is based on indigenous circle processes from the Tlingit Tagish First Nations people of Canada. We have a whole protocol that we follow where we have a circle keeper. And we have some videos on my organization's website that can show you what these circles look like. But we have a circle keeper who is not there to run the circle, but to create a space where the circle can run itself, who is not there to kind of run an agenda through, but to create a space where everyone's wisdom can be accessed. Because problems are so complex, we need the wisdom of everyone. We use a talking piece, again, based on indigenous traditions. Whoever is holding the talking piece is the only one speaking with respect and from the heart. It's a values-based process. We have a shared values exercise to create this container. Everyone, or the only person that talks is the one with the talking piece. And that person speaks with respect and with love. Everybody else has the opportunity to listen with respect and love, listen deeply. It's not about, you know, I say something and you want to grab the talking piece because you've got something to say. No, we speak our truths until the talking piece gets to you, you speak your truth. There's no crosstalk, no debate. And we find that people who are normally shy are able to, you know, access something within themselves that they ordinarily are not able to do in everyday conversation. We also use ceremony. To begin with, we have it could be, you know, something very simple. It could be a meditation, it could be a breath exercise, it could be a quote, it could be a song, it could be some movement. But the point of that ceremony is to mark the space that we're entering as sacred, the time that we're entering as sacred, a time when we will get to connect on heart-to-heart levels in ways that we ordinarily don't get the chance to do. Another element of the circle process, as I mentioned, I may have alluded to, is values. And the last element is consensus. Every voice counts. We make decisions based on everyone's contributions. So creating that kind of a safe space allows fears, we find, to recede and authentic connection beyond the exteriors of race and culture and gender and age. Sometimes our children, after having a circle with the police chief or with the mayor or with other adults, they'll say, that was a good circle. They weren't trying to talk down to me, you know. I felt like they were really listening. And so whether it's a 14-year-old or a judge, every voice is important in the space that we create. So that's about it on that.
I'm going to give myself a bit of the last question, and then I'm going to let you go. This is something that I've been thinking a lot about over these last 2 days. Sometimes when it comes to things like transitional justice and reconciliation, it's really difficult to figure out what success looks like, what's actually the end goal that we want. So I'm wondering if you can say, in the processes of restorative justice that you work with, what does success look like or feel like?
You know, what it feels like is the way it felt this past weekend when we had this conference of, we expected 500 or 600 people. 1,400 people came from 7 countries and 36 cities, and as I said, 100 formerly incarcerated and 80 youth from all over the country. And we opened our conference with a ceremony from the ancestors of that land, the Ohlone and the Pomo. They came. We asked them permission to proceed with our conference. We asked them for blessings. And they sang and danced and burned sage and blessed us and gave us permission to proceed. Then we had an African elder pour libations, inviting the ancestors to come and be with us over the next 3 days. And we did our plenary speeches and our 350 or so presenters presenting in breakout sessions. And formerly incarcerated people would come up to me and say, I feel so welcome in this space. You have judges here, you have district attorneys here, you have elected officials here, and I feel welcomed. I would see youth with a big smile on their face. Youth from Standing Rock feeling so welcomed in that space. When the youth feel welcomed, when those who are most marginalized feel good in that space, feel welcomed and nurtured and cared for, then I know that we're onto something. And I'm still kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, but everybody that I spoke with at that conference, and everybody that I've spoke with who spoke to other people, have had similar feedback. This was life-altering for me. And I'm still kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. And when I talked to my daughter the other day, I said, okay, this is the other shoe. My daughter lives right here in New York. She did Caesar, Shakespeare in the Park, right? The play was Caesar. Did everybody hear about it? I wasn't even following the headlines when I was doing the conference, but because Caesar is assassinated in the Shakespearean play that's 500 years old. And in this play, by the way, that whenever it's performed in contemporary times, it's modified to be relevant to contemporary times. Because of the assassination of Caesar in like the first third of the play, There was a lot of anger and rage and disruption. And because she was, I've never been to Shakespeare in the Park. Have any of you? Yeah, a few of you have. But I know it's a very exposed stage, right? You're completely vulnerable. There's no way really to check for weapons or anything coming inside. So my daughter was on that stage, and every night there was disruption. One night someone jumped on the stage when she was there and got in my daughter's face. And the actors were beginning to fear for their lives and for their personal safety. Every night when they were about to go on stage, they didn't know what might happen. So they were, as you can imagine, just bundles of nerves. And I said to my daughter, yeah, you're kind of experiencing what we experienced in the 60s. After the play closed, she told me on Facebook that someone had used racial epithets against her and the other black person in the play as well. So I said, I'm just so thankful that you're safe, and that you have been protected. And I told her about my experience. I said, we've had polar opposite experiences, and they're both true. They're both true. Yeah, I forgot what the question was. Oh, what does it look like? Yeah, success look like. Yeah, so it sort of looks like what we all felt at that conference with the Indigenous elders, with the elected officials, with the judges, with LGBTQI youth, with Standing Rock youth, with the formerly incarcerated youth, with dreamers, with everyone feeling held and welcomed and nurtured and cared for.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking Dr. Davis.